It sits in silence, just one of hundreds, built to be equal. Once selected, it will become unique. Lap after lap, session after session, every minute change matters, a never-ending quest. Each delicate adjustment is observed, measured, monitored. Piece by piece, the puzzle is solved. Speed, grip, hard on the brakes, turn in, make it bite. Gradually, it is molded, until finally it is ready, but not complete.
Right, you can start. Ready.
Big welcome to 2025's Africa Open here at Zwartkops International Karting Circuit. Absolutely amazing action expected today. Hot action on a very cool day. We started at -2°C here this morning. Things are certainly started to heat up a little bit, but there's a little bit of work to do here, and there's lots of action to come your way, particularly in the karters that are looking to try and get that one seat that's available here today to ensure that they can get to Bahrain and to the World Finals later on this year.
The main idea of the DD2 engine was to push the ease of use of the product to the next level by eliminating the chain drive.
Obviously, not having a chain and a sprockets, the dynamics of the kart work a little bit different than a normal kart.
We also wanted to offer our customers a top-level category with a two-speed gearbox, which is very close to the Formula racing in the future. So for the ones who would like to step up into Formula cars, this is a perfect preparation.
I've done junior and senior for many years now, so I wanted to try something different this year, and that's why I made the switch to the DD2 category.
It's always fierce, it's always competitive, always very close.
No one has ever won junior, senior and DD2 before, and that's what we're aiming for this week.
The chassis manufacturers, they have been quite skeptical if this concept can work. So we had no other choice, to prove it to the market, and the only way has been to introduce the engine concept, in combination with our own chassis, which was the RM1.
For me, it's unmatched to anything else.
And as of this day, we have been pulling out with the RM1 and have been offering the DD2 engine to all chassis manufacturers. And as you can see here, the positive feedback continued and we have really good results. And I think it's just to wait for everyone what's the next innovation from Rotax that we present.
field by the time we get into the race action that happens later on. So a big welcome to everybody that has joined us here on our live stream as well as here at the circuit. It is Drivers Parade. As you can see, they're all lining up there to get their official photography and official photograph done of the day. And also looking forward to seeing all the action that's going to unfold here today as well in each of the categories. We kick things off with the Bambinos. We've got Senior Max, we've got Micro Max, we've got Junior Max. We have a big fight in the Mini Max and DD2s, and a couple of DD2 Masters will be looking to secure their seats at the end of today. Remember, there's only one seat available today. The Africa Open champion will be going through to the World Finals in Bahrain in November, and of course they are all fighting hard for that. They've come from all around the continent. We've got Zimbabwe, Mozambique, South Africa, and a couple of other countries involved here today, all looking to try and take that #1 plate away today. It's the all-important one. We've got 2 heats of race action and a final 3rd heat to decide who's going to be crowned 2025's Africa Open champion. The Parade of Nations is about to take place. You can see them there on the line, just underneath the Castrol Bridge. And looking forward to seeing the Drivers Parade around the circuit with a massive field of drivers coming out here today to fight it out for that all-important seat and secure themselves at least one opportunity of being at the World Finals in Bahrain in November. It is a massive, massive honor to be there. And of course, everybody's fighting in the normal championship on a daily basis and throughout the year to secure a seat and make sure that they are one of the teams that are going to represent each of their countries at that World Final. But today, it's all about one man or lady who can possibly go out and do it all right today and secure themselves that all-important seat. We're looking forward to all the race action. We'll be bringing it to you live here from Zwartkops International Kart Circuit, and looking forward to the action in a few moments' time. So we're almost ready to go now with the Parade of Nations. You can see all of the young karters. There's a lot of support out there as well for them. If you haven't got to the start-finish line yet and you guys are still down in pit lane, please make your way to the start-finish line. All karters, please make your way to the start-finish line. And if you are all around the world watching us here live on our streamed action from today's Africa Open, a big welcome to you once again. It is a slightly chilly morning this morning. We were sitting at -2 degrees Celsius when most people arrived at the circuit for race action. There was a little bit of trouble on the highway for a couple of people that are still on their way here, but I'm sure they're all going to get you in time for the first heat of action, which kicks off at about 9:45 this morning, South African time. And that is 8 laps of Bambinos coming your way as we look forward to a fantastic day's racing here at Zwartkops International Karting Circuit.
each driver unique. At an event designed to make you equal, something no champion can ever be, because you are number one. Your every move, every line is followed. You must listen, watch, learn. Each sense heightened, each emotion harnessed. Corner after corner, apex after apex, don't miss an inch, maximize every tenth. Focus, react, trust your gut and make your move. Cold metal becomes memory. You are synchronized, connected. Your goal lies ahead. You can reach it together.
RE20 that you're going to get a taste of today?
I've watched it develop, from the sidelines. Now I'm going to get a taste for it. Can't wait to actually see what she does.
So should we get this kart on the ground?
I think we should. Talked about it enough. Now it's time to actually do it.
Yeah. You'll enjoy it.
Right then. Now, onto the Portimao circuit. Oh my word, that torque is incredible. It pushes you back in your seat. Power is instant, it's very stable under brake. Right, so we're going to do a standing start. This is what you experience as a racer. 3, 2, 1, go. And look at that, it's the power of the line. It's incredible. Through turn number 1, we're flat out. Brake, curb, look for the apex at 8, turn in. Oh, that was a bit late. Oh, the brakes are so good though. Messed up my ride completely. Roost. Oh, nearly 140 kilometers an hour. Wow. The E20 is really something. Obviously it's very physical to drive, you know. I'm, you know, talking and trying to concentrate and, oof, yeah. You cannot describe this without feeling it. The torque is tremendous. You know, it pins you back. But I was a bit worried that, you know, the back end, because of the extra weight, the back end would be too lively, and it's not. The back end's very stable. It urges you to be more confident on the brakes, more confident, more confident. Incredible, thank you so much. I understand it so much better. You have to actually drive one to really respect it and understand it. Born and grown up with the sound of an engine, silence is golden. This is tremendous. But my word, it gives you a workout.
So tell me, why do we do it? Why do we push so hard? Why do we test our limits? Why do we reach for perfection? When others leave, we stay. When others pack up, we work harder. When others keep in the dry, our blood turns to ice. When others give in, we dig deeper. Every rev, every corner, every apex, every pass, every risk, every position, every tenth, every hundredth, every thousandth, every goal we set, every challenge we face, every fear we overcome. Because we won't settle for second. Because we live and breathe it. Because we seek the strength deep inside us. Because we give our best. Because this is Rotax.
Welcome to it. Here comes race action from the first heat of the day. It's the Bambinos who are out on track for the first heat of race action from the 2025 Africa Open here at Zwartkops International World of Karting. The international karting circuit, of course, that has had the World Finals here before. The World Finals, of course, this year take place in Bahrain, and all of these youngsters are going at it for an African Open title today. What will happen is they've gone out for qualifying, and they've set a lap time which has basically set the grid with Alonso de Oliveira all the way from the south of Johannesburg on pole position alongside Teresa Betancourt, who comes a long way from home. She's come all the way from Mozambique. It is Rafiwa and Sean Ade who are alongside each other for the second row, and it looks like we are good to go for a start. Everybody down into turn one looking for an opportunity. The 46 kart, of course, will be the man to beat you in Alonso de Oliveira, and it looks like he's got the whole shot as they come out of turn one. A couple of karts running wide onto the rumble strips and eventually just sorting themselves out there as they go through and down into turn two. It's a right-hander, slightly off camber, and of course with tricky conditions this morning with minus 2 degrees Celsius here in the US of Pretoria, here in the Gauteng province of South Africa. We are in for some tricky conditions, particularly for those Mojo tyres, because they're going to take a while to get up to race pace and up to race speed and temperature as well. As they head up towards the Swifties for the first time, it's a long uphill, basically going left, right, all the way to the top, and a final right-hander that brings them onto a short straightaway, into a little S-bend. That will see all of these karts come up to the final turn of the Zwartkops International Karting Circuit. And that's the one just in the background there of the shot that we've got right now. So we're watching the mid-pack come through there to complete the first lap. It is going to be Alonso de Oliveira who is setting the pace out front. He does from a rolling start of 103.2. Closest to him was Rocco van Heerden. Van Heerden up in the second place there from Namibia. Sean Ade into the 3 spot at the moment. And he continues to try and close things down there. He managed to outgun Teresa Betancourt. And of course she was the lady driver on the front row all the way from Mozambique. And unfortunately down in 4th place now into the clutches of Tiani Malabele. So a nice little run there from the first 5 karts. Big move up came from Malabele. He's got ahead now of Rafiwa Mdwabi. He dropped down slightly, so did Shea Makabele, and so did Zwarte Mahode coming through there as well. A fantastic run from him, making up a few positions on that first lap. The 46 kart of Alonso de Oliveira was the man to beat, of course, at the previous round of this championship as well. When we went to V-Town to start the championship for 2025, he took 3 wins out of 3 starts there, and certainly looks like he's the most dominant factor here this weekend. 103.2s coming out of de Oliveira as he heads down towards turn 1, and closest to him, second place Rocco van Heerden, now down into the 102.9s. So almost into the 101s that we're seeing from Alonso de Oliveira, who now gets down into a 101.147. So certainly getting to grips with the track conditions right now. We saw as they go underneath the Super Quick bridge for the first time today. Super Quick, of course, taking the sponsorship of that bridge for today, and looking for a chance now to try and get away. And look at the gap Alonso has pulled over second place. Rocco van Heerden from Namibia has moved to second place, and he's pulled away slightly as well there from Sean Ade. Sean Ade there, of course, into the 3 spot. So 2 South Africans. We've got a Namibian between the 2 of them, and a spinner. Oh, that's not good. That's a 64. That's Rocco. Rocco spun out for second. So Van Ade is going to move up into what is the 2nd spot now, comfortably, after the spinner coming out of the twisties. Now, I did mention the fact that these tyres are going to take a couple of laps to get up to race pace, and I think that's exactly what happened there with the 54 kart of Rocco van Heerden. Maybe not quite up to race temperature yet on those tyres, pushing a little bit too hard as he came out of that left-hander and just spun the kart round completely. Somebody running off track there as well. I think it was the 21 kart or the 22 kart there possibly of Tiani Malabele, running a little bit wide coming out of that final turn and up onto the dirty stuff. It was the 21 kart. It was 21 kart. That's Teresa Betancourt. Betancourt pushing hard now, realizing that she's got ahead of Rafiwa, and Rocco's dropped down way behind her. He's actually dropped down to about 5th place, so that move cost him dearly. He's going to make up 1 place as they go underneath the Super Quick bridge. So a nice move there from Rocco van Ade to come back again. We've got a kart off at the final turn as well. By the looks of things, I see marshals running across to assist with one of the drivers that might be stuck there, but there is big action happening out on circuit at the moment, and lots of changing in the 2, 3 and 4 spots on the circuit. See, we're not going to see any changes with these guys and girls as they get into it now. You can see some of the quicker carts coming in amongst some of the slower carts now. Back markers could become a big factor. Remember, we have got lots of race action coming here this weekend. And of course, for today, we start with this 8-lapper. We're at the halfway point, and there's no answer to the almost under the minute bracket for a Bambino around this kart circuit. Is a very, very good lap time indeed there from Alonso de Oliveira. Spinner down into turn 1 as well. That's the 13 kart, unfortunately, spinning out there. And a bit of a problem there for Yintle Makabule. Yintle Makabule making a mistake coming out of turn number 1 and spinning out and going right to the back of the pack by the looks of things. So that certainly hasn't worked out for him. The leader, though, is comfortable and clean and clear ahead of everybody else. He's opened up almost a 14-second lead over second place, Sean Are. So Sean Are and Rocco van Heerden fighting for second and third place. They've got 3 to go on this one. It looks like it's going to be the 4-6. Dominant as he was in round 1 of the championship in 2025 at the British kart circuit only about a month or so ago. Another kart are spinning out there by the looks of it. And at the back of the pack, could that possibly be Yuki Ismail, from Mozambique, also spinning out then into turn 1. So some problems there for a couple of these youngsters. They're not quite up to the pace that they need to be on those tires. What you need to be doing is probably pushing the kart a little bit harder to get some more heat into the rubber. It's not easy to get heat in the rubber when there's no heat available and the track conditions are so cold. Makes it very much more difficult for these drivers to get some race heat into the tires that Mojo provide for this championship, especially when the track is cold and the ambient temperature is not helping either. We're expecting to get up to about probably 15 degrees Celsius maximum here today at Zwartkops. So it's going to make it very difficult for these guys and girls to come to grips with the conditions that have been thrown at them. There's 2 more to go here for our leader. Great start to the day's proceedings here for Alonso de Oliveira. Almost a 20-second lead now over second place, Sean Are, and third place, Rocco van Heerden has got himself back into the top 3, finding a way past Teresa Betancourt on that last lap. So Betancourt's going to have to try and do something special here in maybe heat 2 and 3, because remember what happens with these heats, and they'll be repeated over the next couple of first heats as well. Just to remind everybody how it all works, the qualifying lap set the pole position and the grid for race 1. The fastest laps of race 1 will set the grid for race 2, and then points scored in race 1 and 2, as we see once again the 13 kart spinning out there again of Yintle Makabule taking a bit of strain there. Looks like he was also joined there by Mabunda Mia Mabunda, also having some problems there too, unfortunately. But just once again to reiterate, as we watch the top fighters in this class, and top fighter at the moment trying to find a way through on a back marker. Oh, little tag on the back marker there as well. Tiane Resende just getting sent slightly there by the touch by one of the carts that he came in touch with there, coming through the final turn, or heading into the final turn. Just sent him completely sideways and 360 degrees into the tie barrier. We're on the final lap here, and it's Alonso Oliveira looking for a comfortable lead and a comfortable win in the end here for him. So Alonso Oliveira going to definitely take this one all the way to the flag. With that, of course, he scores points. He'll be scoring points and possibly the fastest lap as well, which should put him on pole position for race number 2. He'll score points in race 2, and the combined points of race 1 and race 2 will then set them up for how they will line up for the grand final later on this afternoon. Whoever wins that grand final, of course, secures the seat for the Africa Open Championship and becomes Africa Open champion and secures the seat for the World Finals. Bambino up into the final turn there in the hands of Alonso de Oliveira, and he takes the victory comfortably in the end by almost 23 seconds up the road from his closest rival, also from South Africa, Sean Are. Waiting for the 50 kart to come across the line. There's a couple of back markers coming through there in Shea Makabule and Tyler Steiner. As the 50 kart comes through, he seems pretty happy with that and gets the second spot. So it's to the tune of 23.5 seconds though. So Sean Are is going to have to do some work here in between the two heats. Just behind them, a big fight on between Rocco van Heerden, and he comes across the line, beats out Teresa Betancourt, who's going to come through just in the background now for the 4th spot. So we got 2 South Africans, a Namibian and a Mozambican in the first 4 on track, and Zwartkops will come through to make it 2 South Africans in the top 5 overall.
So tell me, why do we do it? Why do we push so hard? Why do we test our limits? Why do we reach for perfection? When others leave, we stay. When others pack up, we work harder. When others keep in the dry, our blood turns to ice. When others give in, we dig deeper. Every rev, every corner, every apex, every pass, every risk, every position, every 10th, every 100th, every 1,000th, every goal we set, every challenge we face, every fear we overcome. Because we won't settle for second. Because we live and breathe it. Because we seek the strength deep inside us.
Because we give our best. Because this is Rotax.
On track at the moment, the warm-up lap for our first heat of Senior Max, arguably one of the most hotly contested classes here this weekend for the Africa Open 2025 Championships here in South Africa. As always, getting a couple of laps just to get a little bit of heat into the rubber. Because of the cool conditions here, they're going to probably give them 2 laps to get some heat into that rubber. If we go back to a couple of months ago at the Rotax kart circuit where the championship opened up for 2025, it was literally Kent Zwartkops who was the most dominant factor on that weekend, fighting hard with Charles Visser, and also at the front end was Gianni Pascal, and Gianni Pascal had a fantastic outing there. But if we look at how things have come to grips with this afternoon, or this morning and into the afternoon, as of yesterday's practice sessions and qualifying, it's the top end headed up by Mohammed Wali, Kent Zwartkops alongside him on the front row with Troy Snyman and John O'Wilson. It's Ethan Bostander and Jesse Swart, ahead of Charles Visser and Kian Spies, Gonzalo Corza and Michael Besaidnout, just ahead there of Tristan Duplessis and Roshan Goodman. The only non-South African in the field at the back is Krish Vadgama, and he comes all the way from Kenya, and we wish him all the very best here, flying the flag high for the Kenyans here this weekend. But it's an all South African affair out front, and they're all fighting hard, as I said, in arguably the most competitive category here this weekend in Senior Max. Mohammed Wali, of course, has won this championship, so has a whole bunch of drivers that are sitting in those tram lines as they get to go, and as the lights go out, we go racing, and it looks like it is a clean start. Wali getting the whole shot down into turn 1, and Ken Zwartkops getting forced out wide. Zwartkops get forced out wide. We got Troy Snyman who's stuck up on the inside. John O'Wilson went along with him, and they're now side by side into turn 2, heading down to Super Quick Bridge as they go underneath that bridge for the first time. We've got a spinner in the background as well. Looks like it might have been the 268 cart there, unfortunately, just having a little bit of problems. Not quite sure who that was, but just a bit of issues there coming through that first turn into the bridge for the first time. Out front, we got a change up for the lead, and what a change up for the lead. That is a massive, massive advantage gained as they went through the twisties there. We were watching a little bit further back there, but at this point in time, it looks like there's going to be some serious race action there being put on by Troy Snyman. Troy Snyman getting away at the front end and leading things as they come across the line ahead of Mohammed Wali. Wali now into second place. It looks like he's going to be fighting hard to keep out the intentions of the rest of that pack, who are literally lining up, waiting to pounce right on his tail. Not an easy day in the saddle there for Mohammed Wali, considering the fact that he was looking to try and take the lead from the whole shot position he got in lap 1, and then had to just fight it off over the next couple of corners in that first lap. John Wilson sitting in the 3 spot at the moment. He's trying to close that gap down between himself and Wally, but he's got Charles Visser all over the back of him, hounding him for an opportunity to try and find a way through. Charles Visser coming back from a lot further back than what he'd like to have been, I'm sure, in the start of the day's proceedings. Ken Zwartkops is there in the 5 spot and Jesse Swart behind him. So Ken Zwartkops, remember, was on the front row and dropped back down into what is now 5th place, fighting with Keon Spies and Jesse Swart, who's actually just been outgunned by Keon Spies across the line. So the usual contenders in this one, as I said, were Charles Visser, Ken Zwartkops, and Pasquale. Pasquale not even in the karting field this weekend by the looks of things. I'm just trying to find out, and looking down the field, no, Pasquale not here at all. So they'll have to come back at some point in time, that team, and see if they can do something about it in the actual championship for the year. Because remember, there are 2 ways to make the South African team or any of the African teams that are here representing at the African Cup, of course, this weekend, the African Open. And that is to secure the championship today. If you win overall today, you have a seat in the World Finals. Here's a replay. Oh, what a great move up the inside there. Absolutely perfectly done. And Charles Visser moves himself up now into 3. So in the 3rd spot there, Visser closing down on Mohammed Wali. Awesome to see that as he went up through that final turn. With that, of course, Mohammed Wali has closed the gap down pretty dramatically on Troy Snyman. Snyman had probably about a second up the road at one point in time. But that has now come down to almost 0.6 of a second. So it's about half a second lead he's lost over the last 2 laps. This is a 12 lapper. We've just completed the first third of the race. We're into lap 4 of 12. And it looks like there's a bit of a move on here from Charles Visser. He looks like he is the fastest kart on track and is. 43.370 sets the pace. His best lap time so far. But not 42, I beg your pardon, 370, not a 43, 370. Fastest lap of the race so far, closing things down there on Snyman and Wally. Mohammed there sitting in 2nd place, kind of in the danger zone. You've got to be so careful on how you attempt to go defensive to keep the man behind you, and also what do you do to try and attack the man out in front? Exactly what Mohammed Wali is doing right now, getting his head down and concentrating on the job at hand. Making sure he gets to the front as quickly as possible and possibly get to the front of the race completely ahead of Snyman and allow Snyman to fall into the clutches there of the Chargers in Visser, Wilson and Ken Zwartkops. The Toyota Gazoo Racing man there in the 5 spot at the moment, trying to get past John Wilson. Not an easy car to get past. In fact, as I say that, he makes me look bad. He goes up the inside and takes 4th place away from Wilson. So Ken Zwartkops diving through into the twisties and secures that 4th spot as they go up to the top of the hill. Big gap that has come down now. It was literally 0.3 of a second between the first 3 karts as they cross the line. It's less than that now as they come through and get to almost the halfway stage. 6 down, 6 to go. Absolutely brilliant stuff here, and 3 karts in the mix to the tune of 0.4 of a second between those first 3 karts on circuit for Senior Max's Heat 1. Rest of the pack behind also having a little bit of a fight of their own there, so it's not quite just the 3 karts out front. We've got 3 karts for 4, 5 and 6 who are getting closer and closer to these first 3. Snyman has literally concertinaed that field up. Looks like he's going to be in for a bit of a fight here into the latter part of this race. And there is some serious maneuvering happening here from Mohammed Wali. He hasn't looked over his shoulder once, but he knows Visser's coming. Visser had a look over his shoulder. Here's Wali into turn 1 for the lead and nails it. Perfectly done by Mohammed Wali. Set that up beautifully. Goes defensive for turn 2. With that might compromise his drive going through the super quick bridge. He runs wide and keeps out the attack coming straight back from Troy Snyman. Here's the look at it one more time. Into turn 1. Perfect timing from Mohammed Wali. Just snuck out of the slipstream and on the brakes takes the lead. With that, we've now got 5 karts fighting. Joining the party is Ken Zwartkops and John Wilson. John Wilson has got back ahead of Ken Zwartkops. In fact, Ken Zwartkops has got ahead of Charles Visser by the looks of it. So a bit of a change up there, big time. Keon Spies about to join the party and has. Keon Spies is now tucked in right at the back of that one. 6 karts in it and there are only less than 4 laps to go. Can you believe how this has just turned up? Ken Zwartkops is now up into 2nd. Mohammed Wali leads out, Zwartkops in 2nd. A big change up there for Troy Snyman. He drops down into the 3 spot. Into the clutches of Charles Visser, who's also fallen back, as you can see there. Visser now down into 4. Under attack there, big time from John Wilson and Keon Spies. John Wilson looking for a way past Zwartkops, giving a little tap on the back end there, just reminding Mohamed Wali that he's right there and is going to pounce soon. Wali has to go defensive. He won't be able to carry the right race lines, and that's exactly what he has to do. He went defensive, allowing Ken Zwartkops to sneak past. Zwartkops now leads, sailing down towards turn 1. Late braking from Mohamed Wali, gets through. Does he? No, he doesn't. Tags the curve as they come out of turn 1. Ken Zwartkops and Wali going at it big time. Wali now under attack. He has to watch the rear as well because Snyman is waiting to pounce. Have a look at this one more time. Exactly what Mohamed Wali did a couple of laps ago to get to the lead. Ken Zwartkops does an almost carbon copy move to get to the front end of this race now. This is top quality, as I said. Senior Max, arguably the most and one of the hardest fought battles we're going to see all race day long to secure that seat for the World Finals in Bahrain. Now, does Ken Zwartkops want to be at the front by the time we get into the penultimate lap? We've got a black and white flag being shown for somebody. I didn't see the number there, but a black and white flag being shown for one of the competitors. They head towards 2. Looking for a chance now to possibly change things up there. Watch for the drive from Wali as he goes underneath that super quick bridge. We'll head down towards that turn 4 and 5. It's a tricky corner. It's slightly off camber. It's camber to the left-hand side, so it feels like you're falling out the cart, and then you turn and go up the hill. Troy Snyman looking to try and pounce. Looks like Fist has lost a little bit of ground there for the 4 spot. He's just lost that edge, and with that, the 2 carts behind him have fallen back slightly as well in John Wilson and Keon Spies. They come to start the final lap. Unbelievable race action here. This has been top quality stuff, and it's the Toyota Gazoo man out front leading over Mohamed Wali. He looks over his shoulder for the first time. He knows that Snyman is waiting to pounce. He can't give any room there to Troy Snyman. If he does, there's going to be some big trouble there. But at this point in time, Ken Zwartkops has got his head down and he wants to get away and secure this first victory for the day. Zwartkops goes defensive. He'll have to go defensive into the final turn. Mohamed Wali setting things up. You can see railing through those turns, trying to carry the quarter speed so that he's got enough drive onto the short little straight, heading to the final corner. He's not close enough though. It's going to be Ken Zwartkops who's going to take the victory. Zwartkops takes the victory. Oh, in the background, was that John Wilson who got sent? I think it was. John Wilson getting sent in the background there. It's Ken Zwartkops who gets the victory. He wins out over Mohamed Wali. A great run there from Troy Snyman. He'll finish up in the 3 spot. Sean Visser behind him. Keon Spies. And wow, in 6th place, right in the closing stages, John Wilson being sent onto the sidelines there. I think there was a tag there between himself and Keon Spies. And eventually, he got back on track, but he's dropped out of the... where did he finish up? Still finished up in 6th place. So he managed to keep it going on the dirty stuff, even though it cost him dearly and dropped him out of that little battle. A 42-2 from Ken Zwartkops will secure him the pole position as well for race number 2 later on here this morning and into the afternoon's grand final for Africa Open. That is a fantastic start to the day's proceedings. That is exactly what we expected from Senior Max. And we're moving into, of course, another highly competitive class in the Micromax competitors. They'll be on track shortly. So 2 laps of warm-up here for our youngsters moving into the slightly younger drivers of the day. It's the Micromax competitors. We've already had Bambinos out on circuit and they're now being brought into their race positions, but they're also being told to slow down. A couple of guys spinning out on that warm-up lap, so that might just cause the starter to hold the start and not go for a full start yet, unless everybody gets back into their allotted grid positions. That came from qualifying this morning. Adrian Steyn is on pole position. And who's at the back here? I'm just trying to pick up on that number. I think it might be the 660 of Jake Steyn. So Jake Steyn, I think, was the kart that was right at the back of the field there, spinning out. They're just bringing them under starters orders now. I'm not quite sure if we're going to go over the start because of where Jake is, but it looks like they're getting into the tram lines. And are we going for a start? No, they're giving them one more lap. So one more lap because of where Jake was. He wasn't quite in position for that start. And understandably, that's a great call from the COC to tell these guys, no, listen, we're not ready to go yet. We've got a competitor who didn't quite get there. So let's make sure that everybody is good to go. It's Adrian Steyn and Luan de Vet who are on the front row. Steyn got a second place in the Micromax first round of the championship, and he got 2 fifth places in the first 2 heats early on in the championship season. And then, of course, the big battle at the front was Michael Amani, who was winning both of the first heats and a 3rd place in that 3rd and final heat at B-Town. And then Brody Darling was, of course, the other competitor who was at the front end, taking victories at the front end of the race. So there's some big fights that we're expecting to see. But with the Micromax side of things, of course, we saw Omani, the big fighter, and fighting there with the likes of Riley van Staden and Adrian Steyn. And they're kind of right in the mix of it as well. Let's have and see how they go now. Adrian Steyn, as I said, at the front end. Luan de Vet is second. Luke Dutoy and Michael Omani are the second row of the grid. Then we go down to Radil Harris. And it's a good start there from Callum Dutoy as well as they head towards turn 1 for the first time. Around the outside, Luan de Vet looking for the chance to take the outside line and does so. And hangs on to that outside line for the whole shot. So a good start there coming from the man in second place on the grid. He moves himself up into the whole shot position and leads, going through super quick for the first time. Down towards the twisties, let's see how they sort things out here. Luan de Vet, Adrian Steyn, Luke Dutoy, Michael Omani. We've got Radil Harris in there as well, and Callum Dutoy. Looking for a chance to get to the front end will be Callum Dutoy. He also had a great outing at the previous round, so looking forward to seeing how he can go. Of course, his brother Luke was involved as well, so we'll look to see if the 2 Dutoy boys can get up there and be in the hunt, at least for opportunities to stay in the hunt for those vital championship points that come down to the 2 heats of racing. Remember, they score points in heat 1 and heat 2. Those points will determine the grid for heat number 3, and the win of heat 3 secures them a world ticket to the world final. That's exactly what everybody has come out here to do here today at Zwartkops International Kart Circuit. We've got a kart on the inside of the track. Somebody's come off. I'm not quite sure who that is, but certainly not the way they want to start today's racing. However, at the front end, de Vet is doing everything right, leading at the moment and comfortably over Adrian Steyn. Dutoy is on his tail though. Luke Dutoy looking to try and close that gap down if he can. And if he's able to find an opportunity to get past, he wants to go hunting for the man out front, Luan de Vet. We've got 2 down of the 12 laps allocated, so still 10 to go. Lots of time in the saddle for those first 3 karts to get a little bit closer. And as I say that, the fastest is in second place. A 46.9 coming out of Adrian Steyn. Just upping the wick slightly and bringing that gap down to about 0.3 of a second between himself and Luan de Vet at the front end. 4 and 5 is Omani and Harris. Neil Harris trying to close the gap down on Michael Omani. Look at the way things. Harris got a 3rd place and a 4th place at the first round of the South African Championships in V-Town. So he'll be looking to try and up his pace slightly and get into at least the top 3 hunt. That's where he needs to be. He's got to be in the number 1 spot by the time the checkered flag comes out after heat 3 today. That's the most important one. A lot of the times these guys will be using the first 2 heats just to get everything set up to perfection. Making sure they've got everything right, tyre pressures right. If they got their setups right on the kart, it's very important for these youngsters that they get it all sorted. Particularly for this first heat, this might just be a bit of a sighter. Once they're into the second heat, that's when it becomes a little bit more serious, and of course, more importantly than anything, is that 3rd and final heat here today. 46.8 once again from the man out front on that last pass, so he just continues to dominate, opening up almost half a second now over second place Luan de Vet, who's done a similar gap down to Luke Dutoy for 3rd. So So it's equidistant for the first three as they come across and complete another lap and complete the first third of the race. 4 of 12 done. Into turn 2 now. Looks like De Wet seems to be in control here, but if we watch out on that last lap, actually a faster lap coming out of Adrian Steyn. So Steyn, realizing that he needs to get a move on as they're getting to the halfway stage of this race, he'll have to try and close that gap down on Leon De Wet and see if he can secure at least the win points. Right now he's secured himself an opportunity of at least being the pole man for race number 2 if he continues to lap the way he's going at this stage. 46.7 from him is the fastest lap of the race so far, and he's closed the gap down with that fast lap. Looks like it might be back-to-back fast laps here for him as well. As he comes through, another 46.7. So back-to-back 46.7s, bringing the gap down to almost 0.3 of a second. So certainly closing the gap down onto Leon De Wet. De Wet will be getting the hurry-up board, I'm sure, from the sideline saying, listen, you've only got 0.3 of a second between yourself and the man in second. You've got to do some work to try and get to the front end if possible and stay a little bit further up the road than what you are right now. De Wet doing everything he can to keep out Adrian Steyn's charge. Further back, nice little battles as well, right through the field. There you see Christopher Kodeka and Russell Josephat, 2 Namibian drivers also fighting hard. And they're in the mix there with Slater Smith and Aston Verheil. Another lap completed. What's the gap looking like as they come across the line this time? It's 6 of 12. We're at the halfway stage. So it's Leon De Wet who leads by 0.322 of a second. And still Adrian Steyn maintains the best lap, but the last one actually was a little bit slower than Leon De Wet, who leads things out. Only to the tune of about 100th of a second, but that's enough. 100th of a second is a long way in karting. You would have seen, if you picked up on some of the live timing, and you pick it up, of course, on apextiming.com. If you want the live timing and you're watching us on the live stream as well, you'll get to see that on apextiming.com. The live timing, the splits between these karters when they start their races is almost the entire field by about 1 to 1.5 seconds. That's how close it gets, and it's getting a lot closer now for the lead. As you can see, the wick being turned up there from Adrian Steyn. He's decided now a bit more pressure needs to be applied to the 627 out front of Leon De Wet. Leon De Wet soaking that pressure up, not being phased at all at this point in time. He's just hitting the lines, getting on the loud pedal at the right time, hitting the brake at the right time, just placing the kart in the right position as well, not giving any opportunity there to the 611 on his tail for a chance to dive through. Perfect placement is very good in this situation because both of them using the race line, they're not going on the inside. They come across the line and complete another lap of race action. We've completed 8 of 12 now. We're into the final third of this race, and the pressure is being applied a lot more now from both Adrian Steyn and from Leon De Wet. De Wet putting pressure on by leading the race and making Adrian Steyn work so hard. It doesn't seem like, if you're leading the race that you can apply pressure, but the pressure comes from you just putting in consistent lap times, and making the man chase you down have to do the same thing. Not always easy to do. Applying the pressure from second place to first, of course, is a lot easier because you can be literally right underneath the bumper of that kart in front of you, and the man who's driving it or the lady who's driving it will hear you, and they'll look over the shoulder, just like we've seen there from Leon De Wet. Having a big look over the left shoulder as they came across the line, seeing what the gap was like. Once again, 46.7s out of the first 2, 46.9 out of Luke Totoy for third. Michael Amani maintains, well, in fact, he's moved up into the 4th spot, up ahead now of Radel Harris. And Roddy Harris has now moved himself down into the 5th spot, into the clutches of Callum Totoy. Callum Totoy coming along for the ride there as well. As I said, the 2 Totoy boys are fighting hard here, but the biggest fight is between these 2. And it looks like it's about to get a lot more heated. Big move on the inside from 611. Are we going to see a dive here? No, he doesn't go this time. Maybe waiting for a little bit later on in the race as we come now to complete lap 10. 2 to go. Leon De Wet only 0.08 of a second ahead now of the leader. De Wet the leader, I should say, ahead now of Adrian Steyn to the tune of 0.08 of a second. That's how close it's got between these first two carts on track. And we'll battle just behind that as well. As I said, Callum de Toy fighting there with Riley van Staden. They're also having their own little fight at the back end, looking for at least 7th and 8th place on the circuit. We concentrate our efforts though into what is going to become the fight for the win here. Still no dive on the inside from Adrian Steyn. Is he going to wait till the final lap? Looks like he's going to do that. They start that final lap now. We're on to the last lap of race action here at Zwartkops. It's Micromax pre-final 1 and 2 carts are in the mix here big time for the win. Luan de Vet, Adrian Steyn. De Vet has maintained his composure at the front end. Now we wait to see, is there going to be a chance here for a possible change-up? As they're going into the closing stages, it was a 46.6 as the fastest lap coming out of Steyn in the 6.11. With that fast lap, he still can't find a way through there on the 6.27, and Luan de Vet has opened up about half a cart length. That might just be enough to keep him at the front end by the time the flag comes out. We head to the flag now. It's Luan de Vet who's going to hang on. So he gets the win. Luan de Vet taking the victory there ahead of a hard-charging Adrian Steyn. Brilliant effort there from Luke de Toy. He will come through there for the 3 spot. In 4, it's Michael Omani. And a good effort from Roddy Harris to come through and finish up in the top 5. Wrapping up the first heat of a very tightly fought affair there between 2 carts. Fastest man on the track was Adrian Steyn. So Steyn will look to take pole position, of course, for race number 2 later on here this morning. A brilliant start, though, from our Micromax competitors. And we're looking forward to more of that later on. Up next, we're going into our Junior Max field. Also a very competitive category of racing. And here we bring in a couple of our top Zimbabwean drivers coming to join us as well. As Savanya Yassin and Savanya Zaidan have come to join us here from Zimbabwe. The rest of the pack all coming out of South Africa. So you would have heard me speaking about some hotly contested classes here today. I think every single one of the categories today is going to have some hotly contested race action for the crowning of the 2025 Africa Open. We're moving into a very, very competitive class now in Junior Max. And of course, if we look at the way things line up here, Emma Dowling and Matteo Mason on the front row ahead of Christian Verheil, Sebastian Himan, Keenan Duplessis and Caleb Moss, Caleb Woodendal and Riachile Spice Malula ahead of Mansange Mkoze and Darrell Goodman, Chipang Shinshinwana, and then of course it's Connor McIntyre who will make up the first couple of rows of this grid as they get 2 laps to get some heat into those mojos. Previous round of the championship, of course, saw a big fight. We saw Matteo Mason taking 2 victories and a second place in the front end with Caleb Moss basically on his tail with 2 second places and a first in the first round of the championship in V-Town. Other karters that were up in close personal contact with him were, of course, Sebastian Blucknote, who got a 3 and a 4. We've got 2 fourth places out of Emma Darling, our pole sitter. And of course we also got a 3rd place out of Caleb Udendal. So expect to see some more fighting at the front end and possibly even Chipang Shinshinwana coming from the back end of the field to try and make his way to the front end during the course of the next 12 laps of race action. Darling and Mason will be the front row. They will determine the pace as the lights go out and we go racing. Here we go down towards turn 1. Emma Darling holds on to that inside line. Mason's on her tail, but forcing his way through. Oh! Very hard move there from Christian Verhaal, squeezing through. Sebastian Himon going with as well by the looks of it. And just getting, in up close and personal right from the word go. There was no holds barred into turn 1. And a whole bunch of karters coming through. Have a look at that. Big move on the inside there from the 446 of Sebastian Himon, forcing his way through. And had a little bit of a touch there between the 2 karts, but managed to stay on track. Doesn't look like there's any damage to that kart either because he's now leading out over the pack as they go up to the top of the hill for the first time. Following him through, I think, was Sebastian Himon and then Keenan Duplessis. We'll wait and see as they cross the line and get exact figures of how things have turned out after that first lap of race action. It is Sebastian Himon, Christian Verhaal and Emma Darling. Exactly what I expected to see as they came across the line. Spice Mayaula up into 4th place. Under pressure though, right from the word go, from Keenan Duplessis and Caleb Udendal. The 2 of them all over the back end of Spicy as they go through that super quick bridge for the 2nd time in anger. It's a fantastic start here. Somebody off the track as well by the looks of things at the back of the pack. Is that Caleb Moss possibly? It might be. I'm just looking to see. No, I think it might be Matteo Saladino, unfortunately, there at the back of the pack there for Super Quick and Liquimolly. He has parked on the sideline. Not quite sure what's gone wrong there with the 480, but it dropped right to the back of the pack there for Matteo. Certainly not the start he wanted. Sebastian Himon under a bit of pressure now. Christian Verhaal led across the line, but Himon's trying to come back. Here comes Darling, putting the pressure onto the 2 boys. Emma coming from fantastic outing at the CIK karting finals only a couple of weekends ago, is now in the mix. We already saw the pace that she was able to find in qualifying, put it onto pole position for race number 1, and now trying to get that race pace now from the qualifying pace she had earlier on. Darling, 42.8, fastest kart on track, and the Gazoo Racing Academy will be happy with that progress. But right now, a little bit of rooting to be made and to be caught up to the tune of almost half a second there, by the looks of it, from Christian Verhaal as he opens up the lead at the front end. So Verhaal leads across the line. Sebastian has dropped down to almost half a second behind him. So Himon, under pressure from Darling, is having to go defensive, slowing him up slightly. Emma Darling will realize that she needs to get past. She can see that Christian Verhaal is getting away and does not want to let him do that. Caleb Udendal is waiting to pounce, so is Spice Ruachile. Maula right on their tail. And then a little bit of a gap down to Keenan Duplessis and Matteo Mason. Mason is quickest on track at the moment with a 42.5, but he's sitting down in the 7th spot. That's not where Matteo wanted to be. So Matteo Mason has got a lot of work to do here. Here's a move from Emma Darling into turn 1, the final corner I should say. No, it didn't quite get it to work for her there. Reason being is that she had to go defensive as Udendal went with her. Caleb Udendal tried to follow her through and he went a little bit of a different line to what she was expecting, so she had to go defensive there. Right behind that, opening up an opportunity is Spice Maula and Keenan Duplessis, who are side by side into turn 2. So with the fight for second, it's allowing Christian Verhaal to open up almost 0.8 of a second lead now over the 2, 3 and 4. And here we go. Emma Darling squeezing past, putting the pressure on, and eventually Sebastian Himon buckling under that pressure. He now falls into the clutches of Caleb Udendal, who will apply just as much pressure. Have a look at this. On the replay, Emma sneaks up the inside. Udendal tries to go with her, just doesn't quite get there, but he gets there now. He moves himself under 3rd place as they go across the line. Looks like Spicy's right on Sebastian Himon's tail now as well. Riachile wants a way past. Can he find it? He's very close there between the 2 of them as they head towards Super Quick. He tucks in behind, but he might have a go in the bottom corner down into turn 4. Good dive and a big slide all up the inside coming out of Matteo Mason. Mason trying to find a way past. And he didn't quite get there. He had a big look but didn't quite sneak through. Mason on the charge though. Mason, as I said, was fastest on the last pass. The last lap though, quickest cart on track was Christian Verheul. He needs to be fast. He looked over his shoulder as they crossed the line and he realized it's no longer the fight for third that's on his tail. It's now 2 and 3 opening up and equidistant apart. And fastest lap now goes to Emma Darling with a 42.3. Darling on a massive, massive flyer here to try and close that gap down on the leader, Christian Verheul. Verheul will realize as he looks behind him and sees the Toyota Gazoo Racing colours that there's a possibility that he could be in a bit of trouble by the time the second half of this race finishes up. We're into the second half right now. We're about to complete lap number 7 of 12. And Verheul has only got a 0.8 of a second lead. He needs more than that, especially with Darling setting the fastest laps and once again goes quicker. 42.3 was her fastest. She's just done a 3.27. So she's only 0.02 of a second off her fastest lap. That's consistent back to back. 42.3 is out of the lady in second place. 42.5 is out of Verheul, losing about 0.2 of a second per lap. Caleb Windall hangs on to third place. He's left Sebastian Himon to fight it out there for the 4th spot, with Matteo Mason now in 5. Mason wants by. He can see chances of big points falling by the wayside down in 5th place. He needs to be in the top 3 if he wants to be in the running at the end of the day's racing here today. Doesn't quite have a look there, but look at that steam train going through turn 2. We've literally got Mason, Ruachile, Chepang, Durrell, Caleb and Keenan Duplessis all locked at each other's throats as they go under super quick bridge for the 8th lap of asking, into the 9th lap in fact of this race. The gap has come down dramatically. The CRG man is in big trouble. Emma Darling is looking to take this victory. She set the fastest lap. She wants the victory. She wants a perfect weekend. So far, pole position was hers. Can she get race 1? Massive pressure now onto that CRG of Christian Verheul, but he hangs on. He goes defensive. Darling goes on the inside for turn 2. Is she good enough on the brakes? No, not quite. Just cuts the nose off there, does Verheul on Emma Darling's cart going into turn 2. Now down towards the bottom end of the circuit, they start to climb back up the hill through the twisties. Are they coming up on some back markers? I think they might be. There may be a couple of back markers coming into play here in the closing stages. Big fight on for the lead. Emma had a look. This time she's going to have a look into turn 1. Is she going to hit this time? No, not quite. Verheul is able to rail that corner brilliantly. Double left-hander, perfect line, and hangs on to the lead. Actually pulls a little bit of a margin. A slightly different line that Emma Darling took there going into the final corner. Compromised her drive slightly. And it dropped her down to a 42.8. So she was 0.2 off with that attempt to get past the man out front, Christian Verheul. Has another look down into turn 4. There are a couple of overtaking opportunities, but you've got to literally have your cart in the right place at the right time to make it stick. And it doesn't look like she's got it in the right place at the right time right now. We're about to start the penultimate, we're about to finish the penultimate lap and start the final one. And Darling is not close enough to Christian Verheul for my liking. Can she close the gap down now with a lap to go? Under braking into turn 1, she does just that. Carries good corner speed. There is a back marker that's going to come into play here, big time. Back of the pack, they're about to catch, I think, onto the back end there, possibly of Matteo or Lipello. Matteo or Lipello about to be caught now by the top 2. He might just hang on. Maybe not catch that back marker. Might not come into play. Emma's hoping it does. It will certainly help her in her attempt to get past Christian Verheul for the win. Verheul comes through the S-bend. He's got enough, I think, in hand. Yes, he has. He's got enough now to hang on. It's going to be Christian Verheul to take the victory. Emma Darling is going to come through for second place. What a run to the line, though. Absolutely nothing in it. 0.09 of a second between the two of them as they cross the line. Caleb Windall comes through for the 3 spot ahead of Matteo Mason. What a run there from Matteo. Getting himself back into contention for a 4th place and beats out Durrell Goodman. Wow, Durrell Goodman coming through there in the closing stages to get ahead of Sebastian Himon. And what has happened to Spice? Ruakile dropped down into 9th place there. So he got outgunned in the closing stages there, not only by Himon, but by Munsange Makosa as well. A good drive there from Munsange Makosa, coming through for 7th. And in 10th place, it was Caleb Moss. So that wraps up our first heat of Junior Max. What a start to the day's proceedings there for them. Expect more of the same and probably some more heated action later on as we get into heat 2. Fastest lap of the race though going to Emma Darling. So Emma will be on pole position for race number 2. That's an important factor and definitely something she'll be looking forward to using to her advantage. She wasn't quite able to do it in this first one. Maybe it'll come right in the second. We are not holding back in terms of race action coming your way here, thick and fast. It's the 2 warm-up laps now for pre-final 1 of Minimax. Brody Darling, Maddox Mason, Rafael de Souza, Declan Jurgens, Ronaldo Kuhn, Rafael de Silva, Kariv Chetty, Maxi Bossoff, Rhett Leng, Tekiso, Michael Ade, and Christian Naidu, all going to be fighting hard here. Now if we look at the way things went at the previous round of this championship, not the Africa Open but the championship round in V-Town, 2 wins going to Brody Darling, a 2nd place going to him. Then we had a win from Maxi Bossoff, a 3rd place and a 2nd to Maxi Bossoff as well. And then the Declan Jurgens was of course the other competitor at the top end of the field with 2 thirds and a 2nd. 4th place is coming out of the Souza and a couple of 4ths coming out of the Silver. So the Rafaels are definitely going to be in the hunt here at the front end for Minimax. They now come under starters orders. You can see them lining up. Absolutely perfect formation there from them. They'll be happy with this as they come round to take up their positions into the tram lines. It will be Brody Darling looking to go one better than his sister's just gone in the previous heat. As they come across the line, are we all good? It looks like we might be good for a go. Yes, we are. Clean start down into turn 1 and Darling whole shots. He runs wide. A couple of guys running wide as well. I think that was Declan Jurgens who ran a little bit wide onto the rumble strip there, coming out of turn 1. He holds onto that outside line. It becomes the inside line for turn 2, and he might have snuck back ahead there of Rafael de Souza for the 3 spot coming out of the super quick bridge. We'll look to see if there's going to be any fights at the front end. It's already started, as you can see there. Top 2 getting into each other's grips from the word go. A little bit of gap down to 3rd place. 4, 5 and 6 are kind of equidistant apart. 6 and 7 getting a little bit up close and personal there with Rafael de Silva and Kariv Chetty as they come to complete lap number 1 of 12. Fantastic start there from Darling, as I said, and also setting the pace ahead of de Souza. It's Maddox Mason in 3rd. Ronaldo Kuhn is the man up into the 4 spot, trying to close down as Maddox has a look over his shoulder into turn 2. Declan Jurgens, as I said, ran wide out of turn number 1 on the first outing, so it looks like that cost him a bit of time. It dropped him down to 5th place, just ahead of Max Bossoff and Kiriv Chetty. Rhett Leng, of course, they're up there as well, just ahead of Rafael de Silva. He got ahead of de Silva. De Silva dropping down 1 place into the clutches of Cade Konofsky. And that's how it stands as the first lap is completed. They're about to complete lap number 2 here of a 12-lap race action, and all coming out of Minimax. This time out, we are not only all South Africans out there, we have a huge contingency coming from our neighbors as well. There are 7 Namibians, and we've also got a whole bunch, I think 4 or 5 Mozambicans in this pack as well, all fighting for their chances of making their own team world finals. Of course, they secure a world final here for the Africa Open, and that one, of course, is paid here by the South African Rotax Championship competitors and organisers to give our African Open champion a chance to go and represent at the world finals in Bahrain. And that's exactly what they've been doing. Now, remember, we've had 1 round at V-Town, we've had 1 round in Idubi of this championship, and it's now, of course, the Africa Open here at Zwartkops, and the fight for the front end seems to be for third place at the moment. Big dive on the inside there from Ronaldo Kuhn. Kuhn and Maddox Mason going at it. Sharing the honours between the two of them as they head down towards turn 4. Top 2 at this point in time, no changes. Brody Darling and Rafael de Souza hanging on for the front end for now. Great battle there. And you can see the rest of the carts kind of equidistant behind that third place battle between Mason and Kuhn. Mason in the 4th spot. Have a look at this, a little dive on the inside. That's the reason why he went to 4th. Great last-ditch effort there going into turn 3 from Ronaldo Kuhn. Moving himself up into the 3 spot. Here comes Mason back at him though. And I think he's got back ahead. Yes, he has. So Kuhn and Mason fighting for 3rd place. And with that, they've concertinaed up. Declan Jurgens, Max Boshoff, Chetty and De Silva about to join that fight. It's for 3rd on the road. The top 2 are getting away. Not really an answer there because they're fighting so hard for 3rd place. They're actually probably slowing each other down ever so slightly in their attempt to go defensive on each other. Kuhn up into 3rd for about 1 corner as Maddox comes back at him. There you can see the replay. Turn 1 he gets through, but the cutback comes from Mason. And down towards turn 4. No, he's made a stick. Kuhn has got through and made a stick. So Mason down into the 4th spot. Into the clutches there of Jurgens. Declan Jurgens has got some problems of his own with Max Boshoff right on his bumper. Looking for a way past. Pretty close action here between all of these carters. And the fight is for 3rd place on the road. 1 and 2 have got away. And Darling has set the fastest lap right from the word go and maintains the lead to about half a second over Rafael de Souza. It's gone up to 0.6 of a second now to de Souza for 2nd. Back down towards turn 2 we go, and once again a little bit of a gap has opened up there for 4 and 5. So Ronaldo Kuhn and Maddox Mason have opened up a little bit of a margin now over Declan Jurgens and Max Boshoff. Top 2 going through the twisties up to the top of the hill. There you go. Darling doing such an incredible job out front end and doing exactly what she needs to do to maintain a chance of securing the maximum points for this first heat. And already looks like she might have the pole position secured for race 2. Couple of dives in the background there. I think that might have been Kate Konofsky. Kate Konofsky just driving and diving through on the inside into turn 1. Changing up positions. Oh, there's a bit of rubbing coming out of turn 2 as well. Chetty, Konofsky and Naidu all in the mix there. It's great to see the fights all the way through the pack, despite the fact that they know that they're not really going to be in contention for the win here and for the maximum points to be scored in this first heat of Minimax. But to complete the 2nd, 3rd of this race, 8 of 12 done. And what a run here from Emma Darling. She maintains a big margin over this field. It's now 0.6 of a second. Doesn't sound like a lot in karting, but in karting that is a huge, huge margin. And that's the reason why she's able to just control things from the front over Rafael de Souza. And Ronaldo Kuhn doing a similar job there to keep out Maddox Mason. He's pulled enough breathing room there for the 3rd place basically to be secured. 4th place is where the battle is now. Mason's got Boshoff and Jurgens on his tail. Max Boshoff has made up 1 place and got ahead of Declan Jurgens. So a little change up between those two. And now a little bit more intention being shown there from Max Boshoff to get ahead of Mason. Maddox is going to have to watch his rear view mirrors intensely over the next couple of laps because it looks like Max Boshoff wants to get through. Carries good corner speed through turn 1. Rails down the little short straight towards turn 2, bringing Jurgens along for the ride. Declan Jurgens, if he sees a dive there, which I thought we might see there, he would probably have a go as well. But it wasn't close enough there for Max Boshoff to have a go at Mason. Maddox Mason Looks over his shoulder. He knows he's got trouble. Right on his tail. 5.33 and 5.63. Looking for a way through. Oh, there we go. Little dive on the inside, and Bosov is through. Into the final corner. Sets it up perfectly. Here comes the return of the favour, though. Mason comes straight back at him down towards, and Declan Jurgens goes with him. Declan Jurgens now looking for a chance to squeeze past. Does he get through? He does. Bosov goes from first to third in that little battle, and that is from fourth to sixth in the same place on track. Unbelievable race action here from these karters down in 4, 5 and 6th place. So as they come out of the twisties and up to the top of the hill again, can Maddox Mason keep these other two at bay? And if they're not careful, De Silva and Konofsky are going to join them. We've got the penultimate lap completed. We're on to the final lap now. And Brody Darling is doing everything right out front. De Souza in second. Ronaldo Kuhn is third. I don't think you're going to see a change in those first three positions, but there definitely might be some changes here for fourth. Here comes 1, 2 and 3 down towards turn number 4. They start the climb up the hill through the twisties. Maddox Mason losing out there slightly to Declan Jurgens, but he returns the favour and gets back ahead of him as they start the climb back up this hill towards the top end of the circuit. Mason, little look over the shoulder. Has he got enough room? It looks like he has. Certainly enough room here for Brody. Brody going to get the first victory of the day and takes the win easily over De Souza. A good run as well there from Kuhn. Kuhn will come through for the third place, and Mason hangs on. So Maddox hangs on for the 4th spot, beating Declan Jurgens to the line. Brody also setting the fastest lap of the race, which will secure him pole position for race 2 later on here at Zwartkops International Kart Circuit. If you've just joined us here on our live stream, a big welcome on behalf of the Rotax team here in South Africa, the Rand Kart Club, of course, as well as our film crew, DT Film Services, bringing you all of the race action here from the Africa Open. And of course, this is the one that is going to be fought so hard for today. By the time we finish up the third and final heat, we will have Africa Open champions crowned and the first seat secured for the World Finals in Bahrain coming up in November. It's the first time we get to see the geared karts on track today, and DD2s are in the house, with Jason Gutsia being a big dominant factor this season in the South African Championships for Rotax Max South Africa. He took 3 wins out of 3 starts at the opening round in V-Town, and a good outing down in Idubi in June as well, but now comes to the Africa Open looking to try and secure that seat for the World Finals in Bahrain. If you are just joining us here on our live stream feed courtesy of DT Film Services, a big welcome to all of you from all around the world. It's Greg Maloney, the voice of choice here, bringing you the race action from the Zwartkops International Kart Circuit. We're just outside of Pretoria in Gauteng, South Africa. And a big field of DD2s about to go to battle. It's Kutsia and Jamie Smith who are on the front row. Sebastian Boyd and Casey Ensel-Smith will be there on the second row ahead of Olorata Sekudu and Matthew Wadley. Cristiano Magado and April Anwell ahead of Kian Fusel, all the way from Namibia. Kobus Reinecker and of course Shrin Naidu are also in the mix for the front end of DD2. We'll be watching out for our Namibian and Mozambican competitors out there as well. Great to have them here, and fantastic to see a full range of African countries supporting this event here at Zwartkops and getting a chance to fight for that very important final race victory today. This will be setting things up for that final race victory. Let's see what DD2 has in store for us here as the lights are about to go out for heat number 1. Pre-final 1 down towards turn 1, and it's a fantastic start from Kutsia. He gets the whole shot, sneaking through on the inside there. Looks a big move right from the word go coming out of Casey Ensel-Smith. Watching for Magado to come through the pack as well. He's already forced his way up into about 5th place by the looks of things as they go underneath the super quick bridge for the first time. So Jason Kutsia has got the drop and tries to lead out over Jamie Smith and Sebastian Boyd. The Burrell ART machines having a good run there. Magado, I think, is into the mix as well, if I'm not mistaken. And watch out as well for Olorata Sekudu. Sekudu trying to run at the front end from the word go if he can. Not always an easy thing to do, particularly when you've got such a competitive field of karters and multiple champions, as well as a 3-time, in fact I think it might be a 4-time world champion in the form of Cristiano Magado. Kutsia leads out on the fastest lap so far. Boyd is 2nd, Ensel-Smith is 3rd, Smith is 4. So you got Ensel-Smith and Casey at the front end, and then of course it's Jamie Smith behind him. Magado was in the fast spot as they crossed the line, so I did say he'd made his way up pretty decently from the start. Let's see if we can get any higher up than that. Watching for the pace though from Sebastian Boyd there in 2nd, trying to close down on the gap and find a way through there on Jason Kutsia. Come up over the top and complete the 2nd lap in anger here of 12 for DD2s. Fastest man out there is 2nd place Casey Ensel-Smith, closing down the gap now ahead of Sebastian Boyd as they came across the line. Underneath that super quick bridge and down towards turn 4 they go. That's a right hand off camber up the hill, and they flick it into the twisties. It's left, right, up to the top end of the circuit again, through the little S-bend. And what has Casey Ensel-Smith got here in store for us? Can he find a way through on Jason Kutsia, who continues to set the pace? He's not the fastest car out there right now. The man in 2nd place was slightly quicker than him on that last lap, and he maintains the fastest lap back to back. 41.582 fastest from Casey Ensel-Smith, but this time a 41.6 from Jason Kutsia in response to the pace coming from the man in 2nd place. Field starting to concertina up right behind that lead kart. Sebastian Boyd trying to bring his fellow Burrell ART man along with him in the form of Jamie Smith. Magado sits comfortably there in the fast spot ahead of Anwell April, Olorata Sekudu, and Dusan Rajavec just ahead now of Kobus Reinecker, top non-South African competitor at the moment, the Namibian, down at the moment in 10th place. Fight is raging. Oh, what a good dive up the inside there. Jamie Smith finding a way through and slots himself up. Have a look at this. Here's the replay down into turn 1 for the overtake for the lead. And with that, Kutsia didn't take long before he made his way back into the front end and retook that position away from Casey Ensel-Smith. Two of these drivers, of course, have fought long and hard on numerous occasions in the South African single-seater championships over the last couple of seasons. Jason Kutsia moving across, of course, now into a full drive with the Toyota Gazoo Racing GR Cup in the 86s. And Casey Ensel-Smith, of course, leading the charge for a possibility of a victory in the brand new MSA 4 class, the new single-seater championship that was launched only a couple of weekends ago here at Zwartkops for its inaugural couple of races, 3 races in fact. We saw some big fights in that one, and of course these karters have all come through the ranks and moved on to the various forms of other motorsport here in South Africa. Some of them, as I said, in single-seaters, others going the saloon car racing route. But the top two have both been fighting for the last 3 seasons in what was the original format of South African single-seater championship in Formula 1600s. And they'll know each other's whereabouts and chinks in the armor very well. And they'll be looking to try and capitalize on those if possible. Right now, there's no answer coming from Casey Ensel-Smith onto the tailpiece there of the lead kart of Jason Coetzee. Although he has set the fastest lap, he has only found a way past Jason Coetzee once, and it didn't last long. Only a couple of corners and Jason was back up at the front end. And he looks to try and maintain the possibilities here of this first race victory and scoring those vital points. Points are scored, once again, if you just joined us, in heats 1 and 2, the pre-final 1 and pre-final 2. They score points. That will secure the grid for the final. And then, of course, it's all points out the bag. Anybody who finishes at the top end of the field on the number 1 spot of the podium wins the Africa Open. Points don't count by the time we get to the third and final heat here today. But right now they do, and they are vital. And you can see just how hard Jamie Smith and Sebastian Boyd are fighting to try and get that third place set of points. They've got 4 karts right behind them. Magaro is one of them. Olarata Sekudu is about to join that party. And Annual April is not too far behind. It's a great fight for third place. 4 karts involved in it. 1 and 2, Jason Coetzee controlling things from the front end. Are they coming up on a back marker? I think they might be. I'm not quite sure if it's a back mark or just a slower kart, but there was definitely a chance of a slower kart being caught. And speaking of caught and passed, there's a big move. Boydie up the inside. Jamie Smith drops down 1 place. So Sebastian Boyd moves himself up into third. And ahead now of Jamie Smith. Cristiano Magaro with a bit of pressure coming from Olarata Sekudu on his tail. He'll soak that pressure up with no worries at all. Look for a way through, in fact, as he comes up into that final double left. And with that, Olarata is hounding the back end of the former multiple world karting champion, Cristiano Magaro. No respect being given there from Olarato's point of view. And they shouldn't be, actually, because it's every man for himself today. Doesn't matter how many karting titles you won in the past. Today's title is the one you want if you want to go to Bahrain in November. So they're into the third and final part of this race. 2/3 done into the final part, and another lap completed. 10 done, 2 to go. Boyd's open up a bit of breathing room now between himself and Jamie Smith. Jamie Smith having to fend off Magaro, and Olarata Sekudu has slowed him up slightly. So he's lost the gap there to Sebastian Boyd for third. First 3 karts kind of equidistant apart there as they come down towards 4. And then just behind that, also picking up on Dusan Rajovic and Matt Wadley, fighting for the final positions in the single digits here in heat number 1, pre-final 1 of DD2s. Coetzee doing it all right now. And with a lap to go, he's got enough in hand to keep Casey Ensel-Smith at bay. 0.7 of a second is acres of room there between himself and the second place kart of Casey. Ensel-Smith there, Africa heating man, in second ahead of Sebastian Boyd for Pearl ART. Phenomenal run there from Seb as he comes through, but I'm sure he'll look to try and get a little bit higher up if he can. It'll be interesting to see as they come through there. We've got a 41.577 as the fastest, a 41.582 as the second fastest. So basically Jason and Casey will be the front row of heat 2 if they stay the way they are right now and the lap times stay the way they are. Flag is out, and it is Jason Coetzee who gets the win. Casey comes through for second place, beating out Sebastian Boyd for third. It's Jamie Smith hanging on just ahead of a hard charge out of Cristiano Magaro. And a good run there from Olarata as well, down in the 6th spot. So expecting to see more of the same later on in the second pre-final, and then more importantly, that third final of the day. The last race of the day is the big one. That's the one that counts. And a 41.577 sees Jason Coetzee go to pole position for heat 2. We go from DD2 into the DD2 Masters. They'll be on track shortly here at the Africa Open at Zwartkops International Karting Circuit. I do beg your pardon there. It is actually a combined race there of DD2s and DD2 Masters. They have them as a separate race, but it looks like because of the small amount of entries in the DD2 Masters, the fight on between the Masters was also a separate fight on its own. So in terms of those DD2 Masters, a great effort being put in by Christian Boucher and Cristiano Magaro. Magaro, of course, would have won the Masters category with that 5th place finish. And then we'd have to go down all the way to, I think it's 15th place overall for Justin Rogers to beat out Christian Boucher for the Masters category. So DD2 and DD2 Masters are combined here today. I have them as a separate race, but it looks like because of the amount of numbers in the DD2 Masters, they decided to combine the category and put a big field out of 18 or 19 karts in total actually in that first heat. So in a few moments time, we should be standing by for Bambinos heat number 2. Pre-final 2 of the Bambinos will be out on track shortly. So just a quick one for everybody that just joined us. Apologies there for DD2 and DD2 Masters. I did have them on the program as a separate race, but they're running the same weight, so they are actually running together and scoring separately in each of their respective categories. Brett from, of course, our timing is going to try and change that up on our timing that's going live. It'll be different colors for the DD2 Masters as opposed to what we see for the main DD2 field. So there you go, just once again confirmation of that we do have a big field of DD2 and DD2 Masters, and we're now into pre-final 2 of the Bambinos. So from the Masters we go back to the babies, and these guys and girls do not hold back anything here. We've got 3 Mozambicans, a Namibian and South Africans about to go at it for the second time today with pre-final 2, and once again Alonso de Oliveira is going to look to dominate at the front end as he has done almost all season long, not only here at Zwartkops but of course in both rounds of the South African Rotax Max South Africa Championship 2025. He gets the whole shot and leads down towards turn 1. Looks like it's a good start coming out of Rocker van Eden and out of Rafiwa as well. Sean Ade there as well, and looking for Teresa Betancourt to be slightly higher up there. Of course, coming all the way from Mozambique, she wants to try and fly the flag high. We've got to spin her down into turn 2 just before that super quick bridge. Dropping to the back of the pack will be one of those. I think it might have been Tiane Resende who spun out there. I didn't quite get the number, so I could be wrong. Just picking up on the helmet. See if I can get the right cart, but we'll double check that one as they come across the line for the first time. We're into pre-final 2. This one also counts for points. Whatever you scored in the first final, you score in the second final, and you can certainly look for an opportunity to be at the front end like we're seeing here from de Oliveira. He is doing such a good job at the moment to stay out front. It's Ade who is second. So Sean Ade having a fantastic run there from South Africa, but it's the Namibian Rocker van Eden who's up in the 3rd place ahead of Teresa Betancourt. So it's an all-Africa fight at the front end. 2 South Africans, a Namibian and a Mozambican, and if Rafiwa Ndwabe joins them as well, we're going to have a kind of a Southern African war here, that's for sure. Back of the pack, I think, may have also been a problem there for the 48 car of Yuki Ismail, also from Mozambique. Slightly slow cart coming out of the back of the field and heading towards turn 2 as we watch the fight starting to rage here at the front end. A little bit closer at the front end than what we saw in race number 1 or pre-final 1. Not necessarily for the lead of the race, as you can see the leaders disappearing, but certainly heating up here. What a dive from 4th place to 2nd place there. A massive move coming through there from Teresa, and I think Teresa Betancourt has got through. Yes, she has. Betancourt up into 2nd place. From 4th heading into the final corner, sneaking up the inside line as you watch both Sean Ade and Rocker van Eden fighting. They were on the outside trying to keep each other at bay, and she dived up the inside and capitalized on a poor move and poor cart positioning from the other 2 carters. Perfectly done there from the young lady. Moving herself up into 2nd place now and only 4 seconds off the leader. I don't think anybody in 2nd, 3rd and 4th place have got an answer to the incredible pace that's being set out there by our lead cart of Alonso de Oliveira. He really is in a class of his own. Problems on the side as well by the looks of things there. Is that the 72 cart? Yeah. Yeru Malabele also out of this on the side of the track with some problems of his own. So it hasn't quite worked out for Yeru as well. It's a pity there. A couple of carters just with some engine issues. That's definitely something you do not need to happen here at a day like this where points are so vital at this stage of the race. Remember, we've got 2 pre-finals to go. They're coming up amongst the back markers already. Coming through on, what is that, the 18 cart being overtaken now. So Zonkiziwe Holomisa just being passed by the leader and about to catch Maya Mabunda as well. Top carters in the front end of this field have all had some great battles in the past, but as I said, coming into this round after a dominant start to the championship in 2025, it's going to be a hard task to beat Alonso de Oliveira. The man from the south of Joburg has had a fantastic season so far and really has flown the flag high for his team in his dominance of Bambinos in 2025. Betancourt with a much better run here in 2nd place. The young lady doing it all right as we come to what is going to be the start of lap number 4, the end of lap 4. Oh, that's Betancourt. That's Betancourt and the 83 coming together there by the looks of it. That might be a back marker that Betancourt's come together with. Yes, it is. Maya Mabunda and Teresa Betancourt coming together out of turn 1. Teresa's going to drop right out of it. She's dropped down to 5th, probably 6th place by the time she gets back on track. And that is a huge disadvantage coming up on a back marker. Maybe the back marker didn't see it. We didn't quite get the shot of what happened down there, just the repercussions of those actions. But Betancourt has now dropped down to 8th place, 9th place by the looks of things, as a couple more carts go past her down through turn 1. It's heartbreaking stuff there for the young lady. She was up in the 2nd place and looking good. Coming up on a back marker who might not have seen her. The blue flags would have been waving as they are now for the 48 cart to warn Yuki Ismail that the leader's about to come up and pass him. Shouldn't be too much of an issue there for Alonso de Oliveira to go past. He does so easily across the line and starts another lap into the second half of the race now. Lap 5 done, and then into lap number 6. As we watch him go through turn number 1, we see the spinner that he's just passed there in Yuki Ismail, spinning out through turn 1. De Oliveira getting down in under a minute. Under a minute in a Bambino around Zwartkops kart track is flying. That is a fantastic effort there from Alonso de Oliveira. 59.730 is his best lap. He's just done another 59.866 on the last lap. So certainly showing us exactly what he's made of here in this Bambino category, and definitely a force to be reckoned with as he moves his way through the ranks of karting. Definitely keep an eye out on that name. I'm sure we're going to see him at the front end of a couple of battles as he moves up into micro, mini, junior, seniors, and hopefully up into the DD2s. Further back there, that's Rafiwa Ndwambe coming through there. Tyler Stainer fighting with him. It's a 4 and 5 place battle. Leader's already gone to complete another lap and move into the penultimate lap of racing for the leading kart. 2 to go for everybody else as they come through there as well. Brilliant race action so far from these guys and girls. Just heartbreak there for Teresa Betancourt, dropping down into the 8th spot after spinning out, trying to avoid possibly a spinner coming out of one of the back markers she was coming up to overtake. Rocco Vaniden in 2nd, Rafiwa Ndwambe there in 3rd. But no one's got an answer to this man. Alonso de Oliveira doing a superb job coming from the south of Johannesburg. He's now west of Pretoria and showing that this Gauteng-based driver is definitely going to be looking to wrap up the day with the Bambino class African Open title. Taking his time, coming up on some back markers. He doesn't want to have any problems there. He gets past Tiani Malabele with relatively no problems at all. Just took his time to get past, didn't have to rush it. He knows he's got ample time. It's nearly 16 seconds up the road that Alonso de Oliveira's got over the rest of this pack. Lapping in the 59.7s, everybody else in the 101s or 102, so he's almost 4 seconds up the road in terms of lap times over the rest of this field. And that's why he is where he is right now, front of the field in dominant force. And once again, a phenomenal effort here from Alonso de Oliveira. Taking the victory, taking the fastest lap as well, securing himself certainly the front row for the final. It counts the most later on. It'll be a long time before we see Rocco van Heerden coming through. It'll be about 18 seconds later before we see the second place kart from Namibia. He steps up 1 position higher in race number 2 now. From his 3rd place in race 1, he goes up into 2nd place for race 2. And Rocco comes through there to finish up in 2nd, beating out Sean Ade. In fact, no, just sneaking through there was Rafiwe. So Rafiwe beats out Sean Ade. Ade coming through for the 4th place. And I think it's going to be Tyler Stainer who will come through for 5. Yes, it is. Tyler Stainer coming through there for the 5th place in this pre-final 2 of Bambinos. Oh, I've got to tell you something. If you have just joined us on our live stream, you do not want to go anywhere right now. After a big fight in the Bambinos, the most exciting and arguably the most hard-fought class is about to come out on track once again, as Senior Max are about to make their way back onto the international kart circuit here at Zwartkops for their pre-final 2.
So tell me, why do we do it? Why do we push so hard? Why do we test our limits? Why do we reach for perfection? When others leave, we stay. When others pack up, we work harder. When others keep in the dry, our blood turns to ice. When others give in, we dig deeper. Every rev, every corner, every apex, every pass, every risk, every position, every tenth, every hundredth, every thousandth, every goal we set, every challenge we face, every fear we overcome. Because we won't settle for second. Because we live and breathe it. Because we seek the strength deep inside us.
Because we give our best. Because this is Rotax.
As the catchphrase goes, the difference is you at Rotax Max. And Rotax Racing, of course, here in full effect for African Open 2025. Proudly brought to you by Super Quick, one of our big broadcast sponsors here this weekend, and of course the sponsor of the bridge this weekend too. A big welcome to them, and thanks very much for joining us. And of course joining the partners like Ed Murray Racing, Mojo Tires, XPS, Delauto, Top Kart and Coma, all part and parcel of the FIA MSA Rotax Max Africa Open here at Zwartkops International Kart Circuit. I have mentioned it a few minutes ago. I've mentioned it just before the race one started, and if you are anywhere around the world watching kart action here with us from Zwartkops, this is certainly one you do not want to miss. An absolutely phenomenal race one. Saw Ken Swartz just outgun Muhammad Wali, and a big move as well from Troy Snyman to get up to third place, beating Charles Visser to the line. Keon Spies and Jono Wilson all fighting for honours now here in pre-final 2. They will score points in pre-final 1, they will score points in pre-final 2, which will determine the grid for the third and final heat later on this afternoon. But stand by for arguably one of the hottest contested categories here today in Senior Max. Ken Swartz, Charles Visser the front row, Keon Spies and Ethan Bostander slightly higher up after a great outing and a nice lap there to be the fourth fastest kart in race number 1. Jono Wilson and Michael Besaidnote ahead of Troy Snyman and Muhammad Wali, who are a bit further back than what they'd like to be, I'm sure. But watch for Wali as he comes through the middle, already looking to dive on the inside and sneaking through there in the yellow kart in that mid-pack with a green helmet on. Muhammad Wali with a great start, trying to get to the front end right from the word go, but it is Ken Swartz who holds shots. From pole position, Swartz leads out, heading to that super quick bridge for the first time. Oh, somebody getting airborne in the background as well. A couple of karts just touching wheels, those Mojo tires just sending them straight up into the air. Fortunately landing back on all four wheels, and hopefully done no damage to the front end of that kart. The top 3 come through, in fact make that the top 4. They've left slightly behind them there. By the looks of things, Michael Besaidnote, but as they come up towards the final 2 corners and across the line, it is definitely Ken Swartz looking over his shoulder, leading things out for lap number 1. Keon Spies on his tail as they came through to complete the first 2. Visser right in behind them in 3, and right on their tail was Troy Snyman and Jono Wilson. It was Besaidnote, but he's just slightly further back from those first 5. And they've opened up a little bit of a margin because the second pack are fighting dramatically there. Have a look who's in that second pack. Jesse Swartz and Muhammad Wali. Georgia Lennox has joined that party as well. One of our top lady drivers in the mix there as well. Fantastic start here from the Gazoo man out front. Once again, Ken Swartz looking to take 2 wins out of 2 starts if he can. Inside line though from Spies. Keon Spies dives on the inside and gets through. So we're going to change up the leaders. They cross the line this time out. It's Spies who leads. Here comes Visser diving for second. Visser's going to be followed through. Oh, what a move there. Troy Snyman follows him through. Visser and Snyman capitalizing on an open door there from Ken Swartz and diving through to take second and third place. Ken Swartz will be kicking himself for that. He opened up the door, and you don't open up the door for 2 visitors, only 1. Unfortunately, he lost out there big time. Jono Wilson in the best position in the house, watching for something to go wrong between these first 4 carts ahead of him. Out of the twisties now, up onto the top of the hill, through the S-bend they go. Flying through that Rotax racing machine, S-bend, and here's Adav once again for the lead. Change up, it's Visser. Visser now leads across the line. That is exactly where Charles Visser wants to be. Moving himself to the front end of the Senior Max class and leading over Kian Spies and Troy Snyman. Snyman goes defensive, in fact goes on the inside as the door opens up. What? Can you believe that? Kian Spies dropped from 2nd to 5th in 1 corner. Here's the replay of Visser getting through. We're going to need a replay as well, director, of that second move. What a move there. Unbelievable stuff. And there's a big loss there for Kian Spies. He's dropped right out of it, losing 2nd, 3rd and 4th place in 1 corner. Amazing stuff here from our Senior Max competitors as always. Pre-final 2 is right in the thick of it now as we get to the first third completed. 4 out of 12 done. Charles Visser pushing hard to try to open up a little bit of breathing room. Here comes Ken Swartz for 2nd. He dives and forces his way through. With that coming from behind, look out as well for Jono Wilson. Wilson looking for a chance to find a way past as well, and he nearly gets there. That's Ken Swartz forcing his way into 2nd place. It has opened up a slight gap between these first 5 carts now. Battle has been so hardly fought that it's allowed Charles Visser some breathing room. You don't give Charles Visser any breathing room, he's going to make you pay big time. The Cape Town-based driver is an exceptionally good competitor in karts. He's been all around the world. He's raced in single-seaters. He's raced in saloon cars. A former Polo Cup champion. And now looking to get the Africa Open Championship under his wing and secure himself a seat to the World Finals in Bahrain in November. Ken Swartz is the only man who could possibly spoil his day. But keep an eye out as well. In 5th place, coming along in the closing stages here, is Muhammad Wali. Fastest on track now. A 42 dead coming out of Muhammad Wali in 5th. Yellow cart pods on the side of that cart, and of course the green helmet in the background coming across the line. Underneath that Castro Bridge, the head down towards turn 1 is Wali. Closing the gap down rapidly to Kian Spies. Has he got enough laps though? We're at the halfway stage. I'm not sure if there's enough laps in hand there for Muhammad Wali to get to the front. He might be able to get into the top 3, but not possibly to the front end of the race that Charles Visser is hanging on to for now. The battle for 2nd is heating up. It's Ken Swartz and Snyman. How close do you want it? Troy Snyman all over the back end there of Ken Swartz. Swartz is not even worried about him. He's got his head down. He is concentrating every bit of his effort to close the gap down on the leader, Charles Visser. We're into the 2nd half. It's now 5 to go. 7 completed. Wali once again goes quick. 42-1. 42-2 out of Kian Spies, so he's going to close that gap down on Spies over this next lap. 42 4s and 6s coming out of the first 3 carts on that last pass. So Visser controlling things right now. Swartz and Snyman trying to work together. Not always easy to do, but you have to. 2 carts definitely move through the air better than 1. Sometimes discretion the better part of valor. If you can work together with your rival to close the gap down on the leader, it may pay dividend by the time the flag comes out. And that is exactly what Snyman is trying to do, trying to stay there with Ken Swartz as Swartz closes down dramatically there into turn 1 onto the back of Visser. 42-3-2-2, a personal best out of Ken Swartz on that last lap to go that much quicker and close the gap down to within half a second. It's 2 cart lengths. Make that 1 by the time they get into the twisties. Closing the gap down there for Gazoo Racing onto the back end of Visser. Sodi Man is under big pressure now as they come through the S-bend. Up towards the final double left. Holding the race line. Great drive there from Swartz. Can you have a look? Down into turn 1. Oh, Visser goes defensive. Visser goes very defensive. Looks over his shoulder. He's not going to give any room there to Ken Swartz at all. Little look over the shoulder from Swartz as well. He has to go defensive because here comes Snyman. Snyman about to join the party, and with that, hello, incoming. Here comes Spies and Muhammad Wali. Muhammad Wali looked like he was out of it completely. He's up to 4th. He's up to third, make that. Big problems going up into the twisties there. Muhammad Wali onto the back end of Ken Zwartkops. Finds a way through on Snyman and Spies. I didn't think he'd get up to the top three, but he's there. And there's still 2 to go. What a drive here from Muhammad Wali. Make that second place into the final corner. Muhammad Wali is up in the second place. He looks over his shoulder. Ken Zwartkops does the same. Just to make sure that no one is right on their tail into turn 1. Phenomenal race lap there. 42.010 coming out of Muhammad Wali on that last lap to get through and up to second. Looking at the replay up into that final corner. Muhammad Wali just set it up perfectly, snuck through and got ahead of Ken Zwartkops for second. Can he catch Visser? I don't think there's enough time for him to close that. Half a second down. It was 1.1 as they crossed the line, but it's down to about half a second now between Muhammad Wali and the leader, Charles Visser. Visser is going to have his hands full, and it's of Muhammad Wali. Ken Zwartkops is going to have his hands full, and it's of Kian Spies and Troy Snyman as they start the final lap. Phenomenal race, as we expected here for pre-final 2. Looks like Charles Visser might have done enough here just to fend off Muhammad Wali. Wali for second place though has done probably the drive of the day so far to come from about 9th place on the grid. He had some problems early on, but he didn't phase himself, he didn't worry, he just got to the task at hand and made his way up into second place. Visser going to hang on. Wali is going to come through for second place. And what a run to the line there. Ken Zwartkops comes through for third, beating Kian Spies and Troy Snyman. Troy Snyman just ahead there of Kian. So close in the end. And absolutely amazing stuff once again. And have a look at that. Georgia Lennox up into the top 6 overall. What a drive from that young lady as well. Getting ahead of Michael Mercedes, Jesse Swart, Ethan Bostander and Roshan Goodman to wrap up the top 10 in Senior Max pre-final 2. Well, we did say we're going to bring you some amazing card action, and that's exactly what you just got now, ladies and gents, from Senior Max. The timekeepers and officials will now be working frantically to try and work out exactly who's going to start at the front end of the field there. A brilliant effort there from Muhammad Wali. He would have set the fastest lap of the race, but it all depends now, of course, on the points scored for pre-final 1 and pre-final 2 that will determine the third and final heat here today of the Rotax Max Africa Open here at Zwartkops International Karting Circuit. A big welcome to all of you who have joined us from all around the world on our live stream. Thank you so much for your support. Please like and share and pass on all this information that's happening here just to see who's going to be crowned Africa Open champion for 2025, courtesy of our DT Film Services, and of course brought to you by Super Quick here today.
Winning is everything, but it is not the only thing. 384 champions, a rainbow of colour, hope and pride.
It changed my whole life, and there's no other event in the world like it.
I love it. It's part of my life.
Bahrain unfolds before them, a floodlit ocean of sand under an ink-black sky, a roller coaster of tarmac and emotion. Months after month they have toiled in every country, at every track, in all conditions, to grasp hold of their prize, their ticket, their golden opportunity.
Micromax are up now for their second pre-final of the day. And a couple of shout-outs there as well. Thanks so much, guys, for the messages being sent through. I'll try and get to as much of them as I can, but not always easy when you've got such great action happening right in front of you. Expecting more of the same now as we move into the second heat and the pre-final, of course, of Micromax. We've already seen Luan de Vet take a victory here today. He'll be looking to do more of the same, but Adrian Steyn, I'm sure, will be looking to try and reverse that order and get to the front end to keep himself in the hunt for what has been a fantastic day's racing so far here as well in Micromax. Luke du Toit finished up in third place, just ahead there of Omani, and then it was Roddy Harris who was up into the top 5 overall. They line up with Steyn and de Vet on the front row, and then it's du Toit and Harris ahead of Van Staden and Omani as they come to the line, and the lights are out. We go racing for pre-final 2. Inside line from the 611, Adrian Steyn looking to get the whole shot. He gets it and takes it down towards turn 2. A spinner, 638, getting out of shape there. Unfortunately, that was Slater Smith. And it looks like at the back of the pack as well, someone having to take evasive action. Didn't quite get who that was right at the back of that turn 1 incident. Maybe pick it up on it now. Just spinning out to avoid the carter in front. 660 was the second cart there, Jake Steyn. So those are the 2 carts that were involved in the incident at turn 1 as they come through now and up the twisties to the top of the hill. We've got a change up at the front. Is it Luan de Vet who's hit the front again? It might be Luke du Toit. He's there in third place at the moment. You can see the white helmet there of Luke du Toit. But a big fight on between the top 2 as we saw in race number 1. Crossing the line, inside line once again, coming from Adrian Steyn, trying to retake that position, and runs a bit wide, which will be giving de Vet the opportunity to get a slightly better line and drive out of turn 1. He goes to second place. So Adrian Steyn and Luan de Vet fighting for honours there as they came across the line. In fact, Luan de Vet setting the fastest lap so far. It's not a bad outing there from the rolling start of 48.1. Expect to see them get quicker and quicker as we get into the heat of the battle, and du Toit has joined the heat of that battle big time and bringing Michael Omani along for the ride. Omani not too far behind. Look at the fantastic run there from him, running those Irish colours. Fantastic to see that youngster. He had such a great outing at the first round of this championship in V-Town. Not a bad one down in Derby either, but you can see not quite on the pace here of these first 3. Yet again, it's a 611 diving into turn 1 for a potential overtake, and this time he seals it into turn 1 for the lead. So it's Adrian Steyn now who leads out over de Vet. Du Toit into 3. As they head out of the super quick bridge down towards turn 4. Watching in the background as well, Riley van Staden fighting there with Roddy Harris. Christopher Kudeka also involved in that one. Callum du Toit down in 8th. Aston Verhaal is 9th, and Slater Smith recovering up into the top 10 now. Still a fight on for the first 3. Bit of a gap down to 4th place. Omani hasn't quite bridged that 0.9 of a second gap to the back of the top 3 just yet. As we watch, he's going 47.1s on F5. He gets down to 46s. No, this time 47.2, so he's not quite keeping the same kind of pace. A little bit more consistency needed there from Michael Omani as he sits in the 4th spot. Out of turn 2, down they go through super quick. Underneath the bridge and towards turn 4. Right-hander, it's a double right basically there, almost 180-degree turn. It's slightly off camber. You feel like you're actually falling out of the cart as you go through there, and then you head up the hill through the twisties to come right to the top end of the circuit and the top of the kart track now through the S-bend. Big pressure from second place there. You can see de Vet wants this. He is not going to give this up without a fight. 2 wins out of 2 starts will secure him the possibility of that front row start for the all-important 3rd and final heat. Remember, with pre-final 1 and pre-final 2, they're scoring points, and the points tallied between pre-final 1 and pre-final 2 will determine race 3's grid and where they start. And whoever wins race 3, the all-important final of the day, will secure the African Open Championship title and that seat to the World Finals in Bahrain. Right now, it's 2 carts fighting hard. Fastest of them was Luan de Vet on a 46.333. 46.484 from the lead cart. So there's nothing in it between those first 2 carts on track. And they're getting away slightly, even though they're fighting so hard. They're not allowing Luke du Toit to close that gap down. They are coming up on a back marker though. Jake Steyn could be in a bit of trouble here. Is he going to be a little bit of a mobile chicane that they have to negotiate at some point, and not too far up the road from him is Russell Josephat. So it looks like the Namibian also about to be caught now by our top two South African contenders at the front end of pre-final 2 of Micromax. It's a super run here from these two. They really are going well. Very evenly matched driving styles, very evenly matched karts, and nothing in between the skills of those two drivers. Omani under a bit more pressure, as you can see. Riley van Staden has closed the gap now onto Michael Omani. Could potentially change things up here as they go into the final corner. He's there. Riley van Staden dives through. Michael Omani drops back down into the 4th spot and loses out, in fact, down to 5th place, I should say, as he loses out there to Riley van Staden. 1 and 2 into turn 2. Here comes 4, 5 and 6. And at this point in time, it's Riley van Staden, Omani, and then Roddy Harris. Crossing the line, there's the replay. Have a look at that. Little change up yet again into turn 1. And once again, just behind that, a change up as well. So, Adrian Steyn hitting the front end ahead of Luan de Vet. Can he keep it all together now for the next couple of laps? We're into the second half of the race. We're about to complete lap number 7 of 12. 5 more to go. De Vet has now turned his attentions to the front of the field and turned his intentions and the wick up slightly on the power delivery of that kart as he tries to open up a little bit of breathing room between himself and Adrian Steyn. Steyn dropping down to 2nd, not where he wanted to be. He would have loved to have made it 1 for 1, and then the final would be best man wins. Doesn't look like Luan de Vet wanted that though. De Vet giving himself about a kart length lead over the 2nd place kart there of Adrian Steyn. Luke de Toy, 3rd place, but no answer to the pace of these two, unfortunately. Kind of expected Luke to be with these two. If he could have stayed with them, he probably would have been. Just lost the toe there ever so slightly in the mid part of race number 2. Same thing can be said there from Riley van Staden. And Omani battling at the moment. He's dropping by the wayside, losing out to Roddy Harris as well as they came across the line. Looks like he might have lost out as well as they come into turn 2. No, he's managed just to hang on. Just kept him out. 46.6, 46.5, 46.9. Those are the first 3 karts on track. And best lap, of course, at this stage could potentially be the one from Luan de Vet that got him to the front end of this field. He's now going to try and hang on, but he's not going to have it easy. They come across the line. There's a move on the inside from Steyn. Is he good enough on the brakes? He's got the inside line. He is very good on the brakes and goes back to the lead. Adrian Steyn hits the front with 3 to go. Oh, de Vet comes straight back at him though. This is just a ding-dong battle between these two. He hangs on. De Vet dives on the inside of turn 2 and seals the deal. Takes the lead back again. So de Vet and Steyn having an absolute belter of a fight here in the front end of this field. Each class has been equally good as each other. There's been a couple of more hotly contested battles, but this one is certainly one of the hottest between these two youngsters as they go down towards turn 1 again. This time, Adrian Steyn hangs on. Maybe looking to try and squeeze through somewhere else. Catch his fellow competitor out. Oh, there you go. He had a big look down into turn 2. De Vet had to go defensive. De Vet was late to the brakes, even locked up slightly into turn 2. That's a chink in the armor that Adrian Steyn could capitalize on. He is working frantically to find a way past. Watch the slightly different line coming out of Adrian Steyn, trying to carry the corner speed through the twisties up the hill. He'll carry good speed now through the S-bend, setting things up there possibly for an overtake into the final corner. He's on the inside. He's got him. Up the inside line goes Adrian Steyn, perfectly set up, coming out of the twisties. And now straight back at him comes de Vet. Late on the brakes into turn 1. Brilliant stuff there from Luan de Vet. De Vet and Steyn on the final lap. This is going to be exceptionally close between these two. Luke de Toy waiting to pick up the pieces if something goes wrong between either of these two. Have a look at that replay down into turn number 1. Perfectly timed. But now he's got to keep it all together. cannot afford to give any room to the 611. He knows that Steyn will have a go into the final corner, which means he's got to go defensive. He's going to have to change up his lines here, not give Adrian Steyn a run to the line. He goes defensive. Leon de Wet has got the inside line there covered. Yes, he has. Only just. What a run there from Leon de Wet. Coming through for the win, beating Adrian Steyn again for the second time. It's Luke de Toy for third place yet again. And eventually across the line, Riley van Staden hangs on to beat Dado Mani. That is just top quality race action there from our Micromax competitors. These young drivers still learning their craft, but certainly whoever they are training under, they are learning from some of the best in the country, and it's definitely paying off. A big fight expected. We've got 2 wins out of Leon de Wet, 2 second places out of Adrian Steyn, and 2 third places out of Luke de Toy, heading into the all-important final later this afternoon.
Winning is everything, but it is not the only thing. 384 champions, a rainbow of colour, hope and pride.
It changed my whole life, and there's no other event in the world like it.
I love it. It's part of my life.
Bahrain unfolds before them, a floodlit ocean of sand under an ink-black sky, a roller coaster of tarmac and emotion. Months after month they have toiled in every country, at every track, in all conditions, to grasp hold of their prize, their ticket, their golden opportunity.
One of the hardest fought first heats of the day came out of Junior Max as we head into pre-final 2 for Junior Max now. Emma Dowling back onto the front row as she was in heat number 1. Wasn't quite able to capitalize from that pole position to see the race victory, but certainly finished in second place with the fastest lap, which has put her back onto pole for heat 2, ahead of Caleb Odendahl. Matteo Mason is there in third, ahead of Christian Verheul, race 1 winner. And then it's Chipang Shinshanwana and Osange Makuza. Spicy up behind them alongside Caleb Moss, Darrell Goodman and Keenan Duplessis making up that front couple of rows. Sebastian Human was in the fight at the front end right from the word go. Dropped back a little bit and unfortunately couldn't quite get in the lap he wanted. And Sebastian will start quite a long way down in about 11th place on the grid, just ahead there of Lulama Ngobeni. Twelve more laps of race action coming away now from our Junior Max competitors. As we saw in Senior Max, exceptionally close racing, highly competitive, and definitely an opportunity for a couple of drivers to take up their positions late there. A couple of carts coming through late to take up their places in the grid, but eventually slotting through. Let's see what happens now as they come into the tram lines. Are we under starters' orders? Have we got a clean start? We do indeed. Here we go, down towards turn 1 already. Some chopping and changing. Darling goes on the defensive. Big dive around the outside, and what a move there from Caleb Odendahl. Carrying the quarter speed around the outside and whole-shotting into turn 1. Darling in second place. Looks like it's Verheul who's made a way up into possibly third, and then behind that, Matteo Mason. So Mason and Verheul fighting. A big dive as well from Chipang Shinshanwana, trying to be involved in that front-end battle right from the word go. Does not want to lose the toe this time. You cannot afford to be out of those first 5 carts, as we're already seeing the first 5 pulling away from 6th to 10th place. two packs of carts fighting for honours as we go into the first lap. And into the first lap, already a dive on the inside, looking for a way through on Emma Darling was Christian Verheul. Verheul under attack though. It's Matteo Mason who dives through and moves himself up into third place ahead of Christian Verheul. Mason trying to make up some ground now. He finished up in fourth place. He'd love to be a little bit higher up on the grid by the time that finishes up, and of course get those vital championship points that are required for the seats in the carts and the grid positions for the third and final heat. They come out of the twisties up to the top end of the field. Through the S-bend they go. Great corner speed being carried there by Christian Verheul. Might dive on the inside and does so into third place to return the favour. So Verheul will cross the line in the 3 spot. We'll wait and see as they come through again. It is Matteo Mason ahead of Chipang Sinchinwana. And Chipang is definitely looking dangerous as well. Much better writing for him. Second pack is led out by Caleb Moss. Spice Riachile and Malula is there in 7th ahead of Darrell Goodman, Keenan Duplessis and Sebastian Himai. That's how it stands for that second pack of 5. But Caleb Undal and Emma Darling now starting to open up a little bit of ground over the fight for third as Verheul hangs on to try and keep out Mason and Sinchinwana. The lap completed. First quarter of the race done. 3 of 12 completed. Caleb Undal hanging on. No big lap times being put in just yet. 42s right through the first 50 or first 11 carts on track. Everybody in those 42-minute bracket lap times. No aces up the sleeve being shown just yet by any of these drivers. The second pack now led out by Caleb Moss trying to close the gap onto the first. In fact, there could be 3 gaps now because the first 2 carts have got a little bit of breathing room over that third place battle that's led by at this stage by Christian Verheul with Matteo Mason and Chipang in there as well. They cross the line. Tight stuff, close racing. Darling hanging on to Undal, forces Undal wide. Oh, Caleb Undal makes a slight mistake and now falls into the clutches of 4, 5 and 6. Oh, Matteo Mason out of shape into turn 2. He runs wide. He's going to fall back behind Caleb Moss. Have a look at this. As he comes down towards turn 2, he gets a little tap and he gets sideways. Hard on the brakes, trying to avoid an overtaking opportunity, but it cost him dearly. He's dropped right to the back into 6th place behind Caleb Moss. So the change up there is now Darling at the front, Caleb Undal in 2nd. 3rd place, it's a fight between Verheul and now Chipang Sinchinwana. Caleb Moss into 6th. Make that 5 as he crosses the line. Caleb Moss is up to 5th. Matteo Mason drops to 6th ahead of Spice Maiula and Darrell Goodman. So a small mistake down into turn 2 there. Might have been a little tap as well. Helped him on his way. Sees Matteo Mason drop down into 6th. Couple of changes in that lap as well. We just saw there on the replay Christian Verheul trying to come back at Chipang Sinchinwana and does so. Back up to 3rd place now. The 2 of them looking to close the gap down on Caleb Undal there for 2nd. Undal trying to look for an answer to the pace now being set by the leader Emma Darling. She leads down into turn 1. Brilliant race action so far from the second pre-final of Junior Max. Down through Super Quick Bridge they go. Underneath the tunnel and in towards turn 4. All 5 carts out front, kind of with a bit of breathing room between each other. Second pack also starting to open up a little bit of gaps between themselves in the closing stages. Not what they need to be doing. Should be working together, trying to close the gap down there on the leading carts. Always easy to do. Making up 0.4, making up a second, making up 1.2 seconds. If you're not working together with another cart, makes it exceptionally difficult. Caleb Moss certainly looks like he's in for a late ditch effort here to get into that at least top 3 maybe. He's in 5th place at the moment. Got to find a way past on Chipang and then still find a way past on Christian Verheul if he wants that 3rd place. Mason is also dropped behind Riachile Maula. So I'm not quite sure. There may be a little bit of damage there on Matteo's cart, dropping him out of the way after that turn 2 incident earlier on in the race. 8 of 12 completed. The second third of the race is now completed. We're into the final third. And now we look to see whether there's going to be an answer from Christian Verheul. He took the first win of the day. Emma Darling just missed out on that win to the tune of a couple of hundredths of a second behind Verheul. But this time she leads. And she's controlling things from the front to keep Caleb Woodendal and Verheul behind her. Caleb Woodendal being there in second place is actually not a bad thing there for Emma Darling. She's actually probably quite happy about the fact that he's sitting there in the second spot, giving her a little bit of breathing room over race one winner Christian Verheul. Verheul on a move. Spice Riachile Maula was definitely the fastest cart on the last pass, but this time it's Caleb Woodendal. Woodendal turns the wick up. 0.3 of a second difference now with 3 laps to go. Unbelievably close race action here once again in our Junior Max pre-final 2. With that, Christian Verheul ups his pace slightly as well and closes the gap down onto the back end of Woodendal. So Woodendal could be in a bit of trouble here into the closing. Oh, he makes a little mistake. He runs wide. That's going to give an opportunity. Yes, there you go. Christian Verheul diving through. Finds a perfect opportunity as Caleb Woodendal made a slight mistake coming into the S-bend. Opened up the door. You can see he just ran wide out of the final corner onto the top of the hill. That little bit of width just gave a little bit of breathing room and an open door opportunity for Christian Verheul to dive through for second. What it has done is slowed that second, third and fourth place battle up slightly, giving Emma Darling a chance to run to the line here unhindered. I don't think anybody's going to have an answer to her right now into these closing stages. Woodendal was quickest even though he was overtaken. Oh, and somebody off the track completely. Verheul off the track. Big mistake there from Christian Verheul, I think. In the background, that is going to be a costly one for him. Can you believe that? In the closing stages, this is Christian Verheul. No, it wasn't. Coming across the line, they're going to start the final lap. It's now Darling in the second place. It was Verheul. He's gone missing. He's dropped right out of it. So Christian Verheul making a big mistake. The race one winner dropping right out of possibly even the top 10. Darling in the second place as Woodendal's at the front. We're watching all that race action unfold on that last lap. There was so much action at every part of the track. Here comes Emma Darling on the inside for the lead. Forces Caleb Woodendal wide and gets through. Woodendal drops down into what is probably like 5th or 6th place there by the looks of it. Darling now under pressure from Chipang Chinchindwana. On her tail, looking for a way through. Caleb Moss is up to 4th. Up to 3rd now, in fact. Moss up to 3rd. Darling hanging on. Can she hang on for the flag? It looks like she's going to take it. She is. Emma Darling coming through for the win. Takes the win. Beating the rest of the pack by half a second down to 5th to Matteo Mason, who recovered unbelievably well there in heat number 2. Chipang through for second place. Caleb Moss into 3rd. Nice run there from Moss. Came through the field rapidly. Spicy coming through for 4th place, just hanging on to beat out Matteo Mason. So Matteo Mason did not give up and came through for a top 5. It was a big loss in the closing stages there for Caleb Woodendal and a huge loss for Christian Verheul. Race 1 winner, dropping himself down into 10th place by the time the flag came out. Just attention down in pit lane, guys. Michael Danks' team. Michael Danks' team, if you can just bring your trolley. little break in proceedings there as we just got one of our young carters off the track after a little race incident in the previous heat. That was the second heat, of course, of Junior Max. Now finished up their second heat, and we're into Mini Max Pre-Final 2, which saw, of course, a victory going to Brody Darling in race 1, beating out Rafael de Souza. And good effort as well coming out of Ronaldo Kuhn for third. Maddox Mason finished up in fourth. And then it was a late charge coming from the back of the pack for a couple of guys that were, of course, in contention there with Declan Jurgens making up the top 5 by the time they crossed the line in pre-final 1. Pre-final 2 now on track, getting a chance to get a little bit of heat into those Mojo tyres. Brody Darling will set the pace ahead of Ronaldo Kuhn, having done the fastest lap in race number 1. That puts him on pole position for race 2. Rafael de Silva, Cade Konoski with a faster lap in the closing stages of race 2 sees him move up into the top 2 rows of the grid. They're in 4th place, just ahead of Max Boshoff and Declan Jurgens. Rafael de Souza, as I said, who was 2nd place in race number 1. Unfortunately now, it looks like we've got a problem at the back there. I think that might have been the 555 cart of Zach Boshoff at the back of the pack, but they are now under starters' orders. Zach Boshoff will be helped off the track by the marshals, and I don't think he's going to get going again, but we are under starters' orders as they go into the tram lines. Lights out, and we're racing down towards turn 1. Whole shot being looked for by the man who dominated at the front end in race 1 in Brody Darling, but he's under attack there from Ronaldo Kuhn. 5.22 and 5.77 fighting for the lead of the race as they go down towards turn 2 for the first time as well. Up there as well was De Silva and Konovski. Konovski with a much better start this time, trying to keep it in the mix there, at least for the front end. Big move coming from Declan Jurgens in the background as well, and a big dive as well from Maddox Mason. Those two guys trying to make up the ground that they lost, having not started from the position they'd like to have been in. Remember, he had to put in those lap times and score the points for the first heats. The points will be added to the points scored here in the second heats to determine what's going to happen for heat 3, the final one that counts for today. A massive thanks once again to, of course, Rotax, Ed Murray Racing, Mojo Tyres, XPS, Delorto, Top Card, Coma, and of course today's broadcast sponsor, Super Quick, joining us as part of DT Film Services live stream coverage here on YouTube. You join us from all around the world. A massive welcome here to South Africa. It's sunny South Africa, but it's pretty cool conditions out there. A little breeze blowing in the background, so track temperatures are not quite up to the normal standards we'd have here at the International Kart Track at Zwartkops. Cold conditions, ambient temperatures are down in the late teens, so we're not really up to what South Africans would normally have at a racetrack, where we're expecting to see the kart track temperatures be a little higher than what they are right now. But with low ambient temperatures means it makes it a little bit more difficult for the young karters battling in pre-finals like this Minimax Pre-Final 2 to get heat into those Mojo tyres. Kuhn leads out. He's opened up a little bit of a margin. We saw a big move on the inside from Brody Darling on Konovski. Konovski and Darling fighting for second. And they continue that fight into lap number 3 now of 12. Going to complete the first quarter of this race as they come across the line on this next pass. De Silva is up to 4th. Max also moving up. Declan Jurgens unfortunately dropping back on that last lap, down into 6th place, into the clutches of Maddox Mason. And the lap is done and dusted. No changes between the top 3, but a change up for 4th as Boshoff swaps out over Rafael de Silva. De Silva ahead of Declan, and then Maddox Mason, Ret Loeng, Tekiso in 8th ahead of Rafael de Souza. Rafael de Souza, incredibly, was 2nd place in race number 1, down in 9th at the moment. That's how quickly things can change. And he stays just ahead there of Christian Naidu and Keon Reddy. It's a big train of karts for second. There are 6 of them involved in that 2nd place battle. Could be another 6 joining them shortly. But we see some maneuvering happening from de Souza. He can maybe just close that gap down. It'll be a steam train of almost 10 karts heading towards turn 1. They don't have an answer to the man out front. Ronaldo Kuhn setting 45s back to back there in terms of lap times. 45.2 was his best lap. That was on lap number 3. He's now done a 45.3, so keeping it very consistent in terms of the lap times being scored. Great to see that kind of race action at the front end, but look at the pack starting to work together now. Looking to try and close him down. Led out by Brodie Darling, race 1 winner. Also getting down into the 45.3s now is Brodie Darling as he attempts to close that gap down between himself and the leader Kuhn. Konofsky in third, looking over his shoulder as he came through the final corner to look and see how far back Max Boshoff is and Declan Jurgens is. Those two are locked at each other's throats again as they were in race 1. Literally a big South African battle at the front end for the top. At least 10 carts, all out of South Africa. We do have 6 Namibians and 4 Mozambicans involved in this fight as well. Battling for honours there for their respective countries. This is the Africa Open. This is the one that secures you that additional seat to the World Finals in Bahrain in November. And what will determine that is the points scored in race 1 and race 2, pre-final 1, pre-final 2, will determine who lines up in what position for the all-important grand final and heat 3 here today. Anybody who comes at the top or lands up on the top step in the third and final heat of today will be crowned Africa Open champion and will secure themselves a seat at the World Finals in Bahrain. Amazing race action all day long. Ronaldo Kuhn now controlling things. He's got almost a second up the road now over Brodie Darling. Darling has not had an answer. Cade Konofsky in third. Boshoff and Jurgens fighting for fourth. Konofsky is trying to close that gap down, but not quite there yet. Blue flags waving for the back marker, warning that the quicker carts are coming along. Coming up on the back end of the field, probably onto, is that Masao Tapedi, I think. Yeah, Masao Tapedi about to be caught and passed by the leading group. Ronaldo Kuhn has controlled this race admirably. Good dive there from Brodie Darling to just get ahead of the back marker before they started to climb up the hill. Does not want to be hindered by a back marker through these twisties as they get to the top end of the circuit. Watching in the background as well, Konofsky got blocked slightly there. Just a little bit of ground, possibly to Max Boshoff and to Declan Jurgens. Across the line they come, blue flag waving again for that back marker, just warning the back marker that there are still a whole bunch of quicker carts coming up to overtake him. We saw earlier on in the day how it affected one of the races. We saw Teresa Betancourt unfortunately caught out by a back marker who spun in front of her. She had to try and take evasive action and spun herself, dropping her from second place down into 10th place at that point of the race. So you've got to be very wary when you come up on some of these back markers. They may not have the same amount of experience as what you do in a kart. Lots of support on the sideline. There's a big crowd here actually here to support the Africa Open here at Zwartkops. We cross the line and we get to the final third of this race. Make it the final quarter now because we're into that final quarter. It is Kuhn and Darling. Darling goes quickest, 45.114. So it's now Brodie Darling starting to up the pace slightly and just turning up the level, heading into the final couple of laps. Can he close that 0.6 of a second gap down on the leader, Ronaldo Kuhn? Two of them getting away from this fight. Boshoff leading it out at this stage. In fact, no, looks like it might be Konofsky who's back up into third place, ahead of Boshoff and Declan Jurgens. Let's wait and see as they come across the line now. The top two have crossed the line. They are now into their penultimate lap. It is Konofsky and Boshoff, but Boshoff is ahead of Konofsky this time. Cade has dropped down into the fourth spot behind Max Boshoff. Boshoff now trying to open up a little bit of margin and breathing room. Declan Jurgens is joining the party, as is De Silva and De Souza. The two Rafaels about to join that party. Christian Naidu not too far behind them. 5.77 and the 5.22 going at it again. Brodie Darling does not want to give this up without a fight. He's got 2 corners and a lap to go. And a couple of back markers that might help him out. 77 versus 22 as they come to the line and down towards turn 1 again. Darling carrying great corner speed through turn 1, trying to just bridge that gap between himself and Ronaldo Kun for the lead of this race, hoping the back marker is going to slow Ronaldo up slightly. Ronaldo might be trying to time this to perfection and put the back marker between himself and second place, Brody Darling. Is this back marker going to be in play here? Coming up rapidly onto the back end of this third and final back marker they need to negotiate before they come to the line. I think there's enough time though. Yeah, just enough time here for the 577 to hang on. Ronaldo Kun's going to get it. He gets the win. Comes over the line ahead of Brody. Brody Darling beats out Max Boshoff for third, who hangs on to beat out Declan Jurgens. Kate Knossi, biggest loser there on the last lap, dropping down to 6th place behind Christian Naidu. Something not quite going according to plan there for him. Declan there, as I said, for 4. And it's Christian Naidu who will come through to secure that 5th place. That wraps up our second pre-final of Mini-Max. Absolutely brilliant stuff once again. It's Brody Darling who does set the pace yet again at the front end and is fastest on track despite only finishing up in 2nd place there. He comes in behind Ronaldo Kun for the win, and it's Max Boshoff, Declan Jurgens and Christian Naidu, the top 5. Konofsky in 6, De Souza and De Silva 7 and 8. Maddox Mason in 9th, and Reto Lang finishing up in 10th place ahead of Keon Reddy for the 11th spot. Up next we go into DD2 and DD2 Masters combined. That'll be an absolute epic battle once again for our geared carts as they make their way onto the track for their pre-final 2. We've got 2 laps of warm-up coming away right now for the DD2 and DD2 Masters combined. Jason Garcia has already gone out and has fought hard for the possibilities of the first victory. He's looking for another one today as he starts from the front row of the grid ahead of Casey Ensel-Smith. It'll be Sebastian Boyd and Jamie Smith, Olarata Sekudu. The Masters will be led out by Cristiano Magado. And thanks to Brett for sorting out the timing there slightly for us. So if you are watching on the live timing, the red numbers, red background with white numbers, of course, are our Masters, and they'll be fighting for honours in the Masters category, although they are combined into the full DD2 pack of drivers as well. So it'll be Mogado alongside Dusan Rajovic, and then Annual April, Matthew Wadley, Kobus Reinecker, first of the non-South Africans, ahead of his fellow Namibian, and that will be Nikita Tieme, who will be looking to push through. Couple of carts making their way to the front end. More importantly is the man who was on pole. Not quite sure what Jason was having. Maybe he had an early lunch. We're having lunch after this, Jay. But he had to come from the back of the pack and take up his pole position right as they came through the S-bend. So, yeah, just caught up there ever so slightly. Not worried at all. They would have made some space for him to get there as they get into the tram lines, and we're going to go racing as soon as those lights go out. Here we go. It's pre-final 2 And Jason Garcia takes the whole shot. Sebastian Boyd follows him through. Boydie on the inside might just get the drop on Jason as they head towards turn 2. No, he tucks in behind him. Sebastian Boyd up into second place, under pressure already as they come through there. I think possibly from Jamie Smith and also from Casey Ensel Smith. The two Smith carts there side by side as they went down. And what a start from Magado. Magado has moved himself up into third place overall, squeezing both those Burrell ART machines out. So Boydie unfortunately dropping from second down into fourth place behind a big charge from Olerato Sekulu and from Cristiano Magado. They come to complete the first lap of 12 as they cross the line there. It's Jason Garcia with a 42.8 from a rolling start. KC's only second place, Magado the third. Boyd is 4 ahead of Jamie Smith and Matt Wadley. Olerato and Rajabek behind that. So that is the way we start things for DD2's pre-final number 2. Somebody right at the back of the pack has got some problems there. Looks like it might be Nikita Tieme. Yeah, Nikita Tieme there from Namibia dropped right to the back of the pack. Unfortunately, that is not the way the Namibian wanted to start this pre-final number 2. Bit of choppy and changing in the mid-pack as well as we watch the leaders coming out of the final turn. Watching for the pace there of Casey Ensel Smith, trying to close the gap down now on Jason Garcia. Those two, as I mentioned earlier in the day, have fought each other in numerous championships before, not only in karting, but also in the South African single-seater championship for a couple of seasons, before it changed up from Formula 1600s to the brand new MSA 4 class. Casey is stuck with his single-seater campaign. Jason has moved on, part of the Gazoo Racing Academy, to the GR Cup in the 86 Brigade. Boydie now, he's got through. So Boyd and Smith have got through on Magado. Magado doesn't really have to fight them that much. He's looking for the Masters title here today. Secure himself the seat at the finals for the Masters and look for a, I'm not quite sure, I need to find out from either what's up Buttercup down there or maybe, oh, problems. That is massive, 81 kart. And well, April, looks like the steering might have broken there. He just went straight. There was just nothing happening. He tagged onto the back end of that. It was Olerato that he tagged on the back end of, or Matt Wadley, one of the two. And I think he might have broken something on the kart because it just went straight and would not turn. So big issue there for Anwar April going to turn 1 on that last pass. Going back to the front end, could see her fighting off Casey Ensel Smith. Boyd and Smith behind that. Yellow flags, that's waving because of the kart stuck just underneath our camera position here. You can't see him at the moment, but you will see Anwar April drop completely off the scoreboard as he's still stricken right below my commentary position here at the International Kart Circuit at Zwartkops. Big move on here from Casey Ensel Smith. There you go, right below us is the 81 kart, and that Burrell ART machine just lifted up onto the tires. And we will not see Anwar April back into this one. Hopefully they can fix that kart in time for the third and final heat, the one that counts later on today. So Kutsia continues to lead. Casey Ensel Smith closes the gap down. Sebastian Boyd and Jamie Smith for Burrell ART are tucked in for 3 and 4. Then it's Magado leading the Masters in 5. He's got Olerato Sekulu and Dusan Rajabek. Shrin Naidu and Justin Rogers second of the Masters now, also up into the single digits in 9th. So it's literally South Africans right down to 10th place. Zane Booten there in the 10th spot for Namibia, just ahead of Matt Wadley. Back through the final turn they come. Two Burrell boys trying to close that gap down. Trying to work together to bridge the gap between themselves and the top two as they get to the halfway stage. 6 done, 6 to go. Sebastian Boyd working with his teammate, two of them working really well actually. They brought that gap down to within a couple of hundredths of a second there, so that's pretty good. And if they can keep that going, they might just be able to get onto the back end there of Casey Ensel Smith. Doing just that. Sebastian Boyd using oodles of karting experience that he's got underneath that helmet. Jamie Smith running with him as well, using the teammate factor to very good use here. Casey Ensel Smith will be looking over the shoulder every now and again, realizing that those two Burrells are coming. This time it's Jamie Smith who dives on the inside of his teammate. Says, right, okay, I'll stand behind you. He had a look, but he didn't quite make it stick. He got on the inside. Sebastian kept the outside line and then just got the drive down into that super quick tunnel. And with that, maintains third place. What it has done, though, is instead of working together, they worked against each other, and it's dropped them slightly back from the ground they'd made up on Casey Ensel Smith now, as they're into the final third of this race. 8 done, and still 4 more to go. We're on to the 9th lap. Jason Kutsia controlling from the front. Casey Ensel Smith in second. Boyd third. Jamie Smith is fourth. Magado comfortable in 5th place, ahead of Olarata Sekudu. Dusan Rejovic and Shrin Naidu behind them. Still with Justin Rogers, second of the Masters there in 9th place overall. Out of turn 1, top 4. Looks like they're starting to work together again. Sebastian Boyd and Jamie Smith not fighting each other. They need to be a little bit closer to Casey Ensel Smith before they start the fight. I've already seen what the repercussions are if they go and fight each other too early on. I think that's what Jamie Smith has realized. He knows that Sebastian Boyd could possibly bring him up into contention for at least a 2nd place or possible 3rd place if they can just get onto the back of Casey Ensel Smith ahead of them. Casey hanging on for 2nd though. He is dropping back into their clutches. 41 4s and 41 3s out of Boyd and Smith, as opposed to 41 5s out of Casey Ensel Smith. Last lap though we had 41 8 out of Smith and 41 6s and 5s out of Boyd and Smith. So Casey under big threat now, and you can see it's visibly come down between the carts for 2nd, 3rd and 4th place on track. Sebastian Boyd has got onto the tailpiece now of Casey Ensel Smith and is about to attack. If he goes, Jamie Smith's going to go with him. Oh, the door opened up there. Boyd, he had a big look, but Casey just managed to hang on and just shut the door just before the apex of that corner. The 2nd apex of that double left is where Sebastian Boyd was having a look, but he wasn't quite close enough to have a go. We're on the final lap. He's got to have a go this time though if he wants to make it stick. He's going down into the turn 4, has a big look. Casey shuts the door. They climb the hill. The big train up the hill between these 3 carts. Sebastian Boyd going to try and carry the quarter speed through the S-bend and look for the final overtaking into the last corner. Jason Kutsia is going to hang on for a double win. No worries at all there for him, but it's going to be a fight for 2nd. Casey Ensel Smith's going to hang on. Casey hangs on just ahead of Sebastian Boyd. A repeat of heat number 1 for the first 3 and for the first 4, with Jamie Smith coming through for 4th place. Magado hangs on for 5th and takes the Masters. What a finish to that one. Olarata Sekudu finishes in 6th place ahead of Dusan Rajovic. Shrin Naidu in 8th place. He will head up the 9th place fight there between Justin Rogers and Zane Booten. And Rogers, of course, will come through for 2nd in the Masters category, with Matty Wadley down in 11th, beating to the line there Kobus Reinecker, the 2nd of the Namibians. So that's a nice way to finish up pre-final 2 of our DD2 and DD2 Masters. I believe we might be having a little bit of a break in proceedings right now. So ladies and gents, if you are here on our live stream feed, there is a small break in proceedings now to get into a bit of a lunch break to allow our marshals and medics and the officials to get some well-needed recovery time before we head into the all-important Heat 3 and the grand finals of the Africa Open here at Zwartkops. And looking forward to that race action in about 20 or so minutes time, I think it is. It might be a little bit longer than that, I'm not quite sure, but looking at the timing, we have finished right on time. We're supposed to finish that one up at 12:24. It's 12:26 on my liking. So we got about an hour's break now for the lunch break before we head into all the race action. A big welcome to everybody here at Zwartkops as well. And of course to all of our media team out there, not only from DD Film Services, but of course to Raymond and his team that are doing some of the photography out there, and to all of our marshals and medics. A massive thanks to all of you guys for the effort that you put in to allow us to go racing and keeping us safe here at Zwartkops, as always. And yes, I do have to mention Jeff too. Thanks, Jeff. Appreciate all your work, bro. We'll see you in about probably about 40 minutes time, guys, as we get back into race action for the all-important Heat 3 and finals here at the Africa Open at Zwartkops International Kart Circuit. wins picked up here, as you can see, at Zwartkops International Kart Circuit, and on the grid, being brought up by their teams on the trolleys, are our Bambino competitors for their third and final heat. They will be fighting for the African Open Championship. And of course, they don't go and represent South Africa at the World Finals. There's no Bambino kart class at the World Finals, but they will receive a South African Rotax Max racing suit, the exact same one that the racing team that represents South Africa will be wearing at the World Finals in Bahrain. And of course, that is on the 29th of November up until the 6th of December. So whoever wins this out this afternoon, and of course whoever wins this particular heat, will be crowned South African or African Open Champion for SA Rotax Max 2025. The karter that will take that honor will also receive the racing suit that the team will be rocking, of course, at the World Finals in Bahrain. So it's a big honor to them, these youngsters there, and of course they're all looking to represent their own teams and sponsors in this third and final heat, the one that counts the most. They've got one more round of the South African Championship that'll be taking place back here at Zwartkops International Kart Circuit. That's on the 28th to the 30th of August. So if you don't secure your seat here in the Africa Open, there's still a chance for you to secure it as part of the South African Championship for 2025. Just waiting for all our kart trolleys to vacate the circuit. They'll be leaving via the exit at turn 1, having come out of pit lane and brought all these youngsters up, some of them in their carts on the trolley, some of them underneath the carts on the trolleys. It was quite awesome to see, actually, the entire entourage making its way up to the start-finish line. Try and get a final photo here of all of our contenders, just getting everybody else out of the way. And that's quite an awesome setup there. They've got them lined up nicely and ready to go, just waiting for all the moms and dads and everybody in the background to step out the way so Ray can get that shot. And that's really cool to see all of the competitors here this weekend standing by to go race action one more time. Going to need a couple of guys to come jump into those carts and get them started up and fired up for sure. I see a couple of team members running back to fire those carts up. They've got a ripcord that basically starts up the engine, and they are then ready to go, which is fantastic to see. And once we've cleared that grid, they'll get probably about 2 warm-up laps to get a bit of heat into those mojos. And then they'll come back under starters orders for the third and final heat to decide who's going to be the first crowned Africa Open champion for 2025. We've got 6 more heats of race action coming away after Bambinos. We go to Senior Max, Micro Max, of course, also fighting for a seat to go and watch the World Finals. They don't represent South Africa at the World Finals either. They get a ticket paid for to go and watch the World Finals, the Micro Max champion. Junior Max, Mini Max, and DD2s. And of course, the DD2 Masters will also be fighting for that extra ticket to go and watch the World Finals. There's no Masters category at DD2 level either. So we'll be looking to see who's going to come through to the front. Are we going to see Morgado try and push to get to the front end and beat out his rivals to secure that seat and possibly represent South Africa for a potential 15th World Karting Championship title? Yeah, we've got 14 of them already. Imagine getting a 15th one by the end of 2025. That'll be pretty awesome. Maybe a couple coming our way if we look at the current pool of talent we have in karting in South Africa. So they've got 8 laps. It'll be coming anyway your way shortly as we get into the thick of it here one more time. We've got 3 Mozambican drivers, I beg your pardon, and 1 Namibian who will be joining this pack, making it a truly African Open. Big welcome to all of our international competitors, of course, from Zimbabwe, Mozambique, Namibia, and Kenya. We've got a driver all the way from Kenya who is here with us as well. Great to have them here and celebrating karting in its full flight here. Getting ready to go one more time. The 46 kart has been the kart to beat all day long. And let's see what Alonso de Oliveira can do. Can he go 3 for 3 and secure this championship title? Down towards turn 1 they go. Watch out for Teresa Betancourt trying to find a way through there early on. Nice little start there. Possibly going to try and squeeze through and outgun the rest of the South Africans, but spinning out in the middle of turn 1 is the 19 cart of Zwarte Magoda. Zwarte Magoda unfortunately making a mistake there. We got the yellow flags down into turn 2 as well. And Zwarte is stuck in the middle of the circuit. 2 carts spinning out right in front of the flag and waving the flag. So a whole bunch of the back markers getting into a little bit of a fray there. And it looks like we're going to go back to a restart. Yeah, we're going to restart this one, I think, by the looks of it. Slowing everybody down, giving them a chance to reform and reset back into their formation. So the first start didn't quite work out. They're going to try it again. It's kind of what they do in karting. If that first start doesn't go according to plan, they slow them all up. They negate that first lap and they get a chance for them to form up back into their original grid positions. That's why they're all fighting to get back to where they were. Rocco van Heerden going to come alongside his South African counterpart there. The Namibian on the front row alongside Alonso de Oliveira, and from Johannesburg South. We've also got Sean Ade, and of course from Mozambique, Teresa Betancourt. Zwarte Magoda was the spinner. He's getting another shot at it with Tyler Steiner alongside him. Tiani Malabele, and of course then we've got Rafiwa Ndwabi up into the thick of it, just waiting for the 19 cart to come and join in there. That'll be of course the spinner from earlier on, Zwarte. Slide him into his position, so he's going to wait for them to go. You'll see them get a chance to slot back into his original grid position alongside Tyler Steiner. Pressure's on. You don't realize how much pressure are on these youngsters. These guys are all still very much in their young youth side of things, and you can see even the front man waving his arms. So a little bit of pressure on that start for some of the top drivers. You need to try and slot that number 19 cart back into 5th place on the grid. Fiwa Ndwambi, you can pick up his name on the back of his overalls there. Back of the pack as well. We haven't mentioned a lot of them, but have also had some great driving. And a couple of little mistakes from a couple of these drivers too, but needless to say, they're all still learning. And there's lots of room to grow here for them. Shane Mokobela, Zonke Sizwe, Polomisa, Tiani Resendi. We had Yuki Ismail, who of course was ready at a couple of spins today. Yintla Mokobela as well. And then of course Mabunda Maya and Yero Malabele at the back end of the pack. So lots of potential coming through the ranks, and certainly showing a huge growth in the development of karting in South Africa and in Africa in general as well. Just going to reshuffle the grid so that everybody's in their correct positions. Now they've realized that Zwarte has got to go in there behind the 50 cart of Sean Ade. Just going to give the youngster a chance to get him in there, into the 5 spot. Got to move Tiani Malabela up as well, the number 22 cart. He was one of the spinners down in turn 1, so he'll get another chance to go at it. Looks like they've got them back into order, and it'll now be up to the top 2 to lead them off and keep them in that start order. Rolling out for start 2 here of the grand final of the Africa Open for Bambinos. The baby class are in the house. They've had a fantastic day's racing. It's literally been a fight for second place because no one has really had an answer to the pace that the 46 cart of Alonso de Oliveira has set all day long. Has not been bettered. He's had the perfect weekend, been fastest in every practice. He was fastest in qualifying. He won both heat 1 and 2 with fastest laps in both of those races, and now looking to wrap things up with the perfect weekend and ensure he gets that Africa Open title. gets the whole shot down into turn 1. Betancourt coming alongside and possibly up into about 4th place there. But it's Rocco van Heerden who slots up into the 2nd spot by the looks of things as they come through turn 1. Everybody this time through turn 1 and no spinners. So that's a better start there from our Bambinos as we start the 8 laps. And down through the super quick bridge we go for the first time in grand final number 1 for the Bambinos. Back of the class you can see also some little battles starting to rage, little chopping and changing through that bridge section as well, and under the tunnel they go. Second place fight. It's Rocco van Heerden in 2nd. Teresa Betancourt trying to find a way through there on Ade. Sean Ade having a fantastic little run there, but Betancourt comes alongside and is going to move up into 3rd place. So we're going to change up the 3rd already into that first half of the first lap. 2nd, 3rd and 4th place is kind of what we'll concentrate our efforts on, I'm sure, because that's where the battle's going to be. Oliveira starts the first lap. 1 minute flat from him. That's the fastest first lap we've had out of him. By the time he's been in the 101s, eventually getting down into the 59s, we'll see him go under the minute bracket around here in a Bambino. That's pretty quick for a Bambino kart to lap this circuit in that kind of lap time. Van Heerden was 2nd. He did a 103, 103.3 out of Teresa Betancourt, and Ade went a 103.5. So 2, 3 and 4. 2 and 3 actually getting away now from that 4th place kart. Bit of pressure coming from the lady in 3rd. She would love to be in 2nd place, knowing that not anybody else really has had an answer. And there we go. As I say, that goes into 2nd through the S. So into the S bend there, we get Teresa Betancourt from Mozambique up into the 2nd spot. And now crosses the line in 2nd for the first time. Namibian down to 3rd with Sean Ade from South Africa in 4th at the moment. Long way back to 5th with Rafiwe Ndwabi. And then Zongasizwe Holomisa just ahead of Yintle Makabule and Zwarte Magore, because the man who spun out in the first part of the day's proceedings there for Heat 3 and had to do the restart because of him. He's up to 8th place ahead of Yuki Ishmael and Yero Malebi. Big spin down into turn number 2. Couple of karts at the back of the pack coming together there, and there's a big incident there with about 4 or 5 karts. They've all got back up and going again. There we go. We see the remnants of them getting back on track. But fortunately, they've all got going again, leaving us not to have any possibilities of a stop in the race. But leading karts could possibly be coming up to some back markers already. As he comes down into turn number 1 right below me here, going around the outside. And waiting for the outside, possible change up there to get through there on Babunda Mia. He's past his first. Looping out there with a big attempt, Rocco van Heerden. That's going to be costly. Rocco van Heerden spins out of turn 1, and that's going to give an opportunity there to both Teresa Betancourt and to Sean Ade to get away. Betancourt in 2nd place, Sean Ade now up to 3rd with the spin coming from the 64 kart of Rocco van Heerden. Are just doing it all right at the front end. He has not put a wheel wrong this entire weekend. Has not been bettered in any single session this weekend. Has been fantastic effort there from the young man from the south of Johannesburg here in Gauteng, South Africa. We're just on the west of the capital city of Pretoria at the moment. If you are joining us on our live stream from all around the world, a big welcome to everybody. TT Film Services and yours truly, the voice of choice, bringing you all this race action here from Zwartkops International Kart Circuit. We've got a battle of the African nations raging here for the African Open. Kind of what you expect to see when you come to an African Open like this. But led out by South Africa's Alonso de Oliveira, Mozambicans Teresa Betancourt in 2nd, and Sean Ade from South Africa there in 3rd. Rafiwe Ndwabi has moved up into 4 ahead of Zongasizwe Holomisa in 5, with Rocco van Heerden from Namibia dropping right back down into 6th place after that spin in turn 1. The halfway stage. We've got a spinner right on the main straightaway as well. By the looks of things, I'm not quite sure who that was. But a 59.010 is what De Oliveira is doing out front to maintain his lead. Unfortunately, got that cart out of the way just before he came across the line as we're watching the second and third place battle head up towards the final corner. We've got spinners there, big time. 22's in the mix as well by the looks of things. So the 22 cart having some problems of his own. Tiani Malabela, and I think the other one was Yintle or Mabunda Mia. Those two have come together. Mabunda Mia and Tiani Malabi, unfortunately out of this one, having spun on the main straightaway. So watching these carts all around the track, there's been quite a bit of action here in this third and final heat. Kind of expected that. It's what we're going to expect in every single one of the next 5 heats still to come to wrap up the day's racing here at Zwartkops. Oliveira doing 59s now comfortably. He's been pretty patient in his attempt to get through on back markers, not going to risk anything coming up on slower carts. They don't realize he's coming, they might not see the blue flags and might not still have the same amount of experience as what Alonso de Oliveira's had in terms of his kart career, even though it's such a shortened kart career so far. Just being at the front end of fields like this, you know he's got maybe just that little bit of extra experience underneath the helmet, and he's going to put it to good use here. Try and wrap things up here as we're getting into the closing stages of this first, third and grand final of the day. Betancourt in second, exactly where she'd like to be, although she did start the day at the front end of the field and is looking for a chance to stay there. A bit of a nice finish to the day's racing there for the Mozambican. She'll be pretty happy with her performance. Although did lose out a little bit in that second heat, dropping out of the wayside because of a little spin that she had coming together with a back marker. She'll be pretty wary on where she overtakes back markers now. Don't want to risk anything going into this final lap. Leader is onto his penultimate one. So 7 of 8 is where we are right now. It's a lap to go. And with a lap to go, Alonso de Oliveira leads things out over Teresa Betancourt. Nice run there from Betancourt. Ade is there in third, ahead of Ndwambi. Ndwambi is the fourth cart. Fifth cart coming across the line any second now. Should be Rocco van Heerden and is. But here we go. Up through the twisties for the last time. Nice up close and personal shot there of the man who's going to be the first African Open champion for 2025. He comes from the south of Johannesburg in Gauteng, South Africa. He's done an incredible job here this weekend, and he's had the perfect weekend. Fastest in every single session, and 3 wins out of 3 starts. Your Africa Open champion for Bambinos. Number 1, 46, Alonso de Oliveira. Teresa Betancourt will come through for second place from Mozambique. Great drive from the young lady. Wrapping things up there for the Mozambican team. Ade will come through for third. Good drive from Sean Ade. He hangs on just to beat out Rafiwa Ndwambi. This is going to be Rocco van Heerden still to come through for the 5 spot. We're waiting for him. He was a long way down, but it looks like he's going to hang on and comes through there. Wrapping things up, Rocco van Heerden. Good drive there from the man from Namibia to get a top 5 overall in the grand final from Bambinos. So your first Africa Open champion is crowned, and it goes to Alonso de Oliveira. Congratulations to him. We're standing by now for one of the most highly sought after crowns for the weekend. The Senior Max title will be on the line in a few moments' time.
Look at him. When he comes up here, he's going
In this game, they always say consistency is key. And when it comes to Senior Max, the most consistent driver today has been Mohammed Wali with 2 second places. He will be starting from second place on the grid. Charles Visser, who's on pole, has already taken 1 win. And of course, Ken Swartz, the man who starts down in 5th place on the grid, has taken the 2nd start. So just before we get into start proceedings, of course, we're going to be doing the standard option, and that's to stop them at the grid, give them a chance to get the official photograph done, and line them up before we go racing. So stand by. In a few moments' time, we get into the final 20 laps of action coming to you from Senior Max. So photographs and all the dignitaries are done and dusted now. It's now time to get into the 3rd and final heat, and the one that counts the most today in the Africa Open Senior Max fight for supremacy. This one definitely counts for a seat in the World Finals, so whoever comes out top of the pops at the end of these 20 laps of race action coming away now will be crowned Africa Open champion and will secure the first seat to the World Finals for Team South Africa. As I said, consistency is key. Most consistent driver today has been Mohammed Wali with 2 second places. We've seen Kent Swartz take a 1st and 3rd. We've seen Keon Spies with a 3rd and 5th. And we've also seen a big charge coming from Troy Snyman, who also finished up with a 3rd and 4th place. So we're in for a bit of fun and games now. I think what's going to happen right now is we're going to be a little bit of a chess game. It's not going to be cards shown too early. The moves are going to be made right in the closing stages of this race, or potentially right at the front, to open up a bit of a margin that cannot be beaten or caught or brought back under control. Is that what Charles Visser's thinking? Is Mohammed Wali going to try and outgun him, having the inside line for turn 1? There's a very good possibility that might happen. He'll have to get past the pole man, who's on the inside line, of course, and we saw Mohammed Wali use a bit of a cutback maneuver earlier on to get up into that whole shot position. Let's see what happens now as they get off the line. Chopping and changing, flicking and left and right, and do we have a start? They go down towards turn 1. It looks like we have got a start. No, we haven't. Yellow flag's out. So we'll do it all again. The pressure is on. Kind of expected at this point in time. First 2 heats, absolutely perfect starts, no worries whatsoever. All of a sudden, 3rd and final heat, when everything counts, the pressure mounts, and there's some small mistakes in the pack, jumping out of the tram lines before the lights went out. So we got to do it all again. The crowds on the sideline are now jam-packed against the fences, up on top of all the grandstands, and looking forward to another epic finish to Senior Max for 2025's Africa Open. This time they come under control. Let's see if they can keep it all under control now. Heading to the line, into the tram lines they go. Outside line is important, but the inside line is probably the one to be on, and the whole shot man looking for a way to go there, and he goes for it. Charles Visser going to whole shot into turn 1. Wali into 2nd place. Great start coming through there from, by the looks of things, Troy Snyman and Keon Spies. They tried to dive on the inside. Snyman goes to 3rd. Troy Snyman up to 3rd place, just outgunning, by the looks of things there, Kent Swartz and Georgia Lennox in there as well. Oh, looks like there might have been a big one down into the tunnel at Super Quick. A couple of carts coming together there, dropping by the wayside through that because there was a couple of guys that came together there. But out front, it's Visser. Visser holds on for now with Mohammed Wali on his tail and Snyman in 3rd. Is that Kent Swartz up in the 4th? It might be Kent Swartz or Keon Spies. I can't see exactly who it is right now. Wait for them to cross the line. It is Keon Spies, then Kent Swartz in 5. So they cross the line. First lap of 20 done. It's a long race here, much longer than normal. And a lot of planning will go into this as we see a change up for the lead. We get a yellow flag down into turn 1. And down into turn 2, I think there was a cart stuck in the tunnel. That's probably why, but no overtaking through the tunnel. Don't usually get any overtaking through the tunnel. But it's now Mohammed Wali who's going to control things from the front. Charles Visser has dropped to 3rd. Snyman is up to 2nd. Right on his tail, pushing hard to get there is Keon Spies and Kent Swartz. Mohammed Wali getting his head down, trying to get away from this pack now. Can he try and fend them off and do exactly what I thought he might do? Get a bit of breathing room out front and control things from the front end. Don't worry about the guys behind him. Let them fight it out. Let them bang bars and bang wheels and bang bumpers. The side pods will be side by side on a few occasions throughout this race, I can tell you that. As they come through the Super Quick Bridge down towards turn 4. Mohammed Wali with a 42.6. The fastest kart on track actually was a 42.1 down in 8th place with Roshan Goodman starting to throw in a couple of maneuvers here to try and get into this front end battle. He's got to find a way past Bostander and Besaidenoto before he even thinks about the back end of this field. And the first part of this field now opening up. Oh, it is exactly what I thought might happen. Mohammed Wali has got his intentions firmly set here to get away from these 4 who are fighting for 2nd. He'll let them fight. He won't worry about them fighting. The harder they fight, the slower they become. Still yellow flags down into turn 2. So opportunities for overtaking are diminished slightly because there's definitely a firm opportunity to get up the inside and into turn 2 for an overtaking maneuver. But with yellow flags waving, that won't happen yet. Visser under pressure. Climbs and readjusts himself in the seat as they go through the S-bend. quite in the most comfortable position there was Charles Visser, but he now seems to be in a little bit more comfortable position as they cross the line again. He stays in third. Behind him is Spies and Zwartkops. Snyman is the man he's got his eyes set on. Just in the background, Roshan Goodman is up to 6. He's bringing Ethan Bostander along for the ride. Goodman with a much better run here in the third and final heat. The one that counts is where Goodman is starting to show his prowess. Can he possibly get up there and spoil the day for a couple of these front-end contenders? While he's gone in the Astron Energy Polo Cup this year, has Roshan Goodman. Massive improvements there from him in the saloon car class, but now in karting, he's got to try and make up about another 4 or 5 kart lengths before he gets onto the back of this pack of karts fighting for second. He's about to join them. If he gets there, Ethan Bostander is going to come with him. Once again, it was another fast lap out of Roshan Goodman, allowing him to close that gap down yet again and get even closer to the back end of Ken Zwartkops at the back of this pack. Mohammed Wali is doing exactly what I thought he might do. I mentioned the fact that consistency is key. He's at 2 second places. He hasn't shown his cards yet. He's waited till the final, and that's exactly what he's doing right now, getting away from this pack in second. Led out by Troy Snyman. Visser on his tail. Visser looking for a chance maybe to go up the inside here into turn 1. He's getting good drive. Up onto the main straight they go, and another lap is completed. We're into the first quarter of this race completed. 5 out of 20, and Visser goes to second. Snyman loses out as Visser goes up the inside of turn 1 and moves up into second place. Spies on his tail. Here's a little look once again of the replay down into turn 1. Diving through, perfectly timed from Charles Visser to get into second place. Visser now sets his sights on catching Mohammed Wali. Oh, tag for second. Keon Spies forcing his way through. Spies forced his way through there big time on Snyman. Snyman now under attack from Ken Zwartkops. Zwartkops going to dive, and here comes Roshan Goodman. Goodman's into the pack as well, right on Ken Zwartkops' tail, and follows him through. So Troy Snyman got demoted down rapidly down to 7th place as a whole bunch of drivers came through on him and forced their way past. Starting with Keon Spies attacking him, coming onto the back straight. And as they came through the S-bend, Spies opened up the door. Here's the replay. So a little bit of a tag there from Spies. Just forces Snyman wide. He goes through, Snyman goes through, Roshan Goodman goes through, and Ethan Bostander as well. So Snyman went from about 3rd place to 7th place in the space of half a lap. Losing out big time there was Troy Snyman. Mohammed Wali's opened up a 1.5 second lead over Charles Visser. Visser with his head down now, trying to close that gap down. The Cape Townian is pushing hard. He does not want to give Mohammed Wali this that easily. He wants this Africa Open title, but Mohammed Wali is doing everything right at the front end. Brilliant drive here from Wali so far. Visser trying to close him down. 42.4 out of Mohammed Wali on the last lap, a 42.448, but it was a 42.43, a 42.43, and a 42.1 from Visser. Spies and Zwartkops much quicker than the leader on that last pass. So definitely some maneuvering happening from 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place to close the gap down on the leader. Another lap down. We've still got 11 to go. Can you believe this? Still a long way in this heat before we even get to thinking about who's going to have the crown for Africa Open champion. Come out of turn 2 down through that Superbrook bridge. Under the tunnel they go. And into turn 4. Big dive on the inside from Ken Zwartkops, trying to find a way past. He had a long look at possibly getting through there on 3rd place, Keon Spies, but wasn't quite able to make it stick. Definitely some maneuvering though coming from Ken Zwartkops. He knows he's running out of laps here. We're getting to almost the halfway stage, about to complete it now. Halfway stage reach, and Zwartkops in 3rd would be absolutely perfect. He comes alongside Keon Spies. Spies looks across at him, tucks in behind the Gazoo Racing man. Here comes Roshan Goodman along for the ride as well. Oh, Goodman going together there. A little touch between him and Keon Spies. Spies and Goodman touching, coming out of turn 1. Goodman loses only 2 positions, makes up 1 as they go through turn 2. He finds a way back through Ethan Bostander. Bostander was ahead of him for about 500 meters and then lost out to Goodman as he returned to 4th place. Make that 5th as he's dropped back slightly with that little touch between himself and Keon Spies. That is not the way they wanted to come out of turn 2. Just a touch of wheels there, those mojos just rubbed, and they went flying. So as they cross the line, let's see how it changes up here. It's Visser in second, it's Zwartkops in third, it's Snyman for fourth, Goodman in 5. But Mohammed Wali continues to control things from the front, now with almost 1.7 second lead. Mohammed Wali doing it all right out front, that is for sure. Charles Visser looking for answers. 42.3 out of Visser, but a 42.2 out of Mohammed Wali is just keeping him at the front. They've got to find at least half a second on Wali's pace, and right now, that's not happening. Roshan Goodman in the mix. It's a fantastic run here from the Team Red Racing man as he tries to look for a way through here and find a way past on the third place driver, Troy Snyman. Snyman, a big one in fourth place. It's, of course, just up the road there, Ken Zwartkops, that I forgot about in third. Apologies on that for the Gazoo Racing team. They're there in third place, closing down on Visser. But it's Roshan Goodman looking for a way past now to get ahead of Troy Snyman for the 4 spot. Sliding down into turn 4, just behind that as well is Michael Besaidno. Georgia Lennox losing out one position on that last lap to him. So she's dropped down to 7th place ahead of Jessie Swart and Jordan Wadley. Jono Wilson, who was at the front initially in race number 1, is down in 10th place at the moment. That's how quickly things can change up here and how dramatic it gets in the closing stages when an African Open title is up for grabs. So we watch them heading down towards turn 2. A fight there between Snyman and Roshan Goodman. Troy Snyman fending off the attack coming from Goodman from behind. Mzansi Motorsport man is all over the back end of Troy Snyman looking for a way through. Snyman keeping him honest for now. You see that. You can actually visibly see the body language there between the two parts. Certainly much more intent being shown there from the man in 5th place. And I think he might have snuck through to 4th. He has. Roshan Goodman has gone to 4th through the final corner, sneaking up on the inside and getting through on Snyman. Ken Zwartkops goes quickest. Oh, hello. Is this a last-ditch effort here coming from the Gazoo Racing stable? The Gazoo Racing Academy are looking for a chance now to get up to 2nd and putting the pressure onto Visser. Ken Zwartkops is right on the bumper there of Charles Visser for 2nd. We've still got 5.5 laps to go, so if he can get past Visser, has he got enough time to maybe catch Wali in these last 5? It'll be interesting to see whether Charles Visser gives him a chance to sneak up the inside here. Visser goes late on the brakes into turn 1. Keeps Ken Zwartkops out for now. Zwartkops had a little look but wasn't close enough to make a go. And he had to just tuck in behind Visser as they go through and under that super quick tunnel. The rest of the pack comes streaming through there. 2 carts fighting for 4 and 5 still continue at it with Roshan Goodman maintaining his lead over Troy Snyman since he got through. Behind that, it's Michael Besaidno, Georgia Lennox, Jessie Swart and Jono Wilson. There we go. Snyman returns the favour, gets back ahead of Roshan Goodman. So there's non-stop action here between those two. They're not done yet. Visser has lost out. We've got Ken Zwartkops ahead of Visser now. So Ken Zwartkops has found a way through down Charles Visser. There you have it. Confirmation of 2nd place change up. The Gazoo Racing Academy are up to 2nd and now looking to try and close down on Mohammed Wali. Wali was 1.7 seconds up the road earlier on. He's down to 1.3. They brought it down by almost half a second. So Zwartkops and Visser are going to try and work together now. They have to. If they want to catch Mohammed Wali, they've got to go together. They've got to think as one, work as one. 2 carts through the air, travel faster than one. And if they can do that, they can maybe get into contention for a win. We have got only 3 laps to go though. So they've got to do it now or never. Mohammed Wali just reaches over, richens up the mix a little bit, heading down towards turn 2. He knows he's got a bit of a fight on his hands here into the closing stages. Snyman back ahead of Goodman. Michael Besaidno, Georgia Lennox, Jono Wilson is up ahead of Jessie Swart, just in that 3rd pack on the road. There they go through shot right now. So a little change up there between Jono Wilson and Jessie Swart in the background, but we're concentrating our efforts here on what could potentially be the final steps of the podium. These two are still in with a chance. Snyman and Roshan Goodman. They've got to catch Swartz and Visser up the road. They're still a long way though. And we've only got 2 more laps to do it in. Wally, Swartz and Visser. Remember, all of these guys now participating full-time in saloon car racing at national championship level as well. Mohammed Wali in the Super Cup class for the South African Touring Car Championship. Ken Swartz, part and parcel of the Toyota Gazoo Racing GR Cup in the 86s, and Charles Visser also in that Super Cup category. So all with massive amounts of experience, and every single one of them at one point in their racing careers has been at the top end of a karting championship as well. Ken Swartz goes defensive. Oh! Visser slides in. He knew that was going to happen. Ken saw that coming. He knew Shaw was going to try something and was going to be a little bit too hot. Gave him some room. Shaw ran wide, and Swartz comes back to second place. We're on the final lap. Have a look at it once again. Slides into one. Swartz cuts back and retakes that second place. So up the hill they come for the last time. Mohammed Wali has controlled this to perfection. Absolutely brilliant stuff. The most consistent driver of the day is going to end up at the top of the championship and take the first seat for Team South Africa at the World Finals. Mohammed Wali wins out Senior Max. Second place to Ken Swartz. Charles Visser for third. And to the line, it's Troy Snyman. He hangs on to beat out Roshan Goodman. So your first seat in Team South Africa for the World Finals in Bahrain on the 29th of November to the 6th of December will be Mohammed Wali in Senior Max. What a fantastic effort there from that young driver, eventually finishing up 1.256 seconds up the road from Ken Swartz. He was fastest on track, but just could not get there to catch Mohammed Wali. He'll finish in second place with a great effort there from the Gazoo Racing Development Academy, beating Charles Visser, Troy Snyman and Roshan Goodman to the line for the top 5. Georgia Lennox in 6th place at the end of the day as well. Fantastic effort there from that young lady. Finishing up to beat Jesse Swart, John O. Wilson, Michael Besaidnote and Jordan Wadley, your top 10 in Senior Max. Up next, we head into our Micro Max division. And these guys, of course, are fighting to win that ticket to go and watch the World Finals in Bahrain. They won't be representing South Africa, but they certainly will be there to watch all the action if they can win this final seat and the ticket here today. So a couple more formalities out of the way there, just getting the official final race shot of the Heat 3 grid. And this is going to be more action between Leon de Wet and Adrian Steyn. We've seen basically a complete, consistent run from the top 3 drivers in this class throughout the day. Leon de Wet taking 2 wins, Adrian Steyn taking 2 seconds, and Luc de Toy taking 3 thirds. Will we see a change up here in the third and final heat? The one that counts, the one that is going to secure them a ticket to go and watch the World Finals in Bahrain on the 29th of November to the 6th of December and be part and parcel of the South African team. They don't race there, of course. There's no micro max category involved at the World Finals, but they are part and parcel of the team and will join the team there as one of the VIP guests. So here we go. De Wet on the inside, Steyn on the outside. De Toy and Omani are the second row. Van Staden and Harris will make the third row ahead of De Toy and Smith. Kudelka and Verheil just ahead there of our second Namibian, Russell Josephat. And down towards turn 1, it is the usual contenders who lead things out, and it's 6-1-1. Adrian Steyn, who gets the whole shot down into turn 1 and leads at the moment. Omani up to second. So I wonder what Michael Omani's plans are. He's been a little bit quiet over the last couple of races in the 2 pre-finals, but now right into the mix at the front end, and maybe he's kept the best till last. Is that his plan for the day? He's up to second place in between the 2 rivals that we've seen at the top end of this field for the entire race day up until this point. Okay, well, we've got flags up, so I don't think we've got a full start there. Gonna have to bring them back under starters orders. I'm not quite sure why you didn't get yellow flags earlier on, but it was a late call there for the yellow flags to come out. They go back into formation only just in time, and this time we get a start, or do we? They head down towards turn 1. Is there a start this time? I don't see flags waving. Yes, we have a start this time. Slight change up there. Omani drops down to third place. He's not where he was in that first heat start, and it's De Toy into second. What a run there from Luc de Toy up to second place. Adrian Steyn looks like he's dropped by the wayside, maybe caught out by the way that they did the reformation of that start. So a little bit of a confusion there heading into the second start of this final heat, but eventually getting it all sorted out, and de Toy is putting pressure on there big time. Luc de Toy looking for a way to get to the front. Omani in third place. But is it De Wet or is it Steyn that's going to be at the front end by the time we finish this? We've had consistency from those 2 all race long. At the moment, it's Leon de Wet who leads across the line for the first time, and this is a 12-lapper for these Micromax competitors. Omani, Van Staden, then Roddy Harris and Christopher Kudelka, first of the Namibians, up into what is now 7th place on track. Not a bad start there from him. But that's the first lap completed in anger. And this time they can complete it without having to worry about yellow flags coming out for a false start. Concentrating all his efforts to get away now from Luc de Toy is Leon de Wet. And concentrating all his efforts to catch Luc de Toy in third place is Adrian Steyn, who did not get the start he wanted there on the second attempt. Neither did Michael Omani. Omani was right up into second place on that first start. He's dropped down to third, and with a bit of a gap now to about 1.67 seconds. That's the difference between 2 and 3 on track. Closing him down will be Riley van Staden as they head down towards turn 2. Riley van Staden sets his sights on Michael Omani, who's dropped behind Adrian Steyn. Now Steyn in third. And with Steyn going to third place, also goes quickest of the race so far. A 46.550 from Adrian Steyn as he attempts to try and close back underneath Luc de Toy, and then possibly to catch his arch rival for the day so far, Leon de Wet. It's been an epic battle between these 3 all race day long. Much better start from Luc de Toy this time. De Toy would certainly love to secure that World Final karting ticket to go and watch the World Finals in Bahrain. In his attempt to try and get to the front end of the championship as well. Remember, they've still got one more round of the South African Championship where he still has a shot of doing it as well. So that happens on the 28th and to the 28th to 30th of August here at Zwartkops International Kart Track. So even though we've seen African Open champions crowned here today, there is still a chance for some of the competitors to secure seats by winning or getting at least the top 2-3 positions in the South African Championship. That will definitely give them a second seat in the team for Bahrain in November and December. Toy has been caught. Adrian Steyn is right there with him, looking to try and sneak up in the inside into turn 2. He has a look, decides not this time, he'll go a little bit later on. Luke Toy realizes he's there and puts the pressure on and starts to get away slightly there to catch Luan de Vet for the lead. Very evenly matched these first three. 46-9, 46-9, 46-3. Steyn was quickest on the last attempt. And that's the reason why he's been able to close onto the back end of Luke Toy so rapidly. Michael Omani now got back up ahead of Riley van Staden. Here comes Steyn on the inside of the final turn. Easily done in the end. Door opened up there from Luke Toy, and he sneaks ahead and gets up into now second place. Little look over the shoulder there from Luan de Vet, realizing that it's no longer the white helmet on his tail. He recognizes that blue and yellow helmet of Adrian Steyn. It's been there all day long. He wants to try and keep it there. He has a replay. Steyn diving on the inside of Luke Toy as he opens up the door through the final turn, getting back up to second place. A cart length apart on the acceleration, but under braking it comes under less than a bumper length between those two carts. That's how evenly matched they are between these two drivers. And that's how they've been all race day long. There's only one difference. Adrian Steyn has not led a race yet and not finished on the top step of the podium of a race. Is this the one that he's been waiting for all day? Has he not shown his cards yet? Has he kept it until the final part? We're at the halfway stage. There are 6 more laps for him to get to the front. Under super quick tunnel they go. Down to 4. Up the hill, starting the climb through the twisty bits. Steyn is applying pressure big time onto the back end now of Luan de Vet. He's soaking the pressure up. Right now it could possibly be any one of these two, and if something goes wrong between them, Luke Toy will be eagerly waiting to pick up the pieces should something go wrong. A little touch, maybe a little nudge into a corner, might just set the fireworks off between these two karters. We've had good clean racing all race day long. Hardly any work that I've seen that our officials or stewards would have had to be brought into to sort out. But certainly it's not done yet. And with 4.5 laps still to go, we're about to get into the final third of this race. And it looks like Adrian Steyn is waiting. Is his patience going to pay off though? That's the one thing he's got to take into account. You can be patient all race long, but if you wait too long, will it be a costly maneuver and maybe spoil your chances of that African Open Championship title? Flicks through into turn 2. He is literally locked onto the rear bumper of the leader. We watch for Omani and van Staden to come through, and there's a change up there as well. Riley van Staden has moved ahead of Michael Omani. Here we go. Back up through the S-bend. A little bit of breathing room there for Luan de Vet. Not a lot. About half a cart length. But under the rail through that final turn, that's where Steyn closes back up. He's not giving this up without a fight, that is for sure. Steyn diving through, in fact, there you go. Adrian Steyn opens up the door and sneaks through to the lead. Is this the opportunity he's been looking for to try and get away now? A little late braking there from the 627, he runs wide. And with that, Steyn says, thank you very much, I'll have that. Adrian Steyn hits the front and pulls a cart length ahead of Luan de Vet for the first time. Now we've got Adrian Steyn leading things out, heading into 2.5 laps to go. Was this the opportunity he was waiting for? Applying the pressure, waiting for some kind of mistake out of Luan de Vet, and it eventually came into turn 1. He leads, confirmed lead as he crosses the line with 2 to go. Adrian Steyn could have timed this to perfection by the looks of it. Luan de Vet is trying to come back at him. He's just missing out by about half a cart length there as they come through turn 2, down through 3 and under the super quick tunnel. Big right-hander at turn 4. Up the hill they go again, through the twisties. Left, right. Big left into a big right. And then a short squirt up to the S. This could have been perfect timing here by the looks of things. If he can keep it all together for one more lap, Adrian Steyn might have stolen this in the closing stages of the final heat. Here comes de Vet. He's going to try a slightly different line into turn number 1. Watching for the cutback as he comes out of 1, but Adrian Steyn sees him coming. Places his car to perfection. Here comes de Vet into turn 2. Late braking from Luan de Vet. Is he going to run wide? No, he keeps it together. De Vet back up to the lead. Have a look at this. He pulls out right in the last part of the corner, diving through to take the lead away. Has he stayed there though? Here we go. Up the hill they go. 611 on the back of that 627 cart. And the 27 cart is under massive threat right now. Look over the shoulder once again from Luan de Vet. Adrian Steyn going to try something into the final corner. He has to have a go. He sneaks on the inside. De Vet's through. Oh, de Vet loses out. Steyn sneaks ahead. Can you believe that? On the last corner, Adrian Steyn comes through for the win, taking it from Luan de Vet. What an opportunity opening up there right in the closing stages. Luke du Toit comes through for 3rd place. There you see it. Just runs slightly wide on the final turn, opens up the door, and Adrian Steyn says, I'll have that all day, every day. Thank you so much. Taking the win and taking the Africa Open Championship for 2025 and getting that ticket to go and watch the World Finals as part of Team South Africa.
samen soms maar niet recht op dat kant en kijk voor iets kan. That's right. I'm not a grown up. That's the playground. Still dead.
So as you can see, just some formalities to be sorted out there with the official photograph for our final race of Junior Max today. An equally important factor to be taken into account here is just how close things have been amongst these top competitors for Junior Max for today. We've had a win coming out of Christian Verheul. We've had a win coming out of Emma Dowling. And it's going to be Emma Dowling and Christian Verheul that will start on the front row of the grid. Looking to try and run things at the front end will be Matteo Mason and Riachile Maiula. Caleb Woodendaal's been in the mix. He finished up in both heats. First of all in third in the first heat. He was in third in the second. In fact, he was actually at the front end of the race in the second heat, and then had a slight mishap that dropped him down by the wayside and out of the top 5 completely. So Woodendal, despite starting from 5th place on track in this third and final heat, has got a bit of work to do if he wants to secure the Africa Open Championship title and that second seat for Team South Africa for 2025's attempt to win a 15th World Karting title. Pung Sinchinwana was in there as well, but he's going to start from 6th place behind Caleb Woodendal, Caleb Moss and Keenan Duplessis, Darrell Goodman, Sebastiano Himan, and Musange Mokozo will make up the top 10. They come under starters orders now. They form up and will go into the formation lanes, heading across the start-finish line for the last time, and hopefully with one start. It's an 18-lap race about to partake here for Africa Open Champion 2025 title honors. Darling will have the inside line. She will also control the pace, trying to catch the boys all out here. Looking to try and make the first lady into the team for Team South Africa for 2025's attempt to go to Bahrain and represent South Africa again at World Karting final level. The lights are on, everybody stays in their lanes, and Darling gets the drop. She's under big pressure, makes a big mistake down into turn 1. Woodendal sneaks through. Wow, Caleb Woodendal, as Emma Darling got hard on the brakes too late and ran wide. She's dropped back down into about 6th or 7th place there. By the looks of things, Emma Darling's race day has gone from good to bad there. Have a look at this, down into turn 1, she locks up. There's a bit of pressure coming from the back end from Verheul and from Matteo Mason. Matteo Mason and Verheul putting the pressure onto the young lady, and she unfortunately made a big mistake on the brakes and ran wide out of turn 1. Lots of work to do for Darling now. Caleb Woodendal capitalized on everything, just snuck through, watched them all running late on the brakes and takes the lead. Leads across the line with 17 laps to go. It's Matteo Mason into 2nd place. What a run there from him. Verheul is into 3rd. Spice Maula up in the 4th place, right on Christian Verheul's tail, and behind him comes Chepang and Keenan Duplessis. How far back did Emma Darling end up? She's ended up down in about 9th place overall. That's not where she wants to be, that is for sure. A big mistake from the young lady, a bit of pressure there going into turn 1, and unfortunately could not soak that pressure up coming from behind. 4 or 5 guys from the back end of the field coming down into turn 1 and just could not get on the brakes late enough to maintain the lead. That was done to perfection by Caleb Woodendal as he crosses the line now, leading things out over Matteo Mason for 2nd. Fastest lap of the race so far from the leader, understandably with clean air. But Matteo Mason was not too far behind him. A 42.392 versus a 42.429. Only a couple of hundredths difference there between those top 2 carts as they finished up the 2nd lap in anger. Mason getting ever so closer. Verheul coming along for the ride, bringing Spice along as well as Chepang. Spice Maula and Chepang Sinchinwana there in 4 and 5 with Keenan Duplessis in 6. Close attendance there from, a little mistake from Woodendal. Runs wide onto the rumble strip. There you go. Matteo Mason's going to make him pay for that. You cannot run wide at all. You cannot afford to make any mistakes. Not when you are so up close and personal and when the karting action is so tight. Here's another look into turn 1 of the overtake there from Mason hitting the front. Matteo gets onto the front end of the field for the first time today. Leads out over Woodendal, but Verheul has now joined the party. Christian Verhel's already taken a victory. We've seen Caleb Oudendal take a third place. He was in the front end of the field in the second race, as I said, but a small mistake from him also sees him now drop down into third place as Christian Verhel ticks another driver off and moves to second. He'll be looking to close down now on Mason as quickly as possible. Spice Maula right in there as well. Look at him. Riachile is having an absolute flyer here in the third and final heat. Getting away from that second pack. Led out by Chipang, Sebastiano, and of course Durrell Goodman there in 8th place. Caleb Moss is down in 9th. Matteo Saladino is in 10th. What a good run there from Matteo. That's his best run today for the Super Quick and Liqui team. Up into the 10th spot. Got 2 cars on the sideline there as well. One I think is Michael Danks again. And is that Lipelo Deberu, I think, is the second car involved there. As we're watching the first 4 come across the line and down towards turn 2 they go. See in the background there coming out of turn number 1. Kart on the sideline. It's a big pity to lose a couple of karters at this stage of the race day. Any chances of African Cup title hopes have gone out the bag if you cannot finish this third and final one. This is the one that counts. That's why Mason is hanging on for dear life. He's getting massive amounts of pressure put onto him by Verheul. There's a bit of touching and rubbing between those 2 karts for the lead. Mason goes defensive, holds the inside line. And look at that, they're coming up on a back marker. Fortunately, the back marker sees them coming, moves directly out the way, realizes that there's a massive steam train coming down towards turn 1, does not want to get involved in that. First 4 karts are spread by half a second. All 4 of them across the line in under half a second. That is just how close it is here for the Junior Max title. Mason hangs on. He's having an epic drive here as Matteo Mason, but he gets another tap from behind from Christian Verheul coming out of the twisties and up to the S. Mason on the inside. Oudendal even closer on the inside of him. They go sliding sideways. Mason takes the lead, but Verheul drops back down to 5th. He gets overtaken in the background, as you can see there by Keenan Duplessis, who snuck ahead, but Matteo Mason with a big mistake, trying to avoid the attack coming from Caleb Oudendal. He went on the inside of Matteo Mason trying to find a way through, but opened up the door. Have a look at this. There goes Verheul. He goes inside. Oudendal goes even deeper on the inside and forces Verheul wide. Unbelievable stuff there. But it puts Mason back in control at the front. Oudendal into second. Spice Mahula is up to 3rd place. That was gifted to him with the demise of the 2 fighting karts ahead of him. And with that, he's moved himself up possibly into race-winning contention. Matteo Mason goes defensive to keep out Oudendal. Late on the brakes into 1. Hangs on for now. Defensive driving from Matteo Mason. That could be costly. He's got to try and drive his own race. Don't worry about the guys behind you. It's not easy to do when you're under so much pressure. And it's not from 1 kart, it's from 3 karts. Soon going to be 4 because they're about to join the party once again. Keenan Duplessis and Chipang Shinsinwana. Christian Verheul is not too far off the back end of that pack. We got yellow flags waving into the S-bend. That's due to a car parked on the sideline. Just having to see who that is. I think that might be Masungana Makosa. Masungana Makosa, unfortunately, out there in the halfway stage of this race. 9 done and 9 to go. Mason hangs on. How is Matteo Mason hanging on at this point in time? Only he knows. He's had so many attacks on him, and they've all seemed to fail. He eventually gets back into the lead. They all try and find a way past, make the mistakes on their own, and he slots back up into the lead to lead out over Caleb Oudendal. Now, as we get into the second half of this race, Oudendal second. Maila is in 3rd. Maula having a fantastic run there ahead of Duplessis and Shinsinwana. Here comes Oudendal. Into the final corner, takes the lead. Cut back there from Matteo Mason. Can he get him on the brakes into turn 1? Spice is right there with him, looking for a chance to dive through. He goes side by side with Matteo Mason coming out of turn 1, but can't quite get up on the inside to get through on him for second. Oudendal gave the usual, come, think, follow me, as he came through after this overtaking maneuver. Gets through on the inside and up into the lead as he crosses the line, but now maintains that lead. Mason now going to apply the pressure onto Oudendal. Caleb Woodendal feeling the effects now of what it feels like to have a cart right on your bumper. Matteo Mason returning the favour, applying the same amount of pressure as he was getting from Caleb Woodendal earlier on. Spice under attack. Riachile having to go defensive as Keenan Duplessis has an attempt to get to third. Coming from the back as well, keep an eye out on Chipang Shinshindwana from Kazoo Racing Academy. He's looking for a way to dive through. Hasn't quite got there just yet, but he's definitely putting the pressure on from that 5th place. And about to join the party is Christian Verheul. He was at the front end, made a slight mistake trying to do an overtaking maneuver and was caught out by someone trying to overtake him at the same time. He ran wide, put his wheels on the dirt. It's taken him a couple of laps to get those mojos back up onto race performance. And now is back in it. Look at that, Verheul is right on the back of Shinshindwana. There are 6 carts, about to be 7, because Sebastiano Himon is not too far behind them. So, with 6 to go, Woodendal, Mason, Maiula, Duplessis, Shinshindwana, Verheul, and Himon. Those are your top 6. Make it the top 7, because as I said, Himon is about to join that party. 2 carts just starting to get away ever so slightly there. Matteo Mason continuing to hold that pressure. He dives on the inside for the lead. Woodendal sees him coming, just goes later on the brakes into that final corner. So he's shown the opportunity, and Woodendal has been able to answer. Verheul up to 5. He dives through. Losing out there was Keenan Duplessis by the looks of things. He's dropped back a couple of positions. So Keenan Duplessis to the back of that pack down into 7th. Caleb Moss is behind them with Darrell Goodman on his tail. Battle for 1 and 2. Ooh, somebody's slowing. Is that Woodendal? Woodendal slows up. Woodendal slowing up out of the 4th turn. Starting the climb up the hill. Had a little bit of a bog down in the cart, and that's given Matteo Mason acres of room. He's moved up now with at least 3 cart lengths ahead of Caleb Woodendal and Spice Maula right on his tail. Can you believe this action? What a way to finish things up. We got 4 to go. Yo! Big problems for Hale coming together there with the 430 carts. Chipang Shinshindwana coming together with Christian Verheul. And Spice Maula got caught up by that as well. We'll have a look at that once again, I'm sure. Into turn 1. Absolute chaos there. 3 carts attempting to get on the inside of it. Every single one of them losing out. So we watch the leaders heading into the S-bend once again. Matteo Mason, he soaked up the pressure all race long. Can he keep it all together now? For about 3 laps. That's what it's going to take to get the Africa Open Championship for Junior Max here and secure his seat to the World Finals. He's got Caleb Woodendal all over the back of him, looking to pounce, looking dangerous. They've got breathing room, thank goodness. Sebastiano Himon up to 3rd, can you believe that? Ahead of Keenan Duplessis, and then Spice Riachile Maula back up into the 5 spot. Mateo is good through this section. He's absolutely flying up the hill. Verheul's not going to recover from that. He's dropped right out of it down into 8th after that spin. Side by side, coming through the S-bend, that's usually going to end up in tears for somebody. There's not a lot of room there for those carts to go side by side through the S with 2 laps to go. Keenan Duplessis hangs on to 3rd. There's a bit of a gap down now to Riachile in 4th. And Caleb Moss now up into 5. Yo, Woodendal into turn 2. Caleb Woodendal into turn 2 takes the lead. With a lap and a half to go, is that enough? Matteo Mason, have you got something special to come back at Caleb Woodendal? Mason has been quicker through these twisties than Woodendal all race long. He's going to have to try and use that to his advantage here in the last lap and a half, or lap and 1 corner to go. Woodendal hits the front with a lap to go. Is that enough to keep Caleb Woodendal in contention for the Africa Open Championship and the 2nd seat in Team South Africa's World Karting Final Team for Bahrain in November and December? The pressure is on there. Woodendal runs slightly wide out of turn 2. It's given Matteo Mason a little bit of a chance here. If he carries corner speed through these twisties up the hill, he'll set things up for that last corner and maybe have a dive. They come through the twisties. He's right on the tail. He's exactly where he needs to be. Oendal will be well aware of it. He's going to go defensive. Oendal goes defensive, but watch for the cutback here. Here comes Mateo Mason to the line, but Oendal hangs on. Great finish there between those two. Mason, unfortunately losing out though, and Caleb Oendal, who would have thought, coming from that absolute nightmare in race 2, sorts everything out for race number 3 and takes the Africa Open Championship for Junior Max. As you can see, once again, some formalities there on the grid to get our final grid shot for the third and final heat of Minimax, our biggest class here today. We've got 7 Namibians, 4 Mozambicans, and our whole contingent from South Africa who have joined us here for the Africa Open 2025. And this is also for a seat at the World Finals. Whoever takes this one will have the ability to go and represent South Africa as number 3 in the team for Team South Africa at the 2025 World Karting Finals in Bahrain at the Merhaba Karting Circuit from 29th of November to the 6th of December. Remember, there's still an opportunity for a couple of drivers though to still secure those additional seats by winning the South African Championship, and that happens on the 28th to the 30th of August here at Zwartkops. So it's not all over after today. There's still an opportunity if you're going to finish up at least in those top 3 positions for the South African Championship. There will be some decisions to be made, I think, between drivers and teams that can have the availability, and will be able to make the way to Bahrain in that world final at the end of the year. So far, we've seen the most consistent driving coming out of Brodie Dowling. He's taken a win and taken a 2nd place, but we've seen a win and a 3rd place for Ronaldo Kuhn. De Souza's been up there as well. He'll be starting from 3rd place, Raphael, but didn't quite go according to plan in the 2nd heat for him, so he'll have to turn his luck around here, hopefully in the 3rd and final heat, the one that counts. Declan Jurgens has been there and thereabouts, as has Max Boshoff and Maddox Mason. Really seen Matteo attempt to try and get that seat. Can Maddox go one better than his brother and maybe secure the seat there for the Masons in this particular heat? Mini Max will be on track shortly. Grid is now clear and carts are on their warm-up lap for this 3rd and final heat of June. Mini Max title up for grabs here. This is also one that counts for the World Finals and a chance to go and represent South Africa at those World Karting Finals in Bahrain in November and December. Dowling and Kuhn, race winners each, and starting from the front row. Brodie ahead of Ronaldo only due to the fact that he got a 2nd place and Ronaldo only got a 3rd. So that's how tight it's been. 1 and 3 and 1 and 2 for the top 2 karters in this pack as they come into formation out of the twisties. Got to get those couple of karts behind back into formation. They've got to slow them down, probably down into the final turn. Get everybody into their official formation and about to go into those tram lines for the first start. Hopefully the first start of 1. A couple of accelerations there might just catch a couple of karts up, but they're all into the tram lines, and yes, lights go out and we go racing. Down towards turn 1 we go. Brodie Dowling looking to try and stay up ahead there of Ronaldo Kuhn. The two of them were side by side. It's going to be pretty tight between the two of them, but up into turn 2, it's Dowling who hits the front. Oh, big crash. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 karts involved down into turn 2. Chaos in turn 2 right now. They should all get going again, but it's going to mean there's going to be a whole bunch of drivers stuck down at turn 2. Have a look at this. Who's the spinner? First one out there. Looks like it might be the 17 of Kate Konofsky. It was Konofsky, I think, who spun out down into turn 2 and has caused quite a bit of chaos. A lot of karts tried to avoid the spinning kart ahead of them, and of course as one went left and right trying to avoid that one, the karts behind all had to take evasive action as well. They have cleared turn 2 incredibly. Well done to our marshals. Amazing job there from them. As the pack come down to turn 2, it's all clear. Dowling from Kuhn. Declan Jurgens up to 3rd place. Boshoff is 4th. As they head down under that super quick bridge, De Souza is down 1 position. Max Boshoff just squeezing out ahead of Rafael De Souza as they came across the line. And then Maddox Mason and, well, it was Konofsky, but I think he's dropped right back. We'll wait and see as they sort things out as the rest of the pack have come across the line. A little bit of adjustment there on the timing as they've come through. There you go. And as they come to complete that first lap of 15, remember this is a 15 lapper, we see a change up in the lead as they come through to settle second lap of the race. And this time out, it's Ronaldo Kuhn with the fastest lap of the race there to take the lead. 45.433 from Kuhn ahead of Brody Dowling on a 45.614. Declan Jurgens closing things down once again. Have a look, here's the pass. Opens up into turn, the final corner. It's a double left-hander, it's a double apex as well. He catches the second apex perfectly and takes the lead. So 1 and 2 fighting hard, 3 and 4 starting to get in the mix as well. Seeing a bit of pressure coming from Boshoff and Jurgens. Boshoff has, I think, snuck through there, and Jurgens losing out there as Boshoff comes back at him. Across the line with 12 laps to go. Dowling from Kuhn, Boshoff and Jurgens. De Souza ahead of Mason. Konofsky incredibly has not lost a lot of ground. It wasn't possibly Kate Konofsky that was involved in that spin. Maybe it was somebody else a bit further back there. It just looked like it was. Here we see the change up for 3rd. Boshoff diving through to get ahead of Jurgens as they came onto the main straightaway and completed another lap. So we got a 2-way fight, a little gap, and then a 4-way fight. 4-way fights for 3rd place on the road at the moment, and Boshoff has the advantage in that fight at this point in time. He's got Jurgens, De Souza, Mason, and Konofsky behind that. Coming through there, they've all got through turn 1 and 2. They're now trying to set their intentions on closing the gap down on Dowling and Kuhn. Ronaldo Kuhn has hit the front for a little while. Dowling has led most of this race. Is there a chance here that maybe Ronaldo Kuhn is waiting, biding his time? Can't wait too long. He'll fall into the clutches there of Max Boshoff and Jurgens Declan. I'll tell you right now, Declan is having an absolutely phenomenal outing here this weekend. He's looking for a chance to squeeze back at Max Boshoff now. Gets the drive out of the final corner. Has he got enough to maybe get him on the brakes? Have a look as they go into turn 2. He won't get him at turn 1, but oh, he will. The door opens up. A little mistake there from Boshoff, and Jurgens sneaks ahead. Declan capitalizing, and so does De Souza. No, he doesn't. De Souza had a look, but didn't quite get there. Once again, have a look at this in the replay. There you go. A little wide line from Max Boshoff opens up the door, and Declan Jurgens says, I'll have that all day. Thank you very much. Up to 3rd, and with a bit of breathing room. Look at that. Pulling about a cart or 2 lengths ahead now of Max Boshoff. Boshoff fending off the attack coming from De Souza and Maddox Mason. Maddox Mason joining that party. He wants a bit of that. 9 to go. 6 completed. Still a long way to go in this first, a final heat, I should say, of our Mini-Max competitors class. The Mini-Max have been absolutely amazing all day long. We've seen a win, as I said, out of Brody. We've seen a win out of Ronaldo. De Souza's been up there, and he's back up there again. Not quite in the... Well, we see a possible change up here into the closing stages. The top 2 are getting away because they're fighting so hard for 3rd. What tends to happen is they slow each other down ever so slightly because of them fighting to keep position on track. There's a move. Inside line from De Souza, and he's through. Rafael De Souza capitalizing on an open door into the final corner and makes up 1 place ahead of Max Boshoff. Boshoff now falls into the clutches of Maddox Mason. Kate Konofsky right behind them. fantastic run here from these karters in this third and final heat. Top two are literally controlling things, and I don't think they're going to be bedded, but there's definitely going to be some changes. If they rub too much and maybe take each other out, it's going to open up an opportunity for the 4 or 5 karts behind them to capitalize. It's 4 karts at the moment. I'm waiting for Konofsky to just close that gap down if he can. If he comes along, he's of course going to bring Kareev Chetty along as well. Chop and change through 1. Don't think it's going to make a difference, or will it? It might into turn 2. Inside line, there you go. Perfectly done from Ronaldo Kun. Set things up out of turn 1, held the inside line for turn 2, secures it into turn 2, gets the lead. They're starting to battle. If they start to battle, will they slow themselves down and allow Rafael de Souza, Declan Jurgens and Max Boshoff to catch them? De Souza through the S. His sights are firmly set on the back end of Brodie Darling's kart. He's bringing Declan Jurgens, Max Boshoff and Maddox Mason along with him. Back markers are definitely going to play a role in this game. And they're about to come up on the first one, which, if I'm not mistaken, will be Jacques Stemmet. Jacques Stemmet about to be caught now by the leading karts. Blue flags will be waving frantically for that back marker to warn him that the leaders are on their way. Little look, but not attempting the pass there from Brodie Darling. Just showed a wheel. Maybe going to hang on for a little bit later on. We're into the second, in fact, into the final third of this race. 2/3 completed. And 10 of 15. We're on to lap number 11. And they've got through on that back marker. Second pack might be caught up by the back marker, which is not going to help Rafael de Souza out. He dives on the inside, slicing through there and forcing the back marker to take evasive action to stay out of harm's way. Good driving though from, I think, Jacques Stemmet at the back of the pack there to stay out of harm's way. Top two cross the line. There's a bit of a breathing room now between Kun and Darling. Is that enough? With 4 laps to go, that might be enough breathing room there for Ronaldo Kun to hang on. If he just gets his head down, concentrates, and does not let Brodie Darling get any closer than what he is right now, he could hang on. Highly unlikely though, Brodie Darling's going to do that. On the last lap, we had a 45.2 out of Kun, so he was 4/10 quicker than Brodie Darling in second place. And that's why he's got that little bit of breathing room. He has to maintain about 2 or 3 faster laps than Darling to maintain the lead here going into the closing stages. We're into the final quarter. Amazing bit of race action so far. And this, once again, is turning into an epic battle between these two. We saw it all through the day. Darling and Kun fighting for honours in race number 2. It was Kun who won out. This time out, he's got the advantage over Brodie Darling. Brodie's have to come back at him here, and he's doing just that. Third place still in the hands of Rafael de Souza. Fourth place with Declan Jurgens and Max Boshoff in 5. Mason in 6, Konofsky in 7. Ruvan Maritz, spin it down just below me here, 592. A bit of an issue there for him. The back markers, I think there, yeah, that was Nande Kalamo from Namibia, just giving a little mistake out of turn 1. Here we see a dive. Oh, great move. It's Maddox Mason having a look and trying to find a way through. Looks like he's been able to make it stick. We'll confirm that as we get another shot of them. Maybe down here towards turn 4. So, top 2 now in amongst the back markers, and back markers are going to play a big role in this, I'm sure. Kun and Darling. Last lap, 45.061 from Darling. He's turned the wick up there big time. Brodie Darling now on a charge with a lap to go. Is there enough time for him to close that gap down and get past? Does he go faster again? He goes a 45.002 this time. Oh no, there's a crash. Didn't quite see the number there. I think it might have been the 588 of Ruvan Maritz. It is, no, 596. 596 crashing out a bit further back in the pack there. So none of the leaders affected by that crash at this stage. Darling pushing hard. He was fastest on the last two passes, but he's not been able to close in on the back end there of the leader. He's got close, but he hasn't got close enough. And it doesn't look like he's going to get close enough, because it's going to be Ronaldo Kuhn to hang on for the win. Kuhn takes it and takes the Africa Open Championship. He wins out over Brody Darling. Third place goes to Rafael de Souza. Fourth place to Jurgens. And what a good effort there from Mason Maddox. Maddox Mason, I should say, coming through there in the closing stages and beating Max Boshoff to the line for 5. So congratulations there to Ronaldo Kuhn, a hard-fought battle. He set the fastest lap of the race earlier on in the race, getting down to a 44.952, beating Brody Darling, Rafael de Souza, Declan Jurgens, and Maddox Mason for your top 5. Max Boshoff finishes up in 6th, Kate Konospi in 7th, and a good effort there from Ruvan Maritz in 8th place, ahead of Michael Arder, as we head into DD2 and Masters combined. final bit of formalities there, as you can see on the grid. Just getting that final photograph of our third and final heat and the last race of the day here at the Africa Open for Zwartkops and SA Rotax Max Championship. It's certainly been an epic day's racing, and we've still got 20 laps of action to come your way. Once we've got that photograph taken, we'll give them a chance to go for one more warm-up lap and get into formation to go to battle for the honors of representing South Africa in the DD2 class at the World Finals in November and December this year. Once again, in this category, it's a game of consistency. And so far today, we've seen Jason Coetzee with 2 wins out of 2 starts. Casey Ensel-Smith with 2 second places out of 2 starts. Sebastian Boyd with 2 third places out of 2 starts. Jamie Smith with 2 fourths out of 2 starts. And Magado with 2 fifths out of 2 starts. Cristiano, of course, has been in this game for a long, long time. And with him being able to run with the DD2s today, could potentially be the big spoiler. Remember, there is a multiple world karting champion in the mix there in Cristiano Magado. He's won the Masters Championship so far today. He's taken 2 out of 2. And if he stays in the front end and possibly spoils the day there for the 4 karts ahead of him, he might spoil them completely and secure himself another seat to represent South Africa at the DD2 level. It's all about who's going to have what it takes here in this third and final heat. And remember, the third and final heat is made up of 20 laps. So there's a couple more to play with and a little bit more time to sort out what your race strategy is going to be. Jason Coetzee has certainly been the most consistent driver today. He was troubled a little bit in race 2 by Casey Ensel-Smith and Sebastian Boyd, but he eventually ended up at the top and wants to try and stay there for Gazoo Racing Academy. Ensel-Smith for Africa heating around the outside. He'll be pushed hard by Cristiano Magado and the 2 Burrell ART machines. We are under starters orders and we're down into race 1, into turn 1 I should say, for race number 3, the final heat of DD2. And it is Coetzee who gets the drop. Back of the pack, a couple of spinners there. 13 kart spins out there of Kobus Reinecker, all the way from Namibia, unfortunately getting it all wrong out of turn 1. He drops right to the back of the pack, but you can see some chopping and changing in those first couple of karts. Magado goes around the outside, and a couple of karts had to take evasive action after the spin there. They're all back on track and hauling, but a long way back from the leaders at this stage, which is Jason Coetzee. Jay opened up a little bit of a maneuver there and got away slightly from Sebastian Boyd into second. It's Casey Ensel-Smith in third, looking for second, back down into turn 1 under braking and gets it. Jamie Smith nearly snuck up the inside of Boyd as well. Tried to follow Casey Ensel-Smith through at the same time. So it's situation the same. Here we see the dive on the inside coming from Casey Ensel-Smith to retake second place from Sebastian Boyd. Literally as they finished up in the last 2 heats of racing here today is how they sit in the final heat. First 5 unchanged. Cristiano Magado trying to close things down now onto the back end of Jamie Smith. Does not want to be out of this one. If something goes wrong at the front end, he will love to be capitalizing on any mistakes made from these youngsters ahead of him. The wily old fox there sitting in 5th place is Cristiano Magado, but leading comfortably in the Masters title over Christian Boucher from Mozambique and Justin Rogers from South Africa all the way down in 10th place. In fact, all 3 of the Masters category drivers are in the top 10, so that's a change up from the proceedings so far today. Kutsia continues on his way with about 2 kart lengths ahead now of Casey Ensel-Smith. He's pulled about a kart length ahead of Sebastian Boyd for 3rd. Boyd under attack from his teammate. Jamie Smith all over the back end of Sebastian Boyd, looking to maybe spoil the day there and change up the running order from Pearl ART's point of view. Behind Magado, Matty Wadley and Dusan Rajovic. Then Christian Boucher. Anwar April is back in it after that off-track excursion he had in race number 2. Good to see they got that car sorted out. He's down in 8th place. And now moving into 9th, losing out to Christian Boucher there on that last lap. Justin Rogers with Jonathan Peterson behind him. Masters battle is Magado, Boucher, Rogers and Peterson. Back of the pack in terms of the top 10 positions. At the front of the pack are these 5. Incredible to see Jason Kutsia just controlling things so admirably at the front. Staying ahead of Casey Ensel-Smith, Boyd, Smith and Magado. Behind them it's literally 2 by 2. Little dive on the inside there from Jay. He's got through. Jamie's sneaking ahead and gets through. Alex Sebastian comes back at him. Jamie went a little bit wide and too hot into that bottom turn. Opened up the door again for Sebastian to come back at him. Maybe trying a little bit too hard there. What it's done is it's opened up a bit of a margin now between Boyd and Casey Ensel-Smith. Defensive driving to keep out Jamie I should say, has allowed Casey and Jason to get away. And also allowed Cristiano Magado to close right onto the tail there of Jamie Smith. There you see it. Boydie just retaking that position up through the first part of the twisties into the left-hander. That's exactly where they are right now. And it's situation normal. Kutsia from Ensel-Smith. Boyd from Smith. Smith from Magado. And that's the first quarter done. 5 of 20 in the bag. Start the 6th lap, or finish the 6th lap there on that last pass. A little bit more intention being shown there by Casey Ensel-Smith now as he closes on Jason Kutsia. Fastest kart on track so far has been a 41.70 from Cristiano Magado in the 5 spot, leading the Masters. Lapping almost a 1/10 of a second quicker than any of the karts ahead of him in that fast lap that he put in, but he's dropped back down into the 41.8s now. Comfortable to sit there in the 5 spot and look for the Masters title today. The Masters title, of course, also just secures him a ticket to go and watch the World Finals. He won't be participating and representing South Africa. So the chances of him getting another world title not quite in the bag just yet, unless he does something special here in the closing stages to win the DD2s overall. The winner of this final, of course, will represent SA at the World Finals in Bahrain. Remember, as I said earlier on, in some of the other heats, it's not over yet for everybody. There's still the final round of the SA Karting Championships to take place back here at Zwartkops on the 28th to the 30th of August. Therein also lies a chance of securing a seat to the World Finals for Team South Africa. Top 2 with breathing room over the 3, 4 and 5. No changes in 3, 4 and 5. Boyd keeps Smith out. Or does he? I think he's changed up. No, Jamie's got ahead of him. Jamie snuck through there. Just missed that in the background. Apologies on that. Jamie's now ahead of Sebastian Boyd. Looks over his shoulder as he crosses the line. Mogado a long way ahead of Rogers and Boucher in terms of the Masters category. They're down in 9th and 10th on the road. Mogado putting the pressure onto Sebastian Void now as well. And he might be feeling a bit more pressure coming from the man behind him, multiple world karting champion in Cristiano Mogado. Two go the leaders. Still no change up between the top two there. 3, 4 and 5 stay the same. 6th place still in their hands of Dusan Rajovic. Matthew Wadley in 7th. And will April up into 8th place. He's got ahead now of Justin Rogers. So Justin Rogers dropping down to 9th. And Christian Boucher is in 10th. Seem like it's all done and dusted, but a lot of things can go wrong in the space of 9 laps. We've got 11 done, 9 to go. Are we going to see possibilities here of some late race pace setups from Burrell ART or from Cristiano Mogado? Big moves, looking for opportunities all the way through, as you can see, and some chopping and changing in that mid-pack too. Great driving coming from these first 5. Now all equidistant apart. Just giving each other a little bit of breathing room now. Maybe looking for a last-ditch effort to have a go at Jason Kutsia, who's controlled things from the front so far. 12 down, 8 to go. Might be a little bit closer between these top 5, but seems to have opened up little gaps here now between them, and they're controlling those gaps. No one wanting to give up or spoil their chances at this point. Any mistakes now are going to be crucial and hard-hitting. You can see it just being as smooth as silk once again across the line. Staying ahead of Casey Ensel-Smith for 2nd and Jamie Smith for 3rd. Open up a bit of a margin now, back ahead of Cristiano Mogado. It's only about a kart and a half length ahead, but it's a bit more breathing room. I feel a bit more comfortable other than having the pressure of that multiple karting world champion on your tail, especially if he's right on your bumper. It's incredible to see these guys just literally hit lap after lap, almost the exact and identical times on their timing boards. The consistent lap time is so good at this point in the race. As I say that, Jason Kutsia looks like he might have lost a little bit of ground there onto the last lap there. He has 41.910 and a 41.831 from Jamie Smith. He's closed right onto the back of Casey Ensel-Smith now. Looking to pounce, maybe to move up into 2nd place. And with that, go hunting for the leader. As I said, a couple of guys would have gone for late race pace, hoping that it will come into play in this stage of the race. And it looks like that's exactly what Jamie Smith has done. Casey sees him coming, just turns it up a slight notch and maintains about a half a kart length down to turn 2. A great run here from Jamie Smith in the closing stages. Can he get through there on Casey? If he finds a way through on Casey Ensel-Smith, he has. He's got ahead down into turn 4. And now sets his sights firmly on Jason Kutsia. Kutsia will look over his shoulder, I'm sure, and look to see that it's no longer that cart of Casey Ensel-Smith's behind him. It's now a big move. And that's where we saw it, diving down into turn 4. And up into 2nd place goes Jamie Smith. Is there enough time? 4 laps to go. Jamie Smith putting in a last-ditch effort here, looking for that late race pace to come into play now. If they've got the setup right, it might just play huge dividends here for him. very good possibility that we're going to see him attacking the leader if he continues with the pace that he got. 42.033 as opposed to the 41.8 from Jason Coetzee. Those are the lap times on the last pass. Let's see if it changes up here as they cross the line again. Jason Coetzee, 41.9, 41.8 out of Jamie. He's 1/10 quicker, but only with 3 laps to go. A 10th a lap is not going to be good enough. He needs at least half a second a lap to catch and pass Jason Coetzee to take the victory and the African Open Championship title. He is trying really hard, is Jamie Smith. He's pushing that burl way beyond its limits, and those tyres are crying out at this stage. Lots of grip available by this time of the day, though, fortunately for Jamie Smith. And he's trying to get as much out of those mojos as he can. Once again, across the line they come. They've got 2 to go. Coetzee, 41.844, 42.0. So a little bit of a lost time there from Jamie Smith on that last lap. That's how it goes. It literally goes from one driver to the next. They see the gap opening up and they answer to the gap that's opened up. Or they just open the gap up even more if you're the leader, and that's exactly what Jason Coetzee has done. He's put his helmet down and he's deciding that this is it. This is where I win the Africa Open Championship title and take the 4th seat available for Team South Africa. In the background, it's Casey Ensel-Smith under a bit of pressure now from Sebastian Boyd as well. Can the Burl boys come through for a 2 and 3? If they can't get the win, some formation flying at the front will definitely be what they'd be liking. Down into the final stages. We're on to the last lap. Can you believe it? It's gone that quickly. 20 laps has flown by. Jason Coetzee will be arguing differently about that with me. He'll say just how long those 20 laps felt at the front end of this race. But he's done it to perfection. The checkered flag will be on standby, and Jason Coetzee is going to come through to be your Africa Open champion. 3 out of 3 for Coetzee. A phenomenal effort there from Jamie Smith to finish up in 2nd place. He wraps up a great day's racing ahead of Casey. Casey Ensel-Smith beats out Sebastian Boyd for the 4th spot, and Mogado will come through once again for 5th place overall and the Masters title, securing him tickets to the World Finals to go and watch with Team South Africa representing in Bahrain on the 29th of November to the 6th of December 2025. What a phenomenal day's racing here at Zwartkops International Kart Circuit. Yet again, the best of the best have come and shown us what they're made of. And congratulations to all of our winners here today. Africa Open champion down in the Bambino class. A fantastic effort there from young Alonso de Oliveira winning things out. Muhammad Wali taking the Senior Max Championship. A great effort there as well, coming out of Adrian Steyn to sneak the final victory in the closing stages of Micromax. The Junior Max was hard fought, but eventually won out there by Caleb Oudendal, and an awesome effort once again there from the incredible Ronaldo Kuhn to win out the Minimax title. Finally, it went down to the wire with Jason Coetzee taking the victory for the DD2 class, and Cristiano Mogado taking the Masters category here at Zwartkops. On behalf of the DT Film Services team and Rotax South Africa, thank you so much for all of your support here at the circuit and all around the world via our YouTube link. Thanks for supporting us on our live stream. A big thanks to Ed Murray Racing and Mojo Tyres, XPS, Delotto, Top Kart and Coma, and to our race day broadcast sponsor there, Super Quick, for joining us. And we thank you for all of the race action from all the teams and sponsors here today and everybody behind the scenes. To our marshals and medics, thank you so much for all of the effort there. To Race Control and the stewards for the incredible time that you guys put in to make us feel safe and keep us racing under the rules that are stipulated for this category of racing. And we look forward to seeing you guys all back here on the 28th to the 30th of August for the final round of Rotax Max South African Karting Championship 2025. I'm Greg Maloney, the voice of choice, and on behalf of the DT Film Services team, we thank you for your support. Take care then. Bye-bye now.
when the sun goes down, the lights come on, and it's the driver's chance to shine.
The track under the lights looks really good.
Well, it's definitely a change of atmosphere. It's like everything's closer, so you just feel 10 times faster. Last night was a bit cooler, there's a humidity in the air.
I think the track loses a bit of grip, but the times are still pretty quick.
I mean, it's all some of the best drivers in the world, so everyone here should know how to adapt to that.
Yeah, well, it's very special because you don't do that normally, and I enjoyed it a lot.
I guess we feel a bit more like superstars at night time, I guess.
Going to be an absolute cracker-jack of a race day.
Daryl Smith here from BIP Powertrain. Come to you from Portimao, where we're testing for the grand finals.
So now we're going to go onto the racetrack to show you the racing lines.
Alrighty, here we go, out onto the track for the installation lap. Look over my shoulder, nothing coming. Okay, warm the engine up a little. Nice sunny day here in Portimao. Lovely circuit, nice and smooth, except for one part, which you'll see a little bit later. 100 metres above sea level, and a really picturesque track in the mountains of Portimao. Surface is very smooth, as I just mentioned. Curbs are not real high, so you can utilise those if necessary, and some very nice overtaking opportunities on each and every corner. Quite undulating up and down. Here we go, down a hill. Nice and simple. As you can see, there's the motor racing track on the other side. Crawl back up the hill again. And getting ready for our first of the many laps that are going to happen here at the grand finals. So here we go, coming onto the main straight. And away we go. Underneath the gantry, full gas. Miss the curve, right on the outside of the circuit. Full gas through the corner, quite late braking. Feed the throttle on nice and tight through the right, through the left, and down the hill we go. Pick up a bit of curve, late braking, feed the throttle on, part throttle, half throttle, full throttle. In the middle of the circuit, pick up the curve here, a little bit, late braking, on the gas, feed the throttle, pick up the apex. Now down the hill, full gas through this corner. This is a quick off on a throttle, off, on again. Down the hill to the very bottom of the circuit. Late braking, stay wide. Now the slowest part of the track, nice and easy. You don't want to bob the cart down, let it flow to the extremities. Back up through the rib breaker. Yeah, well that hurts every time. Back onto the main straight again. So there you have it. There's the lap of Portimao. Hope you enjoyed.
I'm Scott Falconer, 2019 National Karting Champion and 10 times Regional Champion. Racing has been my passion my entire life. But now my passion is helping others be the best version of themselves and become future national champions. My advice to drivers when I train them is that everything starts with you. It's not your age or your gender, it's your desire to be better, your hunger for that win. You're the only one standing in your way, and the minute you want to give up, that's when you need to push harder. It's your time now.
So tell me, why do we do it? Why do we push so hard? Why do we test our limits? Why do we reach for perfection? When others leave, we stay. When others pack up, we work harder. When others keep in the dry, our blood turns to ice. When others give in, we dig deeper. Every rev, every corner, every apex, every pass, every risk, every position, every tenth, every hundredth, every thousandth, every goal we set, every challenge we face, every fear we overcome. Because we won't settle for second. Because we live and breathe it. Because we seek the strength deep inside us.
Because we give our best. Because this is Rotax.
Winning is everything, but it is not the only thing. 384 champions, a rainbow of colour, hope and pride.
It changed my whole life, and there's no other event in the world like it.
I love it. It's part of my life.
Bahrain unfolds before them, a floodlit ocean of sand under an ink-black sky, a roller coaster of tarmac and emotion. Months after month they have toiled in every country, every track, in all conditions, to grasp hold of their prize, their ticket, their golden opportunity. Behind each contender, the love, the drive, the joy and heartache is shared equally. time and sacrifice is all of ours. Each moment, each race is felt from afar. From the pits, the stands, the grid.
It'd put hairs on your arms, you know. It's such an emotional experience for everyone. Win, lose or draw, there's such a passion for it.
The moment arrives. Summon every sinew and go for broke. If you don't take your opportunity, a rival will. Glory, triumph, victory or defeat, all flash by like a feather blowing on the hot breeze. With every grand final, a champion is crowned, standing tall on the shoulders of us all. It sits in silence, just one of hundreds, built to be equal. Once selected, it will become unique. Lap after lap, session after session, every minute change matters, a never-ending quest. Each delicate adjustment is observed, measured, monitored. Piece by piece, the puzzle is solved. Speed, grip, hard on the brakes, turn in, make it bite. Gradually, it is molded, until finally it is ready, but not complete. When the sun goes down, the lights come on, and it's the driver's chance to shine.
The track under the lights looks really good.
Well, it's definitely a change of atmosphere. It's like everything's closer, so you just feel 10 times faster. Last night was a bit cooler, there's a humidity in the air.
I think the track loses a bit of grip, but the times are still pretty quick. I mean, it's all some of the best drivers in the world, so everyone here should know how to adapt to that.
Yeah, well, it's very special because you don't do that normally, and I enjoyed it a lot.
I guess we feel a bit more like superstars at night time, I guess.
Going to be an absolute crackerjack of a race day.
Darryl Smith here from BIP Powertrain. Come to you from Portimao, where we're testing for the grand finals.
So now we're going to go onto the racetrack to show you the racing lines.
Alrighty, here we go, out onto the track for the installation lap. Look over my shoulder, nothing coming. Okay, warm the engine up a little. Nice sunny day here in Portimao. Lovely circuit, nice and smooth, except for one part, which you'll see a little bit later. 100 metres above sea level, and a really picturesque track in the mountains of Portimao. Surface is very smooth, as I just mentioned. Curbs are not real high, so we can utilise those if necessary, and some very nice overtaking opportunities on each and every corner. Quite undulating up and down. Here we go, down the hill. Nice and simple. As you can see, there's the motor racing track on the other side. Crawl back up the hill again. And getting ready for our first of the many laps that are going to happen here at the grand finals. So here we go, coming onto the main straight, and away we go. Underneath the gantry, full gas. Miss the curve, right on the outside of the circuit. Full gas through the corner, quite late braking. Feed the throttle on nice and tight to the right, through the left, and down the hill we go. Pick up a bit of curve, late braking, feed the throttle on, part throttle, half throttle, full throttle. In the middle of the circuit, pick up the curve here, a little bit, late braking, on the gas, feed the throttle, pick up the apex. Now down the hill, full gas through this corner. This is a quick off on the throttle, off, on again. Down the hill to the very bottom of the circuit. Late braking, stay wide. Now the slowest part of the track, nice and easy. You don't want to bog the cart down, let it flow to the extremities. Back up, through the rib breaker. Yeah, well that hurts every time. Back onto the main straight again. So there you have it, there's the lap of Portimao. Hope you enjoyed.
I'm Scott Falconer, 2019 National Karting Champion and 10 times Regional Champion. Racing has been my passion my entire life. But now my passion is helping others be the best version of themselves and become future national champions. My advice to drivers when I train them is that everything starts with you. It's not your age or your gender, it's your desire to be better, your hunger for that win. You're the only one standing in your way, and the minute you want to give up, that's when you need to push harder. It's your time now.
So tell me, why do we do it? Why do we push so hard? Why do we test our limits? Why do we reach for perfection? When others leave, we stay. When others pack up, we work harder. When others keep in the dry, our blood turns to ice. When others give in, we dig deeper. Every rev, every corner, every apex, every pass, every risk, every position, every tenth, every hundredth, every thousandth, every goal we set, every challenge we face, every fear we overcome. Because we won't settle for second. Because we live and breathe it. Because we seek the strength deep inside us.
Because we give our best. Because this is Rotax.
Winning is everything, but it is not the only thing. 384 champions, a rainbow of colour, hope and pride.
It changed my whole life, and there's no other event in the world like it.
I love it. It's part of my life.
Bahrain unfolds before them, a floodlit ocean of sand under an ink-black sky, a roller coaster of tarmac and emotion. Months after month they have toiled in every country, every track, in all conditions, to grasp hold of their prize, their ticket, their golden opportunity. Behind each contender, the love, the drive, the joy and heartache is shared equally. The time and sacrifice is all of ours. Each moment, each race is felt from afar, from the pits, the stands, the grid.
It put hairs on your arms, you know. It's such an emotional experience for everyone. Win, lose or draw, there's such a passion for it.
The moment arrives. Summon every sinew and go for broke. If you don't take your opportunity, a rival will. Glory, triumph, victory or defeat, all flash by like a feather blowing on the hot breeze. With every grand final, a champion is crowned, standing tall on the shoulders of us all. It sits in silence, just one of hundreds, built to be equal. Once selected, it will become unique. lap after lap, session after session, every minute change matters, a never-ending quest. Each delicate adjustment is observed, measured, monitored. Piece by piece, the puzzle is solved. Speed, grip, hard on the brakes, turn in, make it bite. Gradually, it is molded, until finally it is ready, but not complete. When the sun goes down, the lights come on, and it's the driver's chance to shine.
The track under the lights looks really good.
Well, it's definitely a change of atmosphere. It's like everything's closer, so you just feel 10 times faster. Last night was a bit cooler, there's a humidity in the air.
I think the track loses a bit of grip, but the times are still pretty quick.
I mean, it's all some of the best drivers in the world, so everyone here should know how to adapt to that.
Yeah, well, it's very special because you don't do that normally, and I enjoyed it a lot.
I guess we feel a bit more like superstars at night time, I guess.
Going to be an absolute crackerjack of a race day.
Daryl Smith here from BIP Powertrain. Come to you from Portimao, where we're testing for the grand finals.
So now we're going to go onto the racetrack to show you the racing lines.
Alrighty, here we go, out onto the track for the installation lap. Look over my shoulder, nothing coming. Okay, warm the engine up a little. Nice sunny day here in Portimao. Lovely circuit, nice and smooth, except for one part, which you'll see a little bit later. 100 metres above sea level, and a really picturesque track in the mountains of Portimao. Surface is very smooth, as I just mentioned. Curbs are not real high, so you can utilise those if necessary, and some very nice overtaking opportunities on each and every corner. Quite undulating up and down. Here we go down a hill. Nice and simple. As you can see, there's the motor racing track on the other side. Crawl back up the hill again. And getting ready for our first of the many laps that are going to happen here at the grand finals. So here we go, coming onto the main straight. And away we go. Underneath the gantry, full gas. Miss the curve, right on the outside of the circuit. Full gas through the corner, quite late braking. Feed the throttle on nice and tight to the right, through the left, and down the hill we go. Pick up a bit of curb, late braking, feed the throttle on, part throttle, half throttle, full throttle. In the middle of the circuit, up the curb here a little bit, late braking on the gas, feed the throttle, pick up the apex. Now down the hill, full gas through this corner. This is a quick off on the throttle, off, on again. Down the hill to the very bottom of the circuit. Late braking, stay wide. Now the slowest part of the track, nice and easy. You don't want to bog the car down. Let it flow to the extremities. Back up through the rib breaker. Yeah, well that hurts every time. Back onto the main straight again. So there you have it. There's a lap of quarter mile. Hope you enjoyed.
I'm Scott Falconer, 2019 National Karting Champion and 10 times Regional Champion. Racing has been my passion my entire life. But now my passion is helping others be the best version of themselves and become future national champions. My advice to drivers when I train them is that everything starts with you. It's not your age or your gender, it's your desire to be better, your hunger for that win. You're the only one standing in your way, and the minute you want to give up, that's when you need to push harder. It's your time now.
So tell me, why do we do it? Why do we push so hard? Why do we test our limits? Why do we reach for perfection? When others leave, we stay. When others pack up, we work harder. When others keep in the dry, our blood turns to ice. When others give in, we dig deeper. Every rev, every corner, every apex, every pass, every risk, every position, every tenth, every hundredth, every thousandth, every goal we set, every challenge we face, every fear we overcome. Because we won't settle for second. Because we live and breathe it. Because we seek the strength deep inside us.
Because we give our best. Because this is Rotax.
Winning is everything, but it is not the only thing. 384 champions, a rainbow of colour, hope and pride.
It changed my whole life, and there's no other event in the world like it.
I love it. It's part of my life.
Bahrain unfolds before them, a floodlit ocean of sand under an ink-black sky, a roller coaster of tarmac and emotion. Month after month they have toiled in every country, at every track, in all conditions, to grasp hold of their prize, their ticket, their golden opportunity. Behind each contender, the love, the drive, the joy and heartache is shared equally. The time and sacrifice is all of ours. Each moment, each race is felt from afar, from the pits, the stands, the grid.
It put hairs on your arms, you know. It's such an emotional experience for everyone. Win, lose or draw, there's such a passion for it.
The moment arrives. Summon every sinew and go for broke. If you don't take your opportunity, a rival will. Glory, triumph, victory or defeat, all flash by like a feather blowing on the hot breeze. With every grand final, a champion is crowned, standing tall on the shoulders of us all. It sits in silence, just one of hundreds, built to be equal. Once selected, it will become unique. Lap after lap, session after session, every minute change matters, a never-ending quest. Each delicate adjustment is observed, measured, monitored. Piece by piece, the puzzle is solved. Speed, grip, hard on the brakes, turn in, make it bite. Gradually, it is molded, until finally it is ready, but not complete. When the sun goes down, the lights come on, and it's the driver's chance to shine.
The track under the lights looks really good.
Well, it's definitely a change of atmosphere. It's like everything's closer, so you just feel 10 times faster. Last night was a bit cooler, there's a humidity in the air.
I think the track loses a bit of grip, but the times are still pretty quick.
I mean, it's all some of the best drivers in the world, so everyone here should know how to adapt to that.
Yeah, well, it's very special because you don't do that normally, and I enjoyed it a lot.
I guess we feel a bit more like superstars at night time, I guess.
absolute crackerjack of a race day.
Daryl Smith here from BIP Powertrain. Come to you from Portimao, where we're testing for the grand finals.
So now we're going to go onto the racetrack to show you the racing lines.
Alrighty, here we go, out onto the track for the installation lap. Look over my shoulder, nothing coming. Okay, warm the engine up a little. Nice sunny day here in Portimao. Lovely circuit, nice and smooth, except for one part, which you'll see a little bit later. 100 metres above sea level, and a really picturesque track in the mountains of Portimao. Surface is very smooth, as I just mentioned. Curbs are not real high, so you can utilise those if necessary, and some very nice overtaking opportunities on each and every corner. Quite undulating up and down. Here we go down a hill. Nice and simple. As you can see, there's the motor racing track on the other side. Crawl back up the hill again. And getting ready for our first of the many laps that are going to happen here at the grand finals. So here we go, coming onto the main straight. And away we go. Underneath the gantry, full gas. Miss the curve, right on the outside of the circuit. Full gas through the corner, quite late braking. Feed the throttle on nice and tight to the right, through the left, and down the hill we go. Pick up a bit of curve, late braking, feed the throttle on, part throttle, half throttle, full throttle. In the middle of the circuit, pick up the curve here, a little bit, late braking, on the gas, feed the throttle, pick up the apex. Now down the hill, full gas through this corner. This is a quick off on a throttle, off, on again. Down the hill to the very bottom of the circuit, late braking, stay wide. Now the slowest part of the track, nice and easy. You don't want to bog the cart down, let it flow to the extremities. Back up, through the rib breaker. Yeah, well that hurts every time. Back onto the main straight again. So there you have it. There's the lap of Portimao. Hope you enjoyed.
I'm Scott Falconer, 2019 National Karting Champion and 10 times Regional Champion. Racing has been my passion my entire life. But now my passion is helping others be the best version of themselves and become future national champions. My advice to drivers when I train them is that everything starts with you. It's not your age or your gender, it's your desire to be better, your hunger for that win. You're the only one standing in your way, and the minute you want to give up, that's when you need to push harder. It's your time now.
So tell me, Why do we do it? Why do we push so hard? Why do we test our limits? Why do we reach for perfection? When others leave, we stay. When others pack up, we work harder. When others keep in the dry, our blood turns to ice. When others give in, we dig deeper. Every rev, every corner, every apex, every pass, every risk, every position, every tenth, every hundredth, every thousandth, every goal we set, every challenge we face, every fear we overcome. Because we won't settle for second. Because we live and breathe it. Because we seek the strength deep inside us.
Because we give our best. Because this is Rotax.
Winning is everything, but it is not the only thing. 384 champions, a rainbow of colour, hope and pride.
It changed my whole life, and there's no other event in the world like it.
I love it. It's part of my life.
Bahrain unfolds before them, a floodlit ocean of sand under an ink-black sky, a roller coaster of tarmac and emotion. Months after month they have toiled in every country, every track, in all conditions, to grasp hold of their prize, their ticket, their golden opportunity. Behind each contender, the love, the drive, the joy and heartache is shared equally. The time and sacrifice is all of ours. Each moment, each race is felt from afar, from the pits, the stands, the grid.
It'd put hairs on your arms, you know. It's such an emotional experience for everyone. Win, lose or draw, there's such a passion for it.
The moment arrives. Summon every sinew and go for broke. If you don't take your opportunity, a rival will. Glory, triumph, victory or defeat, all flash by like a feather blowing on the hot breeze. With every grand final, a champion is crowned, standing tall on the shoulders of us all. It sits in silence, just one of hundreds, built to be equal. Once selected, it will become unique. Lap after lap, session after session, every minute change matters, a never-ending quest. Each delicate adjustment is observed, measured, monitored. Piece by piece, the puzzle is solved. Speed, grip, hard on the brakes, turn in, make it bite. Gradually, it is molded, until finally it is ready, but not complete. When the sun goes down, the lights come on, and it's the driver's chance to shine.
The track under the lights looks really good.
Well, it's definitely a change of atmosphere. It's like everything's closer, so you just feel 10 times faster. Last night was a bit cooler, there's a humidity in the air.
I think the track loses a bit of grip, but the times are still pretty quick.
I mean, it's all some of the best drivers in the world, so everyone here should know how to adapt to that.
Yeah, well, it's very special because you don't do that normally, and I enjoyed it a lot.
I guess we feel a bit more like superstars at night time, I guess.
Going to be an absolute crackerjack of a race day.
Daryl Smith here from BRP Powertrain. Come to you from Portimao, where we're testing for the grand finals.
So now we're going to go onto the racetrack to show you the racing lines.
Alrighty, here we go, out onto the track for the installation lap. Look over my shoulder, nothing coming. Okay, warm the engine up a little. Nice sunny day here in Portimao. Lovely circuit, nice and smooth, except for one part, which you'll see a little bit later. 100 metres above sea level, and a really picturesque track in the mountains of Portimao. Surface is very smooth, as I just mentioned. Curbs are not real high, so we can utilise those if necessary, and some very nice overtaking opportunities on each and every corner. Quite undulating up and down. Here we go, down a hill. Nice and simple. As you can see, there's the motor racing track on the other side. Crawl back up the hill again. And getting ready for our first of the many laps that are going to happen here at the grand finals. So here we go, coming onto the main straight. And away we go. Underneath the gantry. full gas. Miss the curve.
Well, a big welcome to our final prize giving here for the Africa Open. It's fantastic to see everybody here, and of course we're still waiting for our PA system to kick in, but we are live on our YouTube stream. And a big thanks to everybody for joining us here for the official prize giving for Africa Open 2025. Now standing by just for the PA system to kick in so we can get this prize giving underway and hopefully be able to give all these magnificent prizes behind me away to all of the special people that have come from all around Africa to be part and parcel of this incredible event. We've had some fantastic days racing and it's all good. I know that. No, we are live. We're live. Just to let you know, we're live on the stream, but we're not live on the PA. That's why I'm talking, and you guys can just keep talking there, Mason. It's all good. So just waiting for the PA to kick in now. As soon as the PA kicks in, we can start the final prize giving. But I've got to keep it running until the PA kicks in. You see, that's what we do. And I've got to hold in front of all of these 1,000 people here and make myself look really good because it looks like I'm talking to myself, which is what I do on a daily basis. Hopefully you've enjoyed everything so far and all the action that's come your way. And now, here we go. We got PA system coming in. All right, so ladies and gents, a big welcome here. Hope you've enjoyed yourselves. It's been a fantastic day's racing. And we're now going to kick off with our Bambino class first and foremost. Everybody in the Bambino class gets something, so a big well done and congratulations to all of our young drivers. They put in a fantastic effort as always, and we like to see the future of the sport looking so strong. First and foremost, coming on up here, just want to double check, we're going right to the bottom there, even with the non-finishers. Great stuff. So, first one up is Maya Mabunda. There's Maya, here he comes. Come on up, coming up, Dr. Jeff. Don't be scared, you're going to get a little... There you go. Stay there, don't go. Stay up at the podium, don't come back. No, stay right here, buddy, stay right here. Everybody's going to be joining you. Second up is Tiani Malibi. Tiani, are you here? He's not here. He was here. He's going to collect for him. Okay, so this is not Tiani. He's going to be playing him today. All right. Then, officially, in 13th place today is Yintla Makabule. That's the official one. There you go, Yintla. In 12th place, Tiani Resende. All the way from Mozambique. Tiana, beg your pardon. Then we go to 11th place, Tyler Stainer. Stay there, stay there. Tyler Stainer's coming up, here he comes. Next up is Yeru Malebi. In 9th place, Yuki Ismail. In 8th place, also from Mozambique, yes. Well done, Tim. In 8th place from South Africa is Zwarte Magoda. In 7th place, Shay Makabule. Where's Shay? Oh, he's taking everybody's medals. That's good, eh? Came to accept everybody's medals here today. In 6th place, Zokisizwe Holomisa. And then joining us from Namibia in 5th place today, Rocco Van Eden. Fourth place, and just missing out on that overall podium. Congratulations to Rafiwe Ndwambe. And your top three. In 3rd place from South Africa, Sean Ade. In 2nd place from Mozambique, Teresa Betancourt. And arguably the most dominant driver here today having not been bettered at any stage through the weekend. And from my hometown as well. Congratulations, Alonso de Oliveira, your Africa karting champion. No, he's not from Lisbon. He's from LA, bro. Lower Alberton. Yeah, my hometown. Nicely done, buddy. Can you give him anything else to carry there, please, Jeff? Please. Maybe another set of arms would help him out, bro. Well done, guys. Let's make some noise for our Bambinos, ladies and gents. That's the way to do it. High fives for everybody and shaking hands. There we go. Everybody raise your hands together. And 1, 2, 3, yay! Well done, ladies and gents. Hold those trophies up just for a photo. Well done, Bambinos. Right, before we get into the main classes, we're going to just ask all of our international competitors to come on up and receive a medal of participation. So if you're from Mozambique, Zimbabwe, Kenya, and Namibia, please will you come on up and accept a nice little token from our Rand Kart Club and from Uncle Jeff. So all the drivers from Mozambique, Namibia, Zimbabwe, and from Kenya, I think was our last driver. All drivers, come on up. We want to get a photo of all of you by the podium as well, so just stand by the podium quickly. Good job. Is that everybody? Is that all our international competitors? Great stuff. A massive thanks to everybody for traveling so far and being part of this incredible day's racing. We now move on to our Micromax, which Jeffy is top 3, hey? Top 6, sorry. Top 6 for Micromax. So we start, it's top 6 all from South Africa. In 6th place, Roddy Harris. In 5th place, Michael Omani. In 4th place, Riley van Staden. In 3rd place, Luke DeToy. In 2nd place, but what a battle between 1st and 2nd. Eventually it went to Luan de Vet. And your Africa Open champion for 2025, Adrian Stein. It's going well, eh? See the MotoGP helmet thing's working well here. Well done, guys. We won one with the trophies above your heads. Well done. Yeehaw. Moving on to Mini Max now. In 6th place, Max Bossoff. In 5th place, Maddox Mason. In 4th place, Declan Jurgens. In 3rd place, Rafael de Souza. In 2nd place, Brody Darling. And 1st place, and your first ticket winner to the World Finals in Bahrain in November and December 2025, Minimax Africa Open champion, Ronaldo Kuhn. Let's make a noise for the Mini-Max competitors. Well done, guys. Just a reminder to all of our drivers that have won their tickets, please stay behind for an individual photo. So don't go home just yet. Anybody that gets the tickets, please just stick behind for an individual photo. Moving on to Junior Max now. Top 6. In 6th place, Sebastiano Himon. In 5th place, Caleb Moss. In 4th place, Riakile Maula. In 3rd place, Keenan Duplessis. In 2nd place, Mateo Mason. And your Junior Max Africa Open champion and receiving the ticket as well. Congratulations for 2025's title to Caleb Udendal. Just wait till next weekend. You're going to see Mark Marquez with a lion on the podium. Telling you now. Caleb setting the trend. Great job, guys. Well done. Moving on to Senior Max next. Sixth place in Senior Max. Congratulations, Georgia Lennox. Oh, yeah, cool. No worries. No worries. We'll get that one. No. Georgia Landis is so much faster than her dad. Congratulations, young lady. In 5th place, Roshan Goodman. In 4th place, Troy Sneyman. He's here. In 3rd place, Charles Fisser. In 2nd place, Ken Swartz. And your Senior Max Africa Open champion for 2025, Mohammed Wali. DD2's next, eh? DD2's next. Yeah. Cool. Just a reminder to all our ticket winners, please stay behind for individual photos. If you won the ticket, please stick behind for the individual photos. We're moving on to DD2's next. In 6th place, and also the winner of the Masters. We're going to bring together. Might as well, hey? So winning the Masters and 6th place overall, Cristiano Mogado. Too shabby, old man. He'll get the 1 cap, but he'll be standing in 6th place. 5th place, Dusan Rajovic. In 4th place, Sebastian Boyd. In 3rd place, Casey Ensel-Smith. In 2nd place, Jamie Smith. And your Africa Open champion and winning the ticket to the World Finals for DD2, Jason Kutsia. Jay's got a big head, eh? Not a small head. There we go. Congratulations, DD2. Don't go too far away there, Cristiano. We're going top 3 in the Masters. In 3rd place, Christian Boucher. In 2nd place, Justin Rogers. Cristiano, you can come on back up. You've already got your cap, but Justice's got to get his. And then we're also going to ask Kian Fussell to join us as well, as he has also secured a ticket to the World Finals for Namibia. Thank you, guys. We've got 2 lap records to hand out as well. Congratulations, a new lap record going to Adrian Stein.
Micromax 46.193. Well done.
46.193 for Micromax. And then in the Minimax class, another new lap record for Ronaldo Kuhn of a 44.952. Our final awards, of course, are Driver of the Day. In the Bambino class, Driver of the Day goes to Sean Ade. It is almost. The Junior Driver of the Day goes to Christian Verheul. Christian Verheul, are you here? All right, Senior Driver of the Day, Muhammad Wali. I see the Wallies are coming stealing everything, hey? They took the ticket, they took the first place, they took Driver of the Day. Just make sure you got your car keys before they leave, guys. Well done, Mohammed. Ladies and gents, congratulations to everybody. Well done to all of our drivers. Once again, a reminder to all of our ticket winners to stay behind, please, for individual photos. And then to our team at TT Film Services, thank you for the awesome coverage. We'll see you on the 28th and 30th of August for the final round of the South African Championships here at Rotax Max and Zwartkops International Kart Circuit.
Winning is everything, but it is not the only thing. 384 champions, a rainbow of colour, hope and pride.
It changed my whole life, and there's no other event in the world like it.
I love it. It's part of my life.
Bahrain unfolds before them, a floodlit ocean of sand under an ink-black sky, a roller coaster of tarmac and emotion.